Section 13 of the Aeneid.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Chapter 7. The Landing in Latium and the Role of the Armies of Italy. Part 1. Thou also, Caieta, nurse of Aeneas, gavest our shores an everlasting renown in death, and still thine honour haunts thy resting place, and a name in broad Hesperia, if that be glory, marks thy dust. But when the last rites are duly paid, and the mound smoothed over the grave, good Aeneas, now the high seas are hushed, bears on under sail, and leaves his haven. Breezes blow into the night, and the white moonshine speeds them on. The sea glitters in her quivering radiance. Soon they skirt the shores of Circe's land, where the rich daughter of the sun makes her untrodden groves echo with ceaseless song, and her stately house glows night long with burning odorous cedar wood, as she runs over her delicate web with the ringing comb. Hence are heard afar angry cries of lions chafing at their fetters and roaring in the deep night. Bears and bristly swine rage in their pens, and vast shapes of wolves howl, whom with her potent herbs the deadly divine Circe had disfashioned face and body into wild beasts from the likeness of men. But lest the good Trojans might suffer so dread a change, might enter her haven or draw nigh the ominous shores, Neptune filled their sails with favourable winds, and gave them escape, and bore them past the seething shallows. And now the sea reddened with shafts of light, and high in heaven the yellow dawn shone rose-charioted. When the winds fell, and every breath sank suddenly, and the oar-blades toil through the heavy ocean floor. And on this Aeneas descries from sea a mighty forest. Midway in it the pleasant Tiber stream breaks to sea in swirling eddies laden with yellow sand. Around and above fowl many in sort, that haunt his banks and river channel, solaced heaven with song, and flew about the forest. He orders his crew to bend their course and turn their prows to land, and glides joyfully into the shady river. Forth now, Erato, and I will enfold who were the kings, what the tides of circumstance, how it was with ancient Latium, when first that foreign army drew their fleet ashore on Ausonia's coast. I will recall the preluding of battle. Thou, divine one, inspire thou thy poet. I will tell of grim wars, tell of embattled lines, of kings whom honour drove on death, of the Tyrrhenian forces, and all Hesperia enrolled in arms. A greater history opens before me, a greater work, I essay. Latinus the king, now growing old, ruled in a long peace over quiet tilth and town. He, men say, was sprung of Faunus and the nymph Marica of Laurentum. Faunus's father was Picus, and he boasts himself Saturn, thy son. Thou art the first source of their blood. Son of his by divine ordinance and male descent was none, cut off in the early spring of youth. One alone kept the household and its august home, a daughter now ripe for a husband and of full years for marriage. Many wooed her from wide Latium and all Ausonia. Fairest and foremost of all is Turnus, of long and lordly ancestry. But boding sides from heaven many and terrible bar the way. Within the palace, in the lofty inner courts, was a laurel of sacred foliage, guarded in awe through many years, which Lord Latinus, it was said, himself found and dedicated to Phoebus when first he would build his citadel, and from it gave his settlers their name Laurentines. High atop of it, wonderful to tell, bees borne with loud humming across liquid air girt it thickly about, and with interlinked feet hung in a sudden swarm from the leafy bough. Straightway the prophet cries, I see a foreigner draw nigh, an army from the same quarter seek the same quarter, and reign high in our fortress. Furthermore, while maiden Lavinia stands beside her father, feeding the altars with holy fuel, she was seen, oh horror, to catch fire in her long tresses, and burn with flickering flame in all her array, her queenly hair lit up her jewelled circlet, till, enwreathed in smoke and lurid light, she scattered fire over all the palace. That sight was rumored wonderful and terrible. Herself, they prophesied, she should be glorious in fame and fortune, but a great war was foreshadowed for her people. But the king, troubled by the omen, visits the oracle of his father Faunus the soothsayer, and the groves deep under Albunea, where, queen of the woods, she echoes from her holy well, and breathes forth a dim and deadly vapour. Hence do the tribes of Italy and all the Oenotrian land seek answers in perplexity. Hither the priest bears his gifts, and when he hath lain down and sought slumber under the silent night on the spread fleeces of slaughtered sheep, sees many flitting phantoms of wonderful wise, hears manifold voices, and attains converse of the gods, and hath speech with Acheron and the deep tract of hell. Here then, likewise seeking an answer, Lord Latinus paid fit sacrifice of 100 woolly ewes, and lay couched on the strewn fleeces they had worn. Out of the lofty grove a sudden voice was uttered. Seek not, O my child, to unite thy daughter in Latin espousals, nor trust her to the bridal chambers ready to thine hand. Foreigners shall come to be thy sons, whose blood shall raise our name to heaven, and the children of whose race shall see, where the circling sun looks on either ocean, all the rolling world swayed beneath their feet. This his father Faunus's answer and counsel, given in the silent night, Latinus restrains not in his lips, but wide-flitting rumour had already borne it round among the Ausonian cities, when the children of Laomedon moored their fleet to the grassy slope of the river bank. Aeneas, with the foremost of his captains, and fair Iülus, lay them down under the boughs of a high tree, and array the feast. They spread wheaten cakes along the sward under their meats, so Jove on high prompted, and crowned the platter of corn with wilding fruits. Here, haply, when the rest was spent, and scantness of food set them to eat their thin bread, and with hand and venturous teeth do violence to the round cakes, fraught with fate, and spare not the flattened squares. Ha! Are we eating our tables too? Cries Iülus, jesting, and stops. At once that accent heard set their toils a limit, and at once as he spoke his father caught it from his lips, and hushed him in amazement at the omen. Straightway, "Hail, O land!" he cries, "my destined inheritance, and hail, O household gods, faithful to your Troy. Here is home. This is our native country. For my father Anchises, now I remember it, bequeathed me this secret of fate. When hunger shall drive thee, O son, to consume thy tables where the feast fails, on the unknown shores whither thou shalt sail, then, though outwearied, hope for home, and there at last let thine hand remember to set thy house's foundations and bulwarks." This was the hunger, this the last that awaited us, to set the promised end to our desolations. Up then, and, glad with the first sunbeam, let us explore and search all abroad from our harbour. What is the country? Who its habitants? Where is the town of the nation? Now pour your cups to Jove, and call in prayer on Anchises our father, setting the wine again upon the board. So speaks he, and binding his brows with a leafy bough, he makes supplication to the genius of the ground, and the earth first of deities, and the nymphs and the rivers yet unknown. Then calls on night and night's rising signs, and next on Jove of Ida, and Our Lady of Phrygia, and on his twain parents, in heaven and in the underworld. And this the Lord omnipotent thrice thundered sharp from high heaven, and with his own hand shook out for a sign, in the sky a cloud ablaze with luminous shafts of gold. A sudden rumour spreads among the Trojan army that the day is come to found their destined city. Emulously they renew the feast, and, glad at the high omen, array the flagons and engarland the wine. Soon as the morrow bathed the lands in its dawning light, they part to search out the town and the borders and shores of the nation. These are the pools and spring of Numicus. This is the Tiber river. Here dwell the brave Latins. Then the seed of Anchises commands 100 envoys chosen of every degree to go to the stately royal city, all with the wreathed boughs of Pallas, to bear him gifts and desire grace for the Teucrians. Without delay they hasten on their message and advance with swift step. Himself he traces the city walls with a shallow trench, and builds on it, and in fashion of a camp girdles this first settlement on the shore with mound and battlements. And now his men had traversed their way, They espied the towers and steep roofs of the Latins, and drew near the wall. Before the city, boys and men in their early bloom exercise on horseback, and break in their teams on the dusty ground, or draw ringing bows, or hurl tough javelins from the shoulder, and contend in running and boxing. When a messenger, riding forward, brings news to the ears of the aged king that mighty men are come thither in unknown raiment, he gives orders to call them within the house, and takes his seat in the midst on his ancestral throne. His house, stately and vast, crowned the city, upreared on 100 columns, once the palace of Laurentian Picus, amid awful groves of ancestral sanctity. Here their kings receive the inaugural sceptre, and have the fasces first raised before them. This temple was their senate house, this their sacred banqueting hall. Here, after sacrifice of rams, the elders were wont to sit down at long tables. Further, there stood a row in the entry, images of the forefathers of old, in ancient cedar, Italus and Lord Sabinus, planter of the vine, still holding in show the curved pruning hook, and grey Saturn, and the likeness of Janus the double-facing, and the rest of their primal kings, and they who had borne wounds of war in fighting for their country. Armour, besides, hangs thickly on the sacred doors, captured chariots and curved axes, helmet crests and massy gateway bars, lances and shields, and beaks torn from warships. He too sat there, with the divining rod of Quirinus, girt in the short augural gown, and carrying on his left arm the sacred shield, Picus, the tamer of horses. He, whom Circe, desperate with amorous desire, smote with her golden rod, and turned by her poisons into a bird, with patches of colour on his wings. Of such wise was the temple of the gods, wherein Latinus, sitting on his father's seat, summoned the Teucrians to his house and presence. And when they entered in, he thus opened, with placid mien: "Tell, O Dardanians, for we are not ignorant of your city and race, nor unheard of do you bend your course overseas. What seek you? What the cause, or whereof the need, that hath borne you over all these blue waterways to the Ausonian shore? Whether wandering in your course, or tempest-driven, such perils manifold on the high seas do sailors suffer, you have entered the river banks and lie in harbour. Shun not our welcome, and be not ignorant that the Latins are Saturn's people, whom no laws fetter to justice, upright of their own free will, and the custom of the god of old. And now I remember, though the story is dimmed with years, thus Auruncan elders told how Dardanus, born in our country, made his way to the towns of Phrygian Ida, and to the Thracian Samos that is now called Samothrace. Here was the home he left, Tyrrhenian Corythus, and now the palace of heaven, glittering with golden stars, enthrones and adds him to the ranged altars of the gods." He ended, and Ilioneus pursued his speech with these words: "King, Faunus' illustrious progeny, neither hath black tempest driven us with stress of waves to shelter in your lands, nor hath star or shore misled us on the way we went. Of set purpose and willing mind do we draw nigh this thy city, outcasts from a realm once the greatest that the sun looked on as he came from Olympus' utmost border. From Jove hath our race beginning. In Jove the men of Dardania rejoice as ancestor. Our king himself, of Jove's supreme race, Aeneas of Troy, hath sent us to thy courts. How terrible the tempest that burst from fierce Mycenae over the plains of Ida, driven by what fate Europe and Asia met in the shock of two worlds. Even he hath heard, who is sundered in the utmost land, where the ocean surge recoils, and he whom stretching midmost of the four zones, the zone of the intolerable sun, holds in severance. Borne by that flood, over many desolate seas, we crave a scant dwelling for our country's gods, an unmolested landing place, and the air and water that are free to all. We shall not disgrace the kingdom, nor will the rumour of your renown be lightly gone, or the grace of all you have done fade away, nor will Ausonia be sorry to have taken Troy to her breast. By the fortunes of Aeneas I swear, by that right hand mightily, whether tried in friendship or in warlike arms, many and many a people and nation, scorn us not because we advance with hands proffering chaplets and words of supplication, hath sought us for ourself, and desired our alliance. But yours is the land that heaven's high ordinance drove us forth to find. Hence sprung Dardanus, hither Apollo recalls us, and pushes us on with imperious orders to Tyrrhenian Tiber and the holy pools of Numicus' spring. Further, he presents to thee these small guerdons of our past estate, relics saved from burning Troy. From this gold did Lord Anchises pour libation at the altars. This was Priam's array when he delivered statutes to the nations assembled in order. The sceptre, the sacred mitre, the raiment wrought by the women of Ilium. At these words of Ilioneus, Latinus holds his countenance in a steady gaze, and stays motionless on the floor, casting his intent eyes around. Nor does the embroidered purple so move the king, nor the sceptre of Priam, as his daughter's marriage and the bridal chamber absorb him, and the oracle of ancient Faunus stirs deep in his heart. This is he, the wanderer from a foreign home, foreshewn of fate for his son, and called to a realm of equal dominion, whose race should be excellent in valor, and their might overbear all the world. At last he speaks with good cheer. The gods prosper our undertaking and their own augury. What thou desirest, Trojan, shall be given, nor do I spurn your gifts. While Latinus reigns, you shall not lack foison of rich land, nor Troy's own riches. Only let Aeneas himself come hither, if desire of us be so strong, if he be in haste to join our friendship and be called our ally. Let him not shrink in terror from a friendly face. A term of the peace for me shall be to touch your monarch's hand. Do you now convey and answer my message to your king. I have a daughter whom the oracles of my father's shrine and many a celestial token alike forbid me to unite with one of our own nation. Sons shall come, they prophesy, from foreign coasts. Such is the destiny of Latium, whose blood shall exalt our name to heaven. He it is on whom fate calls. This I think, this I choose, if there be any truth in my soul's foreshadowing. Thus he speaks, and chooses horses for all the company. 300 stood sleek in their high stalls. For all the Teucrians in order, he straightway commands them to be let forth, fleet-footed, covered with embroidered purple. Golden chains hang drooping over their chests, golden their housings, and they champ on bits of ruddy gold. For the absent Aeneas a chariot, and pair of chariot horses of celestial breed, with nostrils breathing flame. Of the race of those which subtle Circe bred by slight on her father, the bastard issue of a stolen union. With these gifts and words, the Aeneadae ride back from Latinus carrying peace. And lo, the fierce wife of Jove was returning from Inachian Argos, and held her way along the air, when out of the distant sky, far as from Sicilian Pacanus, she espied the rejoicing of Aeneas and the Dardanian fleet. She sees them already house-building, already trusting in the land, their ships left empty. She stops, shot with sharp pain. Then shaking her head, she pours forth these words. Ah, hated brood, and doom of the Phrygians that thwarts our doom! Could they perish on the Sigean plains? Could they be ensnared when taken? Did the fires of Troy consume her people? Through the midst of armies and through the midst of flames they have found their way. But, I think, my deity lays at last outwearied, or my hatred sleeps and is satisfied? Nay, it is I who have been fierce to follow them over the waves when hurled from their country, and on all the seas have crossed their flight. Against the Teucrians the forces of sky and sea are spent. What hath availed me, Syrtes or Scylla? What desolate Charybdis? They find shelter in their desired Tiber bed, careless of ocean and of me. Mars availed to destroy the giant race of the Lapithae. The very father of the gods gave over ancient Calydon to Diana's wrath. For forfeit of what crime in the Lapithae, what in the Calydon? But I, Jove's imperial consort, who have borne me to leave not undared, who have shifted to every device, I am vanquished by Aeneas. If my deity is not great enough, I will not assuredly falter to seek succor where it may be. If the powers of heaven are inflexible, I will stir up Acheron. It may not be to debar him of a Latin realm. Well, and Lavinia is destined his bride unalterably. But it may be yet to defer, to make all this action linger, but it may be yet to waste away the nation of either king. At such forfeit of their people may son-in-law and father-in-law enter into union. Blood of Troy and Rutulia shall be thy dower, O maiden, and Bellona is the bridesmaid who awaits thee. Nor did Cisseus' daughter alone conceive a firebrand and travail of bridal flames. Nay, even such a birth hath Venus of her own, a second Paris, another balefire for Troy towers reborn. These words uttered, she descends to earth in all her terrors, and calls dolorous Alecto from the home of the fatal sisters in nether gloom, whose delight is in woeful wars, in wrath and treachery and evil feuds, hateful to Lord Pluto himself, hateful and horrible to her hell-born sisters. Into so many faces does she turn, so savage the guise of each, so thick and black bristles she with vipers. And her Juno spurs on with words, saying thus, Grant me, virgin born of night, this thy proper task and service, that the rumour of our renown may not crumble away, nor the Aeneadae have power to win Latinus by marriage, or beset the borders of Italy. Thou canst set brothers once united in armed conflict, and overturn families with hatreds. Thou canst launch into houses thy whips and deadly brands. Thine are 1,000 names, 1,000 devices of injury. Stir up thy teeming breast, sunder the peace they have joined, and sow seeds of quarrel. Let all at once desire and demand and seize on arms. Thereon, Alecto, steeped in Gorgonian venom, first seeks Latium and the high house of the Laurentine monarch, and silently sits down before Amata's doors, whom a woman's distress and anger heated to frenzy over the Teucrians' coming and the marriage of Turnus. At her the goddess flings a snake out of her dusky tresses, and slips it into her bosom to her very inmost heart, that she may embroil all her house under its maddening magic. Sliding between her raiment and smooth breasts, it coils without touch, and instills its viperous breath unseen. The great serpent turns into the twisted gold about her neck, turns into the long ribbon of her chaplet, enweaves her hair, and winds slippery over her body. And while the gliding infection of the clammy poison begins to penetrate her sense, and run in fire through her fame, nor as yet hath all her breast caught fire, softly she spoke, and in mother's wonted wise, with many a tear over her daughter and the Phrygian bridal, Is it to exiles, to Teucrians, that Lavinia is proffered in marriage, O father? And hast thou no compassion on thy daughter and on thyself, no compassion on her mother, whom with the first northern wind the treacherous rover will abandon, steering to sea with his maiden prize? Is it not thus the Phrygian herdsman wound his way to Lacedaemon, and carried Leda's Helen into the Trojan towns? Where is thy plighted faith? Where thine ancient care for thy people, and the hand Turnus thy kinsman hath so often clasped? If one of alien race from the Latins is sought for our son, if this stands fixed, and thy father Faunus' commands are heavy upon thee, all the land whose freedom severs it from our sway is to my mind alien, and of this is the divine word. And Turnus, if one retrace the earliest source of his line, is born of Inachus and Acrisius, and of the midmost of Mycenae. When, in this vain essay of words, she sees Latinus fixed against her, and the serpent's maddening poison is sunk deep in her vitals, and runs through and through her, then indeed, stung by infinite horrors, hapless and frenzied, she rages wildly through the endless city. As will a top flying under the twisted whipcord, which boys busy at their play drive circling wide round an empty hall, runs before the lash and spins in wide gyrations. The witless ungrown band hang wondering over it and admire the whirling boxwood. The strokes lend it life. With pace no slacker is she borne midway through towns and valiant nations. Nay, she flies into the woodland, under feigned Bacchic influence, assumes a greater guilt, arouses a greater frenzy, and hides her daughter in the mountain coverts, to rob the Teucrians of their bridal, and stay the marriage torches. Hail, Bacchus! She shrieks and clamours. Thou only art worthy of the maiden, for to thee she takes up the lissom wands, thee she circles in the dance, to thee she trains and consecrates her tresses. Rumour flies abroad, and the matrons, their breasts kindled by the Furies, run all at once with a single ardour to seek out strange dwellings. They have left their homes empty, they throw neck and hair free to the winds, while others fill the air with ringing cries, girt about with fawn skins, and carrying spears of vine. Amid them the infuriate queen holds her blazing pine torch on high, and chants the wedding of Turnus and her daughter. and rolling her bloodshot greys, cries sudden and harsh, Hear, O mothers of Latium, wheresoever you be, if unhappy Amata hath yet any favour in your affection, if care for a mother's right pierces you, untie the chaplets from your hair, begin the orgies with me. Thus, amid woods and wild beasts' solitary places, does Alecto goad the queen with the encircling Bacchic madness.
End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 7th, The Landing in Latium and the Roll of the Armies of Italy, Part 2. When their frenzy seemed heightened and her first task complete, the purpose and all the house of Latinus turned upside down, the dolorous goddess flies on thence, soaring on dusky wing to the walls of the gallant Rutulian, the city which Danae, they say, borne down on the boisterous south wind, built and planted with the Chrysians' people. The place was called Ardea, once of old, and still Ardea remains a mighty name, but its fortune is no more. Here in his high house Turnus now took rest in the black midnight. Alecto puts off her grim feature in the body of a fury. She transforms her face to an aged woman's, and furrows her brow with ugly wrinkles. She puts on white tresses chaplet bound, and entwines them with an olive spray. She becomes aged Caleb, priestess of Juno's temple, and presents herself before his eyes, uttering thus, Turnus, wilt thou brook all these toils poured out in vain, and the conveyance of thy crown to Dardanian settlers? The king denies thee thy bride, and the dower thy blood had earned, and a foreigner is sought for heir to the kingdom. Forth now, dupe, and face thankless perils. Forth, cut down the Tyrrhenian lines. Give the Latins peace and thy protection. This Saturn's omnipotent daughter in very presence commanded me to pronounce to thee as thou wert lying in the still night. Wherefore arise, and make ready with good cheer to arm thy people, and march through thy gates to battle. Consume those Phrygian captains that lie with their painted holes in the beautiful river. All the force of heaven orders thee on. Let King Latinus himself know of it, unless he consents to give thee thy bridle, and abide by his words when he shall at last make proof of Turnus' arms. But he, deriding her inspiration, with the words of his mouth, thus answers her again. The fleets ride on the Tiber wave. That news hath not, as thou deemest, escaped mine ears. Frame not such terrors before me. Neither is Queen Juno forgetful of us. But thee, O mother, overworn old age, exhausted and untrue, frets with vain distress, and amid embattled kings mocks thy presage with false dismay. Thy charge is to keep the divine image in temple. War and peace shall be in the hands of men and warriors. At such words Alecto's wrath blazed out. But amid his utterance a quick shudder overruns his limbs. His eyes are fixed in horror, so thickly hiss the snakes of the fury, so vast her form expands. Then, rolling her fiery eyes, she thrust him back as he would stammer out more, raised two serpents in her hair, and, sounding her whip, resumed with furious tone, Behold me the overworn, me whom old age, exhausted and untrue, mocks with false dismay amid embattled kings. Look on this, I am come from the home of the dread sisters, war and death are in my hand. So speaking, she hurled her torch at him, and pierced his breast with the lurid smoking brand. He breaks from sleep in overpowering fear, his limbs and body bathed in sweat that breaks out all over him. He shrieks madly for arms, searches for arms, on his bed and in his palace. The passion of the sword rages high, the accursed fury of war, and wrath over all. Even as when flaming sticks are heaped roaring loud under the sides of a seething cauldron, and the boiling water leaps up, the river of water within smokes furiously and swells high in overflowing foam, and now the wave contains itself no longer. The dark steam flies aloft. So, for the stain of the broken peace, he orders his chief warriors to march on King Latinus, and bids prepare for battle to defend Italy and drive the foe from their borders. Himself will suffice for Trojans and Latins together. When he uttered these words and called the gods to hear his vows, the Rutulians stir one another up to arms. One is moved by the splendor of his youthful beauty, one by his royal ancestry, another by the noble deeds of his hand. While Turnus fills the Rutulian minds with valor, Alecto, on Stygian wing, hastens towards the Trojans. With fresh wiles she marked the spot where beautiful Aeolus was trapping and coursing game on the bank. Here the infernal maiden suddenly crosses his hounds with the maddening touch of a familiar scent and drives them hotly on the stag hunt. This was the source and spring of ill, and kindled the country folk to war. The stag, beautiful and high-antlered, was stolen from his mother's udder and bred by Tyreus's boys and their father Tyreus, master of the royal herds and ranger of the plain. Their sister Silvia tamed him to her rule and lavished her care on his adornment, twining his antlers with delicate garlands and combed his wild coat and washed him in the clear spring. Tamed to her hand, and familiar to his master's table, he would wander the woods and, however late the night, return home to the door he knew. Far astray, he floated idly down the stream, and allayed his heat on the green bank, when Iülus' mad hounds started him in their hunting, and Ascanius himself, kindled with desire of the chief honour, aimed a shaft from his bended bow. A present deity suffered not his hand to stray, and the loud whistling reed came driven through his belly and flanks. But the wounded beast fled within the familiar roof, and crept moaning to the courtyard, dabbled with blood, and filling all the house with moans, as of one beseeching. Sister Silvia, smiting her arms with open hands, begins to call for aid, and gathers the hardy rustics with her cries. They, for a fell destroyer is hidden in the silent woodland, are there before her expectation, one armed with a stake hardened in the fire, one with a heavy knotted trunk. What each one searches and finds, wrath turns into a weapon. Tyreus cheers on his array, panting hard, with his axe caught up in his hand, as he was happily splitting an oaken log in 4 clefts with cross-driven wedges. But the grim goddess, seizing from her watchtower the moment of mischief, seeks the steep farm roof and sounds the pastoral war note from the ridge, straining the infernal cry on her twisted horn. It spread shuddering over all the woodland and echoed through the deep forests. The lake of Trivia heard it afar, Nar River heard it with white sulphurous water, and the springs of Velinus, and fluttered mothers clasped their children to their breast. Then, hurrying to the voice of the terrible trumpet note, on all sides the wild rustics snatch their arms and stream in. Therewithal the men of Troy pour out from their camp's open gates to succour Ascanius. The lines are ranged. Not now in rustic strife do they fight with hard trunks or burned stakes. The 2-edged steel sways the fight. The broad cornfields bristle dark with drawn swords, and brass flashes smitten by the sunlight, and casts a gleam high into the cloudy air, as when the wind begins to blow and the flood to whiten. Gradually the sea lifts his waves higher and yet higher, then rises from the bottom right into the air. Here in the front rank young Almo, once Tyreus' eldest son, is struck down by a whistling arrow, for the wound, staying in his throat, cut off blood and the moist voice's passage, and the thin life. Around many a one lies dead, aged Galesus among them, slain as he throws himself between them for a peacemaker, once incomparable in justice and wealth of Azonian fields. For him 5 flocks bleated, a 5-fold herd returned from pasture, and 100 ploughs upturned the soil. But while thus in even battle they fight on the broad plain, the goddess, her promise fulfilled, when she hath dyed the war in blood and mingled death in the first encounter, quits Hesperia, and, glancing through the sky, addresses Juno in exultant tone. Lo, discord is ripened at thy desire into baleful war. Tell them now to mix in amity and join alliance. Insomuch as I have imbued the Trojans in Azonian blood, this likewise will I add, if I have assurance of thy will. With my rumours I will sweep the bordering towns into war and kindle their spirit with furious desire for battle, that from all quarters help may come. I will sow the land with arms. Then Juno, answering, Terror and harm is wrought abundantly. The springs of war are aflow, they fight with arms in their grasp, the arms that chance first supplied, that fresh blood stains. Let this be the union, this the bridal, that Venus' illustrious progeny and Latinus the king shall celebrate. Our Lord who reigns on Olympus' summit would not have thee stray too freely in heaven's upper air. Withdraw thy presence, whatsoever future remains in the struggle, that I myself will sway. Such accents uttered the daughter of Saturn, and the other raises her rustling snaky wings and darts away from the high upper air to Cocytus her home. There is a place midmost of Italy, deep in the hills, notable and famed of rumour in many a country, the Vale of Amsanctus. On either hand a wooded ridge, dark with thick foliage, hems it in, and midway a torrent in swirling eddies shivers and echoes over the rocks. Here is shown a ghastly pool, a breathing hole of the grim lord of hell, and a vast chasm breaking into Acheron yawns with pestilential throat. In it the Fury sank, and relieved earth and heaven of her hateful influence. But therewithal the queenly daughter of Saturn puts the last touch to war. The shepherds pour in full tale from the battlefield into the town, bearing back their slain, the boy Almo in Galasius's disfigured face, and cry on the gods and call on Latinus. Turnus is there, and amid the heat and outcry at the slaughter redoubles his terrors, crying that Teucrians are bidden to the kingdom, that a Phrygian race is mingling its taint with theirs, and he is thrust out of their gates. They too, the matrons of whose kin, struck by Bacchus, trample in choirs down the pathless woods, nor is Amata's name a little thing. They too gather together from all sides, and weary themselves with the battle cry. Omens and oracles of gods go down before them, and all under malign influence clamor for awful war. Emulously they surround Latinus's royal house. He withstands, even as a rock in ocean unremoved, as a rock in ocean when the great crash comes down, firm in its own mass among many waves slapping all about. In vain the crags and boulders hiss round it in foam, and the seaweed on its side is flung up and sucked away. But when he may in no wise overbear their blind counsel, and all goes at fierce Juno's beck, with many an appeal to gods and void sky, "Alas," he cries, "we are broken of fate and driven helpless in the storm. With your very blood you will pay the price of this, O wretched men. Thee, O Turnus, thy crime, thee thine awful punishment shall await. Too late wilt thou address to heaven thy prayers and supplication. For my rest was won, and my haven full at hand. I am robbed but of a happy death." And without further speech he shut himself in the palace and dropped the reins of the state. There was a use in Hesperian Latium, which the Alban towns kept in holy observance, now Rome keeps, the mistress of the world, when they stir the war god to enter battle, whether their hands prepare to carry war and weeping among Getae or Hyrcanians, or Arabs, or to reach to India and pursue the dawn and reclaim their standards from the Parthian. There are twain gates of war, so runs their name, consecrate in grim Mars's sanctity and terror. 100 bolts of brass and masses of everlasting iron shut them fast, and Janus the guardian never sets foot from their threshold. There, when the sentence of the fathers stands fixed for battle, the consul, arrayed in the robe of Quirinus and the Gabine cincture, with his own hand unbars the grating doors, with his own lips calls battle forth, and then all the rest follow on, and the brazen trumpets blare harsh with consenting breath. With this use then likewise they bade Latinus proclaim war on the Aeneadae, and unclose the baleful gates. He withheld his hand and shrank away, averse from the abhorred service, and hid himself blindly in the dark. Then the Saturnian queen of heaven glided from the sky, with her own hand thrust open the lingering gates, and swung sharply back on their hinges the iron-bound doors of war. Ausonia is ablaze, till then unstirred and immovable. Some make ready to march afoot over the plains. Some, mounted on tall horses, ride amain in clouds of dust. All seek out arms, and now they rub their shields smooth, and make their spearheads glitter with fat lard, and grind their axes on the whetstone. Rejoicingly they advance under their standards, and hear the trumpet note. 5 great cities set up the anvil and sharpen the sword. Strong Atina, and proud Tiber, Ardea, and Crustumeri, and turreted Antemne. They hollow out headgear to guard them, and plate wickerwork round shield bosses. Others forge breastplates of brass or smooth greaves of flexible silver. To this has come the honor of share and pruning hook. To this all the love of the plough. They retemper their fathers' swords in the furnace, and now the trumpets blare. The watchword for war passes along. One snatches a helmet hurriedly from his house, another backs his neighing horses into the yoke, and arrays himself in shield and mail-coat triple-linked with gold, and girds on his trusty sword. Open now the gates of Helicon, goddesses, and stir the song of the kings that rose for war, the array that followed each and filled the plains, the men that even then blossomed, the arms that blazed in Italy, the bountiful land. For you remember, divine ones, and you can recall, to us but a breath of rumor, scant and slight, is wafted down. First from the Tyrrhene coast, savage Mezentius, scorner of the gods, opens the war and arrays his columns. By him is Lausus his son, unexcelled in bodily beauty by any save Laurentine Turnus. Lausus, tamer of horses and destroyer of wild beasts, he leads 1,000 men who followed him in vain from Agila town, worthy to be happier in ancestral rule, and to have other than Mezentius for father. After them, the beautiful Aventinus, born of beautiful Hercules, displays on the sward his palm-covered chariot and victorious horses, and carries on his shield his father's device, the 100 snakes of the Hydra's serpent wreath. Him, in the wood of the hill Aventine, Rhea the priestess bore by stealth into borders of light a woman mingled with a god. And after the Terinthian conqueror had slain Geryon and set foot on the fields of Laurentum, and bathed his Iberian oxen in the Tuscan river. These carry for war javelins and grim stabbing weapons, and fight with the round shaft and sharp point of the Sabellian pike. Himself he went on foot, swathed in a vast lion skin, shaggy with bristling terrors, whose white teeth encircled his head. In such wild dress the garb of Hercules clasped over his shoulders, he entered the royal house. Next, twin brothers leave Tibur town, and the people, called by their brother Tiburtus's name, Catillus and valiant Chorus, the Argives, and advance in the forefront of battle among the throng of spears, as when two cloud-born centaurs descend from a lofty mountain peak, leaving Homel or snowy Othrys in rapid race. The mighty forest yields before them as they go, and the crashing thickets give them way. Nor was the founder of Praeneste's city absent, the king who, as every age hath believed, was born of Vulcan among the pasturing herbs, and found beside the hearth Seiculus. On him a rusty battalion attends in loose order, they who dwell in steep Praeneste, in the fields of Juno of Gabi, on the cool Anio and the Hernican rocks, dewy with streams, they whom rich Anagnia, in whom thou, Lord of Maecenas, pasturest. Not all of them have armor, nor shields and clattering chariots. The most part shower bullets of dull lead, some wield in their hand 2 darts, and have for head covering caps of tawny wolfskin. Their left foot is bare, wherewith to plant their steps. The other is covered with a boot of rawhide. But Messapus, tamer of horses, the seed of Neptune, whom none might ever strike down with steel or fire, calls quickly to arms his long unstirred peoples, and bands disused to war, and again handles the sword. These are of the Fescennine ranks, and the Equifalisci, these of Soracte's fortresses, and the fields of Flavina, in Seminus' lake and hill, and the groves of Capena. They marched in even time, singing their king. And whilom snowy swans among the thin clouds, when they return from pasturage, and utter resonant notes through their long necks. Far off echoes the river and the smitten Asian fen. Nor would one think these vast streaming masses were ranks clad in brass, rather that, high in air, a cloud of hoarse birds from the deep gulf was pressing to the shore. Lo, Clausus of the ancient Sabine blood, leading a great host himself, from whom now the Claudian tribe and family is spread abroad since Rome was shared with the Sabines. Alongside is the broad battalion of Amiternum and the old Latins, and all the force of Aretum and Mutuscan olivyards. They who dwell in Nomentum town in the Rosian country by Valinus, who keeps the crags of rough Tetrica and Mount Severus, Casperia and Feruli, and the river of Himela, they who drink of Tiber and Fabaris, they who cold Nursia hath sent, and the squadrons of Horta and the tribes of Latinium, and they whom Alia, the ill-ominous name, servers with its current, as many of the waves that roll on the Libyan sea-floor when the fierce Orion sets in the wintry surge, as thick as the ears that ripen in the morning sunlight on the plain of the Hermus, or the yellowing Lycian Tith. Their shields clatter, and earth is amazed under the trampling of their feet. Here Agamemnonian Halesus, foe of the Trojan name, yanks his chariot horses and draws 1,000 warlike peoples to Turnus, those who turn with spades the mastic soil that is glad with wine, whom the elders of Arunca sent from their high hills, in the Sidicine low country hard by, and those who leave Challis, and the dweller by the shallows of the Volturnus river, and side by side the rough Siticulan and the Oscan bands. Polished maces are their weapons. In these it is their wont to fit with a tough thong. A target covers their left side, and for close fighting they have crooked swords. Nor shalt thou, Ebalus, depart untold of in our verses, who wast born, men say, by the nymph Sabethus to Telon, when he grew old in rule over Caprae, the Teleboic realm. But not so content with his ancestral fields, his son even held down in wide sway the Serastian peoples in the meadows watered by Sarnus, and the dwellers in Rufrae and Batolam, in the fields of Selemne, and they on whom from her apple orchards a Bella city looks down. Their wont was to hurl lances in Teutonic fashion. Their head covering was stripped bark of the cork tree, their shield plates glittering brass their sword. Thee too, Fens, mountainous Nurse sent forth to battle, of noble fame and prosperous arms, whose race on the stiff Aquiculan clods is rough beyond all other, and bred to continual hunting in the woodland. They till the soil in arms, and it is ever their delight to drive in fresh spoils and live on plunder. Furthermore there came, sent by King Archippus, the priest of the Maruvian people, dressed with prosperous olive leaves over his helmet, Umbro excellent in valour, who was wont with charm and touch to sprinkle slumberous dew on the viper's brood and water snakes of noisome breath. Yet he availed not to heal the stroke of the Dardanian spear-point, nor was the wound of him helped by his sleepy charms and herbs called on the Massic hills. Thee the woodland of Angitia, thee Phoenicus' glassy wave, thee the clear pools wept. Likewise the seed of Hippolytus marched to war, Virbius most excellent in beauty, sent by his mother Aricia. The groves of Egeria nursed him round the spongy shore where Diana's altar stands rich and gracious. For they saw in story that Hippolytus, after he fell by his stepmother's treachery, torn asunder by his frightened horses to fulfill a father's revenge, came again to the daylight in heaven's upper air, recalled by Diana's love and the drugs of the healer. Then the Lord Omnipotent, indignant that any mortal should rise from the nether shades to the light of life, launched his thunder and hurled down to the Stygian water the Phoebus-born, the discoverer of such craft and cure. But Trivia the Bountiful hides Hippolytus in a secret habitation, and sends him away to the nymph Egeria, in the woodlands keeping, where, solitary in Italian forests, he should spend an inglorious life, and have Virbius for his altered name. Whence also hoofed horses are kept away from Trivia's temple and consecrated groves, because, affrighted at the portents of the sea, they overset the chariot and flung him out upon the shore. Notwithstanding did his son train his ruddy steeds on the level plain, and sped charioted to war. Himself too among the foremost, splendid in beauty of body, Turnus moves armed and towers a whole head over all. His lofty helmet, triple tressed with horsehair, holds high a chimera breathing from her throat Aenean fires, raging the more and exasperate with baleful flames as the battle and bloodshed grow fiercer. But on his polished shield was emblazoned in gold, low with uplifted horns, already a heifer and overgrown with hair, a lofty design, and Argus the maiden's warder, and Lord Inachus pouring his stream from his embossed urn. Behind comes a cloud of infantry, and shielded columns thicken over all the plains. The Argive men and Auruncan forces, the Rutulians and the old Sicanians, the Socranian ranks and the Betians with painted shields, they who till thy dells, O Tiber, and Numicus' sacred shore, and whose plowshare goes up and down on the Rutulian hills and the Circean headland, over whose fields of Jupiter Anxur watches, and Feronia glad in her greenwood, and where the marsh of Satyra lies black, and cold Ufens wins his way along the valley bottoms and sinks into the sea. Therewithal came Camilla the Volscian, leading a train of cavalry, squadrons splendid with brass, a warrior maiden who had never used her woman's hands to Minerva's distaff or wool baskets, but hardened to endure the battle shock and outstrip the winds with racing feet. She might have flown across the topmost blades of unmown corn, and left the tender ears unhurt as she ran, or sped her way over mid-sea upborne by the swelling flood, nor dipped her swift feet in the water. All the people pour from house and field, and mothers crowd to wander and gaze at her as she goes, in rapturous astonishment of the royal lustre of purple that drapes her smooth shoulders, at the clasp of gold that intertwines her tresses, at the Lycian quiver she carries, in the pastoral myrtle shaft topped with steel. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 8th, The Embassage to Evander, Part 1. When Turnus ran up the flag of war on the towers of Laurentum, and the trumpets blared with harsh music, when he spurred his fiery steeds and clashed his armour, straightway men's hearts are in tumult. All Latium at once flutters in banded uprisal, and her warriors rage furiously. Their chiefs, Messapus and Ufens and Mezentius, scorner of the gods, begin to enrol forces on all sides, and dispeople the wide fields of husbandmen. Venulus too is sent to the town of mighty Diomede to seek succour, to instruct him that Teucrians set foot in Latium, that Aeneas in his fleet invades them with the vanquished gods of his home, and proclaims himself the king summoned of fate, that many tribes join the Dardanian, and his name swells high in Latium. What he will rear on these foundations, what issue of battle he desires if fortune attend him, lies clearer to his own sight than to King Turnus or King Latinus. Thus was it in Latium, and the hero of Laomedon's blood, seeing it all, tosses on a heavy surge of care, and throws his mind rapidly this way and that, and turns it on all hands in swift change of thought, even as, when the quivering light of water brimming in brass, struck back from the sunlight or the moon's glittering reflection, flickers abroad over all the room, and now mounts aloft and strikes the high panelled roof. Night fell, and over all lands weary creatures were fast in deep slumber, the race of fowl and of cattle, when Lord Aeneas, sick at heart of the dismal warfare, stretched him on the river bank under the cope of the cold sky, and let sleep, though late, overspread his limbs. To him the very god of the ground, the pleasant Tiber stream, seemed to raise his aged form among the poplar boughs. Thick lawn veiled him with its grey covering, and shadowy reeds hid his hair. Thereon he addressed him thus, and with these words allayed his distresses. O born of the family of the gods, thou who bearest back our Trojan city from hostile hands, and keepest Troy towers in eternal life, O long looked for on Laurentine ground and Latin fields, here is thine assured home, thine home's assured gods. Draw not thou back, nor be alarmed by menace of war. All the anger and wrath of the gods is passed away, and even now, for thine assurance, that thou think not this the idle fashioning of sleep, a great sow shall be found lying under the oaks on the shore, with her new-born litter of 30 head. White she couches on the ground, and the brood about her teats is white. By this token in 30 revolving years shall Ascanius found a city, Alba of bright name. My prophecy is sure. Now hearken, and I will briefly instruct thee how thou mayest unravel and overcome thy present task. An Arcadian people sprung of Pallas, following in their king Evander's company beneath his banners, have chosen a place in these coasts, and set a city on the hills, called Pallanteum, after Pallas their forefather. These wage perpetual war with the Latin race. These do thou take to thy camp's alliance, and join with them in league. Myself I will lead thee by my banks and straight along my stream, that thou mayest oar thy way upward against the river. Up and arise, goddess born, and even with the setting stars address thy prayers to Juno as is meet, and vanquish her wrath and menaces with humble vows. To me thou shalt pay a conqueror's sacrifice. I am he whom thou seest washing the banks with full flood, and severing the rich tilth, glassy Tiber, best beloved by heaven of rivers. Here is my stately home, my fountain head is among high cities. Thus spoke the river, and sank in the depth of the pool. Night and sleep left Aeneas. He arises, and looking towards the radiant sky of the sun-rising, holds up water from the river in fitly hollowed palms, and pours to heaven these accents. Nymphs, Laurentine nymphs, from whom is the generation of rivers, and thou, O father Tiber, with thine holy flood, receive Aeneas, and deign to save him out of danger. What pool soever holds thy source, who pitiest our discomforts, from whatsoever soil thou dost spring excellent in beauty, ever shall my worship, ever my gifts frequent thee, the horned river lord of Hesperian waters. Ah, be thou only by me, and graciously confirm thy will. So speaks he, and chooses 2 galleys from his fleet, and mans them with rowers, and withal equips a crew with arms. And lo! Suddenly, ominous and wonderful to tell, the milk-white sow, of one colour with her white brood, is espied through the forest couched on the green brink, whom to thee, yes, to thee, queenly Juno, good Aeneas offers in sacrifice, and sets with her offspring before thine altar. All that night long Tiber assuaged his swelling stream, and silently stayed his refluent wave, smoothing the surface of his waters to the fashion of still pool and quiet mere, to spare labour to the oar. So they set out, and sped on their way with prosperous cries. The painted fir slides along the waterway. The waves and unwonted woods marvel at their far-gleaming shields, and the gay hulls afloat on the river. They outwear a night and a day in rowing, ascend the long reaches, and pass under the checkered shadows of the trees, and cut through the green woodland in the calm water. The fiery sun had climbed midway in the circle of the sky, when they see afar fortress walls and scattered house roofs, where now the might of Rome hath risen high as heaven. Then Evander held a slender state. Quickly they turn their prows to land, and draw near the town. It chanced on that day the Arcadian king paid his accustomed sacrifice to the great son of Amphitryon, and all the gods in a grove before the city. With him his son Pallas, with him all the chief of his people, and his poor senate were offering incense, and the blood steamed warm at their altars. When they saw the high ships, saw them glide up between the shady woodlands and rest on their silent oars, the sudden sight appalls them, and all at once they rise and stop the banquet. Pallas courageously forbids them to break off the rites. Snatching up a spear, he flies forward, and from a hillock cries afar, "O men, what cause hath driven you to explore these unknown ways? Or whither do you steer? What is your kin? Whence your habitation? Is it peace or arms you carry hither?" Then from the lofty stern Lord Aeneas thus speaks, stretching forth in his hand an olive bough of peace-bearing. "Thou seest men born of Troy, and arms hostile to the Latins, who have driven us to flight in insolent warfare. We seek Evander. Carry this message, and tell him that chosen men of the Dardanian captains are come pleading for an armed alliance." Pallas stood amazed at the august name. "Descend," he cries, "whoso thou art, and speak with my father face to face, and enter our home and hospitality." And giving him the grasp of welcome, he caught and clung to his hand. Advancing, they enter the grove and leave the river. Then Aeneas in courteous words addresses the king. "Best of the Grecian race, thou whom fortune hath willed that I supplicate, holding before me boughs dressed in fillets, no fear stayed me because thou wert a Grecian chief and an Arcadian, or allied by descent to the twin sons of Atreus. Nay, mine own prowess and the sanctity of divine oracles, our ancestral kinship, and the fame of thee that is spread abroad over the earth, have allied me to thee, and led me willingly on the path of fate. Dardanus, who sailed to the Teucrian land, the first father and founder of the Ilian city, was born, as Greeks relate, of Electra, the Atlantid. Electra's sire is ancient Atlas, whose shoulder sustains the heavenly spheres. Your father is Mercury, whom white Maia conceived and bore on the cold summit of Selene. But Maia, if we give any credence to report, is daughter of Atlas, that same Atlas who bears up the starry heavens. So both our families branch from a single blood. In this confidence I sent no embassy, I framed no crafty overtures. Myself I have presented mine own person, and come a suppliant to thy courts. The same Daunian race pursues us and thee in merciless warfare. We once expelled, they trust nothing will withhold them from laying all Hesperia wholly beneath their yoke, and holding the seas that wash it above and below. Accept and return our friendship. We can give brave hearts in war, high souls and men approved in deeds." Aeneas ended. The other ere now scanned in a long gaze the face and eyes and all the form of the speaker, then thus briefly returns: "How gladly, bravest of the Teucrians, do I hail and own thee! How I recall thy father's words and the very tone and glance of great Anchises! For I remember how Priam, son of Laomedon, when he sought Salamis on his way to the realm of his sister Hesione, went on to visit the cold borders of Arcadia. Then early youth clad my cheeks with bloom. I admired the Teucrian captains, admired their lord, the son of Laomedon. But Anchises moved high above them all. My heart burned with youthful passion to accost him and clasp hand in hand. I made my way to him, and led him eagerly to Phaeacius' high town. Departing, he gave me an adorned quiver and Lycian arrows, a scarf inwoven with gold, and a pair of golden bits that now my palace possesses. Therefore my hand is already joined in the alliance you seek, and soon as tomorrow's dawn rises again over earth, I will send you away rejoicing in mine aid, and supply you from my store. Meanwhile, since you are come hither in friendship, solemnize with us these yearly rites, which we may not defer, and even now learn to be familiar at your comrades' board." This said, he commands the feast and the wine cups to be replaced whence they were taken, and with his own hand ranges them on the grassy seat, and welcomes Aeneas to the place of honour, with a lion's shaggy fell for cushion, and a hospitable chair of maple. Then chosen men with the priest of the altar in emulous haste bring roasted flesh of bulls, and pile baskets with the gift of ground corn, and serve the wine. Aeneas and the men of Troy with him feed on the long chines of oxen and the entrails of the sacrifice. After hunger is driven away and the desire of food stayed, King Evander speaks. "No idle superstition that knows not the gods of old ordered these our solemn rites, this customary feast, this altar of august sanctity. Saved from bitter perils, O Trojan guest, do we worship, and most due are the rites we inaugurate. Look now first on this overhanging cliff of stone, where shattered masses lie strewn, and the mountain dwelling stands desolate, and rocks are rent away in vast ruin. Here was a cavern, awful and deep withdrawn, impenetrable to the sunbeams, where the monstrous half-human shape of Cacus had his hold. The ground was ever wet with fresh slaughter, and pallid faces of men, ghastly with gore, hung nailed on the haughty doors. This monster was the son of Vulcan, and spouted his black fires from his mouth as he moved in giant bulk. To us also in our desire time bore a god's aid and arrival. For princely Alcides, the avenger, came glorious in the spoils of triple Geryon slain. This way the conqueror drove the huge bulls, and his oxen filled the river valley. But savage Cacus, infatuate to leave nothing undared or unhandled in craft or crime, drives 4 bulls of choice shape away from their pasturage, and as many heifers of excellent beauty, and these, that there should be no straightforward footprints, he dragged by the tail into his cavern, the track of their compelled path reversed, and hid them behind the screen of rock. No marks were there to lead a seeker to the cavern. Meanwhile the son of Amphitryon, his herds filled with food, was now breaking up his pasturage and making ready to go, the oxen low as they depart. All the woodland is filled with their complaint as they clamorously quit the hills. One heifer returned the cry, and lowing from the depth of the dreary cave, baffled the hope of Cacus from her imprisonment. At this the grief and choler of Alcides blazed forth dark and infuriate. Seizing in his hand his club of heavy knotted oak, he seeks with swift pace the airy mountain steep. Then, as never before, did we see Cacus afraid and his countenance troubled. He goes flying swifter than the wind, and seeks his cavern. Fear wings his feet. As he shut himself in, and bursting the chains dropped the vast rock slung in iron by his father's craft, and blocked the doorway with its pressure, lo, the Tarinthian came in furious wrath, and scanning all the entry, turned his face this way and that, and ground his teeth. Thrice, hot with rage, he circles all Mount Aventine. Thrice he assails the rocky portals in vain. Thrice he sinks down, outwearied, in the valley. There stood a sharp rock of flint with sides cut sheer away, rising over the cavern's ridge a vast height to see, fit haunt for foul birds to build on. This, for, sloping from the ridge, it leaned on the left towards the river, he loosened, urging it from the right till he tore it loose from its deep foundations, then suddenly shook it free. With the shock the vast sky thunders, the banks leap apart, and the amazed river recoils. But the den, Cacus's huge palace, lay open and revealed, and the depths of gloomy cavern were made manifest, even as though some force tearing earth apart should unlock the infernal house and disclose the pallid realms abhorred of heaven. And deep down the monstrous gulf he descried where the ghosts flutter in the streaming daylight. On him then, surprised in unexpected light, shut in the rock's recesses and howling in strange fashion, Alcides from above hurls missiles, and calls all his arms to aid, and presses hard on him with bows and enormous millstones. And he, for none other escape from peril is left, vomits from his throat vast jets of smoke, wonderful to tell, and enwreathes his dwelling in blind gloom, blotting view from the eyes, while in the cave's depth night thickens with smoke bursts, in a darkness shot with fire. Alcides broke forth in anger, and with a bound hurled himself sheer amid the flames, where the smoke rolls billowing and voluminous, and the cloud surges black through the enormous den. Here, as Cacus in the darkness spouts forth his idle fires, he grasps and twines tight round him, till his eyes start out, and his throat is drained of blood under the strangling pressure. Straightway the doors are torn open, and the dark house laid plain. The stolen oxen and forsworn plunder are shown forth to heaven, and the misshapen carcass dragged forward by the feet. Men cannot satisfy their soul with gazing on the terrible eyes, the monstrous face, and shaggy bristling chest, and the throat with its quenched fires. Thenceforth this sacrifice is solemnized, and a younger race have gladly kept the day. Potitius the inaugurator, and the Pinarian family, guardians of the rites of Hercules, have set in the grove this altar, which shall ever be called of us most mighty, and shall be our mightiest evermore. Wherefore arise, O men, and enwreathe your hair with leafy sprays, and stretch forth the cups in your hands. Call on our common God, and pour the glad wine. He ended, when the twy-coloured poplar of Hercules hid his shaded hair with pendulous plaited leaf, and the sacred goblet filled his hand. Speedily all pour glad libation on the board, and supplicate the gods. Meanwhile the evening star draws nigher down the slope of heaven, and now the priests went forth, Potitius at their head, girt with skins after their fashion, and bore torches of flame. They renew the banquet, and bring the grateful gift of a second repast, and heap the altars with loaded platters. Then the Salii stand round the lit altar fires to sing, their brows bound with poplar boughs, one chorus of young men, one of elders, and extol in song the praises and deeds of Hercules. How first he strangled in his gripe the twin terrors, the snakes of his stepmother, how he likewise shattered in war famous cities, Troy and Oechalia, how under Eurystheus the king he bore the toil of 1,000 labours by Juno's malign decrees. Thine hand, unconquered, slays the cloud-born double-bodied race, Hylaeus and Pholus, the Cretan monster, and the huge lion in the hollow Nemean rock. Before thee the Stygian pools shook for fear, before thee the warder of hell, couched on half-gnawn bones in his blood-stained cavern. To thee not any form was terrible, not Typhoeus' self towering in arms. Thou wast not bereft of counsel when the snake of Lerna encompassed thee with thronging heads. Hail, true seed of Jove, deified glory! Graciously visit us, and these thy rites, with favourable feet. Such are their songs of praise, they crown all with the cavern of Cacus and its fire-breathing lord. All the woodland echoes with their clamour, and the hills resound. Thence, all at once, the sacred rites accomplished, retrace their way to the city. The age-worn king walked holding Aeneas and his son by his side for companions on his way, and lightened the load with changing talk. Aeneas admires and turns his eyes lightly round, pleased with the country, and gladly on spot after spot inquires and hears of the memorials of earlier men. Then King Evander, founder of the fortress of Rome: in these woodlands dwelt fauns and nymphs sprung of the soil, and a tribe of men born of stocks and hard oak, who had neither law nor grace of life, nor did they know to yoke bulls, or lay up stores, or save their gains, but were nurtured by the forest boughs and the hard living of the huntsman. Long ago Saturn came from heaven on high, in flight before Jove's arms, an exile from his lost realm. He gathered together the unruly race scattered on the mountain heights, and gave them statutes, and chose Latium to be their name, since in these borders he had found a safe hiding place. Beneath his reign were the ages named of gold. Thus, in peace and quietness, did he rule the nations. Till gradually there crept in a sunken and stained time, the rage of war and the lust of possession. Then came the Ausonian clan and the tribes of Sicania, and many a time the land of Saturn put away her name. Then were kings, and fierce Thybris with his giant bulk, from whose name we of Italy afterwards called the Tiber river, when it lost the true name of old, Albula. Me, cast out from my country and following the utmost limits of the sea, Fortune, the omnipotent and irreversible doom, settled in this region. And my mother, the nymph Carmentis' awful warnings and Apollo's divine counsel, drove me hither. Scarce was this said. Next advancing he points out the altar and the Carmental gate, which the Romans call anciently by that name in honour of the nymph Carmentis, seer and soothsayer, who sang of old the coming greatness of the Aeneid and the glory of Pallanteum. Next he points out the wide grove where valiant Romulus set his sanctuary, and the Lupercal, in the cool hollow of the rock, dedicate to Lycian Pan, after the manner of Parasia. Therewithal he shows the holy wood of Argiletum, and calls the spot to witness, as he tells the slaying of his guest Argus. Hence he leads him to the Tarpeian house, and the Capitol golden now, of old rough with forest thickets. Even then men trembled before the wood and rock. This grove, he cries, this hill with its leafy crown, is a god's dwelling, though whose we know not. The Arcadians believe Jove himself hath been visible, when often he shook the darkening aegis in his hand, and gathered the storm clouds. Thou seest these two towns, likewise with walls overthrown, relics and memorials of men of old. This fortress Lord Janus built, this Saturn. The name of this one was once Janiculum, of that Saturnia. With such mutual words they drew nigh the house of poor Evander, and saw scattered herds lowing on the Roman Forum and down the gay Carinae. When they reached his dwelling, "This threshold," he cries, "Alcides the Conqueror stooped to cross. In this palace he rested. Dare thou, my guest, to despise riches? Mould thyself to like dignity of Godhead, and come not exacting to our poverty." He spoke, and led tall Aeneas under the low roof of his narrow dwelling, and laid him on a couch of stuffed leaves and the skin of a Libyan she-bear. Night falls, and clasps the earth in her dusky wings. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 8th, The Embassage to Evander, Part 2. But Venus, stirred in spirit by no vain mother's alarms, and moved by the threats and stern uprisal of the Laurentines, addresses herself to Vulcan, and in her golden bridal chamber begins thus, breathing divine passion in her speech. While Argolic kings wasted in war the doomed towers of Troy, the fortress fated to fall in hostile fires, no succour did I require for her wretched people, no weapons of thine art and aid. Nor would I task, dear my lord, thee or thy toils for naught, though I owed many and many a debt to the children of Priam, and had often wept the sore labour of Aeneas. Now by Jove's command he hath set foot in the Rutulian borders. I now therefore come with entreaty, and ask armour of the god I worship. For the son she bore, the tears of Nereus' daughter, of Tithonus' consort, could melt thine heart. Look what nations are gathering, what cities bar their gates, and sharpen the sword against me for the desolation of my children. The goddess ended, and, as he hesitates, clasps him round in the soft embrace of her snowy arms. He suddenly caught the wonted flame, and the heat, known of old, pierced him to the heart, and overran his melting frame, even as when, bursting from the thunder peal, a sparkling cleft of fire shoots through the storm clouds with dazzling light. His consort knew, rejoiced in her wiles, and felt her beauty. Then her lord speaks, enchained by love the immortal. Why these far-fetched pleas? Whither, O goddess, is thy trust in me gone? Had like distress been thine, even then we might unblamed have armed thy Trojans, nor did doom nor the Lord omnipotent forbid Troy to stand, and Priam to survive yet 10 other years. And now, if thou purposest war, and this is thy counsel, whatever charge I can undertake in my craft, in aught that may be made of iron or molten electrum, whatever fire and air can do, cease thou to entreat as doubtful of thy strength. These words spoken, he clasped his wife in the desired embrace, and sinking in her lap, wooed quiet slumber to overspread his limbs. Thereon, so soon as sleep, now in mid-career of waning night, had given rest and gone, soon as a woman, whose task is to sustain life with her distaff and the slender labours of the loom, kindles the ashes of her slumbering fire, her toil encroaching on the night, and sets a long task of firelit spinning to her maidens, that so she may keep her husband's bed unsullied and nourish her little children. Even so, the Lord of Fire, nor slacker in his hours than she, rises from his soft couch to the work of his smithy. An island rises by the side of Sicily and Aeolian Lipare, steep with smoking cliffs, where under the vaulted and thunderous Aetnean caverns are hollowed out for Cyclopean forges. The strong strokes on the anvils echo in groans, ore of steel hisses in the vaults, and the fire pants in the furnaces. The house of Vulcan, and Vulcania the land's name. Hither now the Lord of Fire descends from heaven's height. In the vast cavern the Cyclopes were forging iron, Brontes and Steropes and Peracmon with bared limbs. Shaped in their hands was a thunderbolt, in part already polished, such as the Father of Heaven hurls down on earth in multitudes, part yet unfinished. 3 coils of frozen rain, 3 of watery mist they had enwrought in it, 3 of ruddy fire and winged south wind. Now they were mingling in their work the awful splendours, the sound and terror, and the angry pursuing flames. Elsewhere they hurried on a chariot for Mars with flying wheels, wherewith he stirs up men and cities, and burnished the gold serpent scales of the awful Aegis, the armour of wrathful Pallas, and the entwined snakes on the breast of the goddess, the Gorgon head with severed neck and rolling eyes. Away with all, he cries, stop your tasks unfinished, Cyclopes of Aetna, and attend to this. A warrior's armour must be made. Now must strength, now quickness of hand be tried, now all our art lend her guidance. Fling off delay. He spoke no more, but they all bent rapidly to the work, allotting their labours equally. Brass and ore of gold flow in streams, and wounding steel is molten in the vast furnace. They shape a mighty shield to receive singly all the weapons of the Latins, and weld it sevenfold, circle on circle. Some fill and empty the windy bellows of their blast, some dip the hissing brass in the trough. They raise their arms mightily in responsive time, and turn the mass of metal about in the grasp of their tongs. While the lord of Lemnos is busied thus in the borders of Aeolia, Evander is roused from his low dwelling by the gracious daylight and the matin songs of birds from the eaves. The old man arises, and draws on his body raiment, and ties the Tyrrhene shoe latchets about his feet, then buckles to his side and shoulder his Tygean sword, and swathes himself in a panther skin that droops upon his left. Therewithal 2 watchdogs go before him from the high threshold, and accompany their master's steps. The hero sought his guest Aeneas in the privacy of his dwelling, mindful of their talk and his promised bounty. Nor did Aeneas fail to be astir with the dawn. With the one went his son Pallas, with the other Achates. They meet and clasp hands, and sitting down within the house, at length enjoy unchecked converse. The king begins thus. Princely chief of the Teucrians, in whose lifetime I will never allow the state or realm of Troy vanquished, our strength is scant to succour in war for so great a name. On this side the Tuscan river shuts us in, on that the Rutulian drives us hard, and thunders in arms about our walls. But I purpose to unite to thee mighty peoples and the camp of a wealthy realm. An unforeseen chance offers this for thy salvation. Fate summons thy approach. Not far from here stands fast Agila city, an ancient pile of stone, where of old the Lydian race, eminent in war, settled on the Etruscan ridges. For many years it flourished, till King Mezentius ruled it with insolent sway and armed terror. Why should I relate the horrible murders, the savage deeds of the monarch? May the gods keep them in store for himself and his line. Nay, he would even link dead bodies to living, fitting hand to hand and face to face the torture, and in the oozy foulness and corruption of the dreadful embrace so slay them by a lingering death. But at last his citizens, outwearied by his mad excesses, surround him and his house in arms, cut down his comrades, and hurl fire on his roof. Amid the massacre he escaped to the refuge of Rutulian land and the armed defence of Turnus' friendship. So all Etruria hath risen in righteous fury, and in immediate battle claim their king for punishment. Over these thousands will I make thee chief, O Aeneas, for their noisy ships crowd all the shore, and they bid the standards advance, while the aged diviner stays them with prophecies. O chosen men of Maeonia, flower and strength of them of old time, whom righteous anger urges on the enemy, and Mezentius inflames with deserved wrath, to no Italian is it permitted to hold this great nation in control. Choose foreigners to lead you. At that, terrified by the divine warning, the Etruscan lines have encamped on the plain. Tarchon himself hath sent ambassadors to me with the crown and sceptre of the kingdom, and offers the royal attire, will I but enter their camp and take the Tyrrhene realm. But old age, frozen to dullness, and exhausted with length of life, denies me the load of empire, and my prowess is past its day. I would urge it on my son, did not the mixture of blood by his Sabellian mother make this half his native land. Thou, to whose years and race alike the fates extend their favour, on whom fortune calls, enter thou in, a leader supreme in bravery over Teucrians and Italians. Mine own Pallas likewise, our hope and comfort, I will send with thee. Let him grow used to endure warfare and the stern work of battle under thy teaching, to regard thine actions, and from his earliest years look up to thee. To him will I give 200 Arcadian cavalry, the choice of our warlike strength, and Pallas as many more to thee in his own name. Scarce had he ended, Aeneas, son of Anchises, and trusty Achates gazed with steadfast face, and sad at heart, were revolving inly many a labour, had not the Cytherean sent a sign from the clear sky. For suddenly a flash and peal comes quivering from heaven, and all seemed in a moment to totter, and the Tyrrhene trumpet blast to roar along the sky. They look up, again and yet again the heavy crash re-echoes. They see in the serene space of sky armour gleam red through a cloud in the clear air, and ring clashing out. The others stood in amaze, but the Trojan hero knew the sound for the promise of his goddess mother. Then he speaks. Ask not, O friend, ask not in any wise what fortune this presage announces. It is I, who am summoned of heaven. This sign the goddess who bore me foretold she would send if war assailed, and would bring through the air to my succour armour from Vulcan's hands. Ah, what slaughter awaits the wretched Laurentines! What a price, O Turnus, wilt thou pay me! How many shields and helmets and brave bodies of men shalt thou, Lord Tiber, roll under thy waves? Let them call for armed array, and break the league. These words uttered, he rises from the high seat, and first wakes with fresh fire the slumbering altars of Hercules, and gladly draws nigh his tutelar god of yesternight, and the small deities of the household. Alike Evander and alike the men of Troy offer up, as is right, choice sheep of 2 years old. Thereafter he goes to the ships and revisits his crew, of whose company he chooses the foremost in valour to attend him to war. The rest glide down the water and float idly with the descending stream, to come with news to Ascanius of his father's state. They give horses to the Teucrians who seek the fields of Tyrrhenia. A chosen one is brought for Aeneas, housed in a tawny lion skin that glitters with claws of gold. Rumour flies suddenly, spreading over the little town, that they ride in haste to the courts of the Tyrrhene king. Mothers redouble their prayers in terror, as fear treads closer on peril, and the likeness of the war-god looms larger in sight. Then Evander, clasping the hand of his departing son, clings to him weeping inconsolably, and speaks thus: "Oh, if Jupiter would restore me the years that are past, as I was when close under Praeneste I cut down their foremost ranks and burned the piled shields of the conquered. Then this right hand sent King Erulus down to hell, though to him at his birth his mother Feronia, awful to tell, had given 3 lives and triple arms to wield. Thrice must he be laid low in death, yet then this hand took all his lives, and as often stripped him of his arms. Never should I now, O son, be severed from thy dear embrace. Never had the insolent sword of Mezentius on my borders dealt so many cruel deaths, widowed the city of so many citizens. But you, O heavenly powers, and thou, Jupiter, Lord and Governor of heaven, have compassion, I pray, on the Arcadian king, and hear a father's prayers. If your deity and decrees keep my palace safe for me, if I live that I may see him and meet him yet, I pray for life, any toil soever I have patience to endure. But if, O fortune, thou threatenest some dread calamity, now, now, may I break off a cruel life, while anxiety still wavers and expectation is in doubt, while thou, dear boy, my one last delight, art yet clasped in my embrace. Let no bitterer message wound mine ear." These words the father poured forth at the final parting. His servants bore him swooning within. And now the cavalry had issued from the open gates, Aeneas and trusty Achates among the foremost, then other of the Trojan princes, Pallas conspicuous amid the column in scarf and inlaid armour. Like the morning star, when, newly washed in the ocean wave, he shows his holy face in heaven, and melts the darkness away. Fearful mothers stand on the walls and follow with their eyes the cloud of dust and the squadrons gleaming in brass. They, where the goal of their way lies nearest, bear through the brushwood in armed array. Forming in column they advance noisily, and the horse-hoof shakes the crumbling plain with 4-footed trampling. There is a high grove by the cold river of Seir, widely revered in ancestral awe. Sheltering hills shut it in all about, and girdle the woodland with their dark firs. Rumour is that the old Pelasgians, who once long ago held the Latin borders, consecrated the grove and its festal day to Silvanus, god of the tilth and flock. Not far from it, Tarchon and his Tyrrhenians were encamped in a protected place, and now from the hilltop the tents of all their army might be seen outspread on the fields. Lord Aeneas and his chosen warriors draw hither, and refresh their weary horses and limbs. But Venus the white goddess drew nigh, bearing her gifts through the clouds of heaven, and when she saw her son withdrawn far apart in the valley's recess, by the cold river, cast herself in his way, and addressed him thus: "Behold perfected the presence of my husband's promised craftsmanship. So shalt thou not shun, O my child, soon to challenge the haughty Laurentines or fiery Turnus to battle." The Cytherean spoke, and sought her son's embrace, and laid the armour glittering under an oak over against him. He, rejoicing in the magnificence of the goddess's gift, cannot have his fill of turning his eyes over it piece by piece, and admires and handles between his arms the helmet, dread with plumes and spouting flame, as when a blue cloud takes fire in the sunbeams and gleams afar. Then the smooth greaves of electrum and refined gold, the spear and the shield's ineffable design. There the Lord of Fire had fashioned the story of Italy and the triumphs of the Romans, not witless of prophecy or ignorant of the age to be. There all the race of Ascanius' future seed, and their wars fought one by one. Likewise had he fashioned the she-wolf couched after the birth in the green cave of Mars. Round her teats the twin boys hung playing, and fearlessly mouthed their foster-mother. She, with round neck bent back, stroked them by turns, and shaped their bodies with her tongue. There too, not far from this, he had set Rome, and the lawless rape of the Sabines, in the concourse of the theatre when the great Circensian games were celebrated, and a fresh war suddenly arising between the people of Romulus and aged Tatius and austere Cures. Next these same kings laid down their mutual strife, and stood armed before Jove's altar with cup in hand, and joined treaty over a slain sow. Not far from there 4-horse chariots driven apart had torn Mettus asunder, but thou, O Alban, shouldst have kept by thy words. And Tullus tore the flesh of the lyre through the forest, his splashed blood dripping from the briars. Therewithal Porsena commanded to admit the exiled Tarquin, and held the city in the grasp of a strong blockade. The Aeneadae rushed on the sword for liberty. Him thou couldst espy, like one who chafes and like one who threatens, because Cocles dared to tear down the bridge, and Clelia broke her bonds and swam the river. Highest of all Manlius, warder of the Tapian fortress, stood with the temple behind him and held the high Capitoline, and the thatch of Romulus's palace stood rough and fresh. And here the silver goose, fluttering in the gilded colonnades, cried that the Gauls were there on the threshold. The Gauls were there among the brushwood, hard on the fortress, secure in the darkness and the dour of shadowy night. Their clustering locks are of gold, and of gold their attire. Their striped cloaks glitter, and their milk-white necks are entwined with gold. 2 alpine pikes sparkle in the hand of each, and long shields guard their bodies. Here he had embossed the dancing Salii and the naked Luperci, the crests wreathed in wool, and the sacred shields that fell from heaven. In cushioned cars the virtuous matrons led on their rites through the city. Far hence he adds the habitations of hell also, the high gates of Dis, and the dooms of guilt. And thee, O Catiline, clinging on the beetling rock, and shuddering at the faces of the Furies, and far apart the good, and Cato delivering them statutes. Amidst it all flows wide the likeness of the swelling sea, wrought in gold, though the foam surged grey upon blue water. And round about dolphins, in shining silver, swept the seas with their tails in circle as they cleft the tide. In the centre were visible the brazen war fleets of Actium. Thou mightest see all Leucates swarm in embattled array, and the waves gleam with gold. Here Caesar Augustus, leading Italy to battle with fathers and people, with gods of household and of state, stands on the lofty stern. Prosperous flames jet round his brow, and his ancestral star dawns overhead. Elsewhere Agrippa, with favouring winds and gods, proudly leads on his column. On his brows glitters the prow-girt naval crown, the haughty emblazonment of the war. Here Antonius, with barbarian aid and motley arms, from the conquered nations of the dawn and the shore of the southern sea, carries with him Egypt and the eastern forces of utmost Bactra, and the shameful Egyptian woman goes as his consort. All at once rush on, and the whole ocean is torn into foam by straining oars and triple-pointed prows. They steer to sea. One might think that the Cyclades were uptorn and floated on the main, or that lofty mountains clashed with mountains. So mightily do their crews urge on their turreted ships. Flaming tow and the winged steel of darts shower thickly from their hands. The fields of ocean redden with fresh slaughter. Midmost the queen calls on her squadron with the timbrel of her country, nor yet casts back a glance on the twin snakes behind her. Howling Anubis and gods monstrous and multitudinous level their arms against Neptune and Venus and against Minerva. Mars rages amid the havoc, graven in iron, and the fatal sisters hang aloft, and Discord strides rejoicing with garment rent, and Bellona attends her with blood-stained scourge. Looking thereon, Actian Apollo above drew his bow. With the terror of it all, Egypt and India, every Arab and Sabaean, turned back in flight. The queen herself seemed to call the winds, and spread her sails, and even now let her sheets run slack. Her the Lord of Fire had fashioned amid the carnage, wan with the shadow of death, borne along by the waves and the north-west wind, and over against her the vast bulk of mourning Nile, opening out his folds, and calling with all his raiment the conquered people into his blue lap and the coverture of his streams. But Caesar rode into the city of Rome in triple triumph, and dedicated his vowed offering to the gods to stand for ever 300 stately shrines all about the city. The streets were loud with gladness and games and shouting. In all the temples was a band of matrons, in all were altars, and before the altars slain steers strewed the ground. Himself he sits on the snowy threshold of Phoebus the bright, reviews the gifts of the nations, and ranges them on the haughty doors. The conquered tribes move in long line, diverse as in tongue, so in fashion of dress and armour. Here Mulciber had designed the nomad race and the ungirt Africans, here the Leleges and Carians and Archer-Gelonians. Euphrates went by now with smoother waves, and the Morini utmost of men, and the horned Rhine, the untamed Dahai, and Araxes chafing under his bridge. These things he admires on the shield of Vulcan, his mother's gift, and rejoicing in the portraiture of unknown history, lifts on his shoulder the destined glories of his children. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 9th, The Siege of the Trojan Camp, Part 1. And while thus things pass far in the distance, Juno, daughter of Saturn, sent Iris down the sky to gallant Turnus, then haply seated in his forefather Pilumnus' holy forest dell. To him the child of Thaumas spoke thus with roseate lips. Turnus, what no god had dared promise to thy prayer, behold, is brought unasked by the circling day. Aeneas hath quitted town and comrades and fleet to seek Evander's throne and Palatine dwelling place. Nor is it enough, he hath pierced to Corythus' utmost cities, and is mustering in arms a troop of Lydian rustics. Why hesitate? Now is the time to call for a chariot and horses. Break through all hindrance and seize the bewildered camp. She spoke, and rose into the sky on poised wings, and flashed under the clouds in a long flying bow. He knew her, and, lifting either hand to heaven, with his cry pursued her flight. Iris, grace of the sky, who hath driven thee down the clouds to me, and borne thee to earth? Whence is this sudden sheen of weather? I see the sky parting asunder, and the wandering stars in the firmament. I follow the high omen, whoso thou art that callest me to arms. And with these words he drew nigh the wave, and caught up water from its brimming eddy, making many prayers to the gods, and burdening the air with vows. And now all the army was advancing on the open plain, rich in horses, rich in raiment of broidered gold. Messapus rules the foremost ranks, the sons of Tyreus the rear. Turnus commands the center, even as Ganges rising high in silence when his 7 streams are still, or the rich flood of Nile when he ebbs from the plains, and is now sunk into his channel. On this the Teucrians descry a sudden cloud of dark dust gathering, and the blackness rising on the plain. Caicus raises a cry from the mound in front. What mass of misty gloom, O citizens, is rolling hitherward? To arms, in haste! Serve out weapons, climb the walls, the enemy approaches, ho! With mighty clamour the Teucrians pour in through all the gates and fill the works. For so at his departure Aeneas the great captain had enjoined. Were aught to chance meanwhile, they should not venture to range their line or trust the plain, but keep their camp and the safety of the entrenched walls. So, though shame and wrath beckon them on to battle, they yet bar the gates and do his bidding, and await the foe armed and in shelter of the towers. Turnus, who had flown forward in advance of his tardy column, comes up suddenly to the town with a train of 20 chosen cavalry, borne on a Thracian horse dappled with white and covered by a golden helmet with scarlet plume. "Who will be with me, my men, to be first on the foe? See!" he cries, and sends a javelin spinning into the air to open battle, and advances, towering on the plain. His comrades take up the cry, and follow with dreadful din, wondering at the Teucrians' coward hearts, that they issue not on even field, nor face them in arms, but keep in shelter of the camp. Hither and thither he rides furiously, tracing the walls and seeking entrance where way is none. And as a wolf prowling about some crowded sheepfold, when, beaten sore of winds and rains, he howls at the pens by midnight. Safe beneath their mothers the lambs keep bleating on. He, savage and insatiate, rages in anger against the flock he cannot reach, tired by the long-gathering madness for food, and the throat unslaked with blood. Even so the Rutulian, as he gazes on the walled camp, kindles in anger, and indignation is hot in his iron frame. By what means may he essay entrance? By what passage hurl the imprisoned Trojans from the rampart and fling them on the plain? Close under the flanking camp lay the fleet, fenced about with mounds in the waters of the river. It he attacks, and calls for fire to his exultant comrades, and eagerly catches a blazing pine torch in his hand. Then indeed they press on, quickened by Turnus' presence, and all the band arm them with black faggots. The heart fires are plundered, the smoky brand trails a resinous glare, and the fire god sends cloud of glowing ashes upward. What god, O Muses, guarded the Trojans from the rage of the fire? Who repelled the fierce flame from their ships? Tell it, ancient is the assurance thereof, but the fame everlasting. What time Aeneas began to shape his fleet on Phrygian Ida, and prepared to seek the high seas, the Berecintian, they say, the very mother of gods, spoke to high Jove in these words: "Grant, O son, to my prayer, what her dearness claims who bore thee, and laid Olympus under thy feet. My pine forest, beloved of me these many years, my grove was on the mountain's crown, whither men bore my holy things, dim with dusky pine and pillared maples. These, when he required a fleet, I gave gladly to the Dardanian. Now fear wrings me with sharp distress. Relieve my terrors, and grant to mother's prayers such power that they may yield to no stress of voyaging or of stormy gust. Be birth on our hills their veil." Thus her son in answer, who wheels the starry worlds: "O mother, whither callest thou fate? Or what dost thou seek for these of thine? May wholes have the right of immortality that were fashioned by mortal hand? And may Aeneas traverse perils secure in insecurity? To what god is power so great given? Nay, but when, their duty done, they shall lie at last in their Ausonian haven. From all that have outgone the waves, and borne their Dardanian captain to the fields of Laurentum, will I take their mortal body, and bid them be goddesses of the mighty deep, even as Dodo the Nereid and Galatea, when they cut the sea that falls away from their breasts in foam." He ended, and by his brother's Stygian streams, by the banks of the pitchy, black, boiling chasm, he nodded confirmation, and shook all Olympus with his nod. So the promised day was come, and the destinies had fulfilled their due time, when Turnus' injury stirred the mother toward the brands from her holy ships. First then a strange light flashed on all eyes, and a great glory from the dawn seemed to dart over the sky, with the choirs of Ida. Then an awful voice fell through air, filling the Trojan and Rutulian ranks: "Disquiet not yourselves, O Teucrians, to guard ships of mine, neither arm your hands. Sooner shall Turnus burn the seas than these holy pines. You go free, go, goddesses of the sea, the mother bids it." And immediately each ship breaks the bond that held it, as with dipping prows they plunge like dolphins deep into the water. From it again, O wonderful and strange, they rise with maidens' faces in like number, and bear out to sea. The Rutulians stood dumb. Messapus himself is terror-stricken among his disordered cavalry. Even the stream of Tiber pauses with hoarse murmur, and recoils from sea. But bold Turnus fails not a whit in confidence. Nay, he raises their courage with words. He chides them. "On the Trojans are these portents aimed. Jupiter himself hath bereft them of their wonted succor. Nor do they abide Rutulian sword and fire. So are the seas pathless for the Teucrians, nor is there any hope in flight. They have lost half their world, and we hold the land. In all their thousands the nations of Italy are under arms. In no wise am I dismayed. By those divine oracles of doom the Phrygians insolently advance. Fate and Venus are satisfied, in that the Trojans have touched our fruitful Ausonian fields. I too have my fate in reply to theirs, to put utterly to the sword the guilty nation who have robbed me of my bride. Not the sons of Atreus alone are touched by that pain, nor may my seen eye only rise in arms. But to have perished once is enough. To have sinned once should have been enough. In all but utter hatred of the whole of womankind, trust in the sundering rampart, and the hindrance of their trenches, so little between them and death, gives thee their courage. Yet have they not seen Troy town, the work of Neptune's hand, sink into fire? But you, my chosen, who of you makes ready to breach their palisade at the sword's point, and join my attack on their fluttered camp? I have no need of Vulcanian arms, of 1,000 ships to meet the Teucrians. All Etruria may join on with them in alliance, nor let them fear the darkness and the cowardly theft of their palladium, and the guards cut down on the fortress height. Nor will we hide ourselves unseen in a horse's belly. In daylight and unconcealed are we resolved to girdle their walls with flame. Not with Grecians will I make them think they have to do, nor a Pelasgic force kept off till the 10th year by Hector. Now, since the better part of day is spent, for what remains refresh our bodies, glad that we have done so well, and expect the order of battle. Meanwhile, charge is given to Messapus to block the gates with pickets of sentries and encircle the works with watchfires. Twice 7 are chosen to guard the walls with Rutulian soldiery, but each leads 100 men, crimson-plumed and sparkling in gold. They spread themselves about and keep alternate watch, and, lying on the grass, drink deep and set brazen boughs atilt. The fires glow, and the sentinels spend the night awake in games. Down on this the Trojans look forth from the rampart, as they hold the height in arms. Withal, in fearful haste, they try the gates, and lay gangways from bastion to bastion, and bring up missiles. Mnestheus and valiant Serestus speed the work, whom Lord Aeneas appointed, should misfortune call, to be rulers of the people and governors of the state. All their battalions, sharing the lot of peril, keep watch along the walls, and take alternate charge of all that requires defence. On the guard at the gate was Nisus, son of Hyrtacus, most valiant in arms, whom Ida the huntress had sent in Aeneas' company with a fleet javelin and light arrows, and by his side Euryalus, fairest of all the Aeneadae, and wearers of Trojan arms, showing on his unshaven boy's face the first bloom of youth. These two were one in affection, and charged in battle together. Now likewise their common guard kept the gate. Nisus cries, "Lend the gods this fervour to the soul, Euryalus? Or does fatal passion become a proper god to each? Long ere now my soul is restless to begin some great deed of arms, and quiet peace delights it not. Thou seest how confident in fortune the Rutulians stand. Their lights glimmer far apart, buried in drunken sleep, they have sunk to rest. Silence stretches all about. Learn then what doubt, what purpose now rises in my spirit. People in senate, they all cry that Aeneas be summoned, and men be sent to carry him tidings. If they promise what I ask in thy name, for to me the glory of the deed is enough, methinks I can find beneath yonder hillock a path to the walls of Pallanteum town." Euryalus stood fixed, struck through with high ambition, and therewith speaks thus to his fervid friend. "Dost thou shun me then, Nisus, to share thy company in highest deeds? Shall I send thee alone into so great perils? Not thus did my warrior father Opheltes rear and nurture me amid the Argive terror and the agony of Troy, nor thus have I borne myself by the side while following noble Aeneas to his utmost fate. Here is a spirit, yes, here, that scorns the light of day, that deems lightly bought at a life's price that honour to which thou dost aspire." To this Nisus, "Assuredly I had no such fear of thee. No, nor could I. So may great Jupiter, or whoso looks on earth with equal eyes, restore me to thee triumphant. But if haply, as thou seest often, and often in so forlorn a hope, if haply chance or deities sweep me to adverse doom, I would have thee survive. Thine age is worthier to live. Be there one to commit me duly to earth, rescued or ransomed from the battlefield. Or, if fortune deny that, to pay me far away the rites of funeral, and the grace of a tomb. Neither would I bring such pain on thy poor mother, she who singly of many nations hath dared to follow her boy to the end, and slights great Ancestes' city. And he, in vain dost thou string idle reasons, nor does my purpose yield or change its place so soon. Let us make haste." He speaks and rouses the watch. They come up and relieve the guard, quitting their post. He and Nisus stride on to seek the prince. The rest of living things all over lands were soothing their cares in sleep, and their hearts forgot their pain. The foremost Trojan captains, a chosen band, held council of state upon the kingdom. What should they do? Or who would now be their messenger to Aeneas? They stand, leaning on their long spears and grasping their shields, in mid-level of the camp. Then Nisus and Euryalus together pray with quick urgency to be given audience. Their matter is weighty and will be worth the delay. Aeolus at once heard their hurried plea, and bade Nisus speak. Thereon the son of Hyrtacus: "Hear, O people of Aeneas, with favourable mind, nor regard our years in what we offer. Sunk in sleep and wine, the Rutulians are silent. We have stealthily spied the open ground that lies in the path through the gate next the sea. The line of fires is broken, and their smoke rises darkly upwards. If you allow us to use the chance towards seeking Aeneas in Pallanteum town, you will soon descry us here at hand with the spoils of the great slaughter we have dealt. Nor shall we miss the way we go. Up the dim valleys we have seen the skirts of the town, and learned all the river in continual hunting." Thereon, aged Aleides, sage in council: "Gods of our fathers, under whose deity Troy ever stands, not wholly yet do you purpose to blot out the Trojan race, when you have brought us young honour and hearts so sure as this." So speaking, he caught both by shoulder and hand, with tears showering down over face and feature. "What guerdon shall I deem may be given you, O men? What recompense for these noble deeds? First and fairest shall be your reward from the gods in your own conduct, and Aeneas the good shall speedily repay the rest, and Ascanius' fresh youth never forget so great a service." "Nay," breaks in Ascanius, "I, whose sole safety is in my father's return, I adjure thee and him, O Nisus, by our great household gods, by the tutelar spirit of Assaracus and Horvesta's sanctuary, on your knees I lay all my fortune and trust. Recall my father, give him back to sight. All sorrow disappears in his recovery. I will give a pair of cups my father took and vanquished Arisba, wrought in silver and rough with tracery, twin tripods, and 2 large talents of gold, and an ancient bowl of Sidonian Dido's giving. If it be indeed our lot to possess Italy and grasp a conquering sceptre, and to assign the spoil, thou sawest the horse and armour of Turnus, as he went all in gold. That same horse, the shield and the ruddy plume, will I reserve from partition, thy reward, O Nisus, even from now. My father will give besides 12 mothers of the choicest beauty, and men captives, all in their due array. Above these, the space of meadow land that is now King Latinus' own domain. Thee, O noble boy, whom mine age follows at a nearer interval, even now I welcome to all my heart, and embrace as my companion in every fortune. No glory shall be sought for my state without thee. Whether peace or war be in conduct, my chiefest trust for deed and word shall be in thee." Answering whom, Euryalus speaks thus: "Let but the day never come to prove me degenerate from this daring valour. Fortune may fall prosperous or adverse, but above all thy gifts one thing I ask of thee, my poor mother of Priam's ancient race, whom neither the Ilian land nor King Acestes' city kept from following me forth. Her I now leave in ignorance of this danger, such as it is, and without a farewell, because, Knight, in thine hand be witness, I cannot bear a parent's tears. But thou, I pray, support her want and relieve her loneliness. Let me take with me this hope in thee. I shall go more daringly to every fortune." Deeply stirred at heart, the Dardanians shed tears. Fair Aeolus before them all, as the likeness of his own father's love wrung his soul. Then he speaks thus: "Assure thyself all that is due to thy mighty enterprise, for she shall be a mother to me, and only in name failed to be Creusa. Nor slight is the honour reserved for the mother of such a son. What chance soever follow this deed, I swear by this head whereby my father was wont to swear, what I promise to thee on thy prosperous return shall abide the same for thy mother and kindred." So speaks he weeping, and ungirds from his shoulder the sword inlaid with gold, fashioned with marvellous skill by Lycaon of Gnosus, and fitly set in a sheath of ivory. Mnestheus gives Nisus the shaggy spoils of a lion's hide. Faithful Aleides exchanges his helmet. They advance onward in arms, and as they go all the company of captains, young and old, speed them to the gates with vows. Likewise for fair Aeolus, with a man's thought and spirit beyond his years, gave many messages to be carried to his father. But the breezes shred all asunder, and give them unaccomplished to the clouds. They issue and cross the trenches, and through the shadow of the night seek the fatal camp, themselves and first to be the death of many a man. All about they see bodies strewn along the grass in drunken sleep, chariots at tilt on the shore, and men lying among their traces and wheels, with their armour by them and their wine. The son of Hyrtacus began thus: "Euryalus, now for daring hands, all invites them, here lies our way. See thou that none raise a hand from behind against us, and keep far-sighted watch. Here will I deal desolation, and make a broad path for thee to follow." So speaks he, and checks his voice. Therewith he drives his sword at lordly Rhamnes, who haply on carpets heaped high was drawing the full breath of sleep. a king himself, and King Turnus's best-loved augur, but not all his augury could avert his doom. 3 of his household beside him, lying carelessly among their arms, and the armor-bearer and charioteer of Remus go down before him, caught at the horses' feet. Their drooping necks he severs with the sword, then beheads their lord likewise, and leaves the trunks spouting blood. The dark warm gore soaks ground and cushions. Therewithal Amyras and Lamus, and beautiful young Serranus, who that night had played long and late, and lay with the conquering god heavy on every limb. Happy had he played out the night, and carried his game today. Even thus an unfed lion riots through full sheepfolds, for the madness of hunger urges him, and champs and rends the fleecy flock that are dumb with fear, and roars with blood-stained mouth. Nor less is the slaughter of Euryalus. He too rages all aflame. An unnamed multitude go down before his path, and Fatus and Herbesus and Rhetus and Abaris unaware. Rhetus awake and seeing all, but he hid in fear behind a great bull, right in whose breast, as he rose by, he plunged the sword all its length, and drew it back heavy with death. He vomits forth the crimson life-blood, and throws up wine mixed with blood in the death agony. The other presses hotly on his stealthy errand, and now bent his way towards Messapus's comrades, where he saw the last flicker of the fires go down, and the horses tethered in order, cropping the grass, when Nisus briefly speaks thus, for he saw him carried away by excess of murderous desire. Let us stop, for unfriendly daylight draws nigh. Vengeance is sated to the full. A path is cut through the enemy. Much they leave behind, men's armor wrought in solid silver, and bowls therewith, and beautiful carpets. Euryalus tears away the decorations of Rhamnes, and his sword belt embossed with gold, a gift which Caedicus, wealthiest of men of old, sends to Remulus of Tibur when plighting friendship far away. He on his deathbed gives them to his grandson for his own. After his death the Rutulians captured them as spoil of war. These he fits on the shoulders valiant and vain, then puts on Messapus's light helmet with its graceful plumes. They issue from the camp and make for safety. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 9th, The Siege of the Trojan Camp, Part 2. Meanwhile, an advance guard of cavalry were on their way from the Latin city, while the rest of their marshalled battalions linger on the plains, and bore a reply to King Turnus. 300 men, all under shield, and Volscens leading. And now they approached the camp and drew near the wall, when they descried the 2 turning away by the pathway to the left, and in the glimmering darkness of night the forgotten helmet betrayed Euryalus, glittering as it met the light. It seemed no thing of chance. Volscens cries aloud from his column, "Stand, men! Why on the march? Or how are you in arms? Or whither hold you your way?" They offer nothing in reply, but quicken their flight into the forest, and throw themselves on the night. On this side and that, the horsemen bar the familiar crossways, and encircle every outlet with sentinels. The forest spread wide in tangled thickets and dark ilex. Thick growth of briars choked it all about, and the muffled pathway glimmered in a broken track. Hampered by the shadowy bows and his cumbrous spoil, Euryalus in his fright misses the line of way. Nisus gets clear, and now, unthinkingly, he had passed the enemy, and the place afterwards called Albani, from Alba's name. Then the deep coverts were of King Latinus's domain, when he stopped and looked back in vain for his lost friend. "Euryalus, unhappy, on what ground have I left thee? Or where shall I follow again, unwinding all the entanglement of the treacherous woodland way?" Therewith he marks and retraces his footsteps, and wanders down the silent thickets. He hears the horses, hears the clatter and signal notes of the pursuers. Nor had he long to wait, when shouts reach his ears, and he sees Euryalus, whom even now, in the perplexity of ground and darkness, the whole squadron have borne down in a sudden rush, and seize in spite of all his vain struggles. What shall he do? With what force, what arms dare his rescue? Or shall he rush on his doom amid their swords, and find in their wounds a speedy and glorious death? Quickly he draws back his arm with poised spear, and, looking up to the moon on high, utters this prayer: "Do thou give present aid to our enterprise, O Latonian goddess, glory of the stars and guardian of the woodlands! By all the gifts my father Hyrtacus ever bore for my sake to thine altars, by all mine own hand hath added from my hunting, or hung in thy dome, or fixed on thy holy roof, grant me to confound these masses, and guide my javelin through the air. He ended, and with all the force of his body hurls the steel. The flying spear whistles through the darkness of the night, and comes full on the shield of Salmo, and there snaps, and the broken shaft passes on through his heart. Spouting a warm tide from his breast, he rolls over, chill in death, and his sides throb with long-drawn gasps. Hither and thither they gaze round. Lo, he all the fiercer was poising another weapon high by his ear. While they hesitate, the spear went whizzing through both Tagus' temples, and pierced and stuck fast in the warm brain. Volscens is mad with rage, and nowhere espies the sender of the weapon, nor where to direct his fury. Yet meanwhile thy warm blood shall pay me vengeance for both, he cries, and, unsheathing his sword, he made at Euryalus. Then indeed, frantic with terror, Nisus shrieks out. No longer could he shroud himself in darkness, or endure such agony. On me, I am here, I did it, on me turn your steel, O Rutulians. Mine is all the guilt, he dared not, no, nor could not. To this heaven I appeal, and the stars that know, he only loved his hapless friend too well. Such words he was uttering, but the sword driven hard home is gone clean through his ribs and pierces the white breast. Euryalus rolls over in death, and the blood runs over his lovely limbs, and his neck sinks and settles on his shoulder, even as when a lustrous flower cut away by the plough droops in death, or weary-necked poppies bow down their head if overweighted with a random shower. But Nisus rushes amidst them, and alone among them all makes at Volscens, keeps to Volscens alone. Round him the foe cluster, and on this side and that hurl him back. None the less he presses on, and whirls his sword like lightning, till he plunges it full in the face of the shrieking Rutulian, and slays his enemy as he dies. Then, stabbed through and through, he flung himself above his lifeless friend, and there at last found the quiet sleep of death. Happy pair! If my verse is aught of avail, no length of days shall ever blot you from the memory of time, while the house of Aeneas shall dwell by the Capitoline's steadfast stone, and the Lord of Rome hold sovereignty. The victorious Rutulians, with their spoils and plunder regained, bore dead Volscens weeping to the camp. Nor in the camp was the wailing less, when Rhamnes was found a bloodless corpse, and Seranus and Numa and all their princes destroyed in a single slaughter. Crowds thronged towards the corpses, and the men wounded to death, the ground fresh with warm slaughter, and the swollen runlets of frothing blood. They mutually recognized the spoils, Messapus' shining helmet and the decorations that cost such sweat to win back. And now dawn, leaving the saffron bed of Tithonus, scattered over earth her fresh shafts of early light. Now the sunlight streams in, now daylight unveils the world. Turnus, himself fully armed, awakes his men to arms, and each leader marshals to battle his brazen lines and whets his ardor with varying rumors. Nay, pitiable sight! They fix on spear points and uprear and follow with loud shouts the heads of Euryalus and Nisus. The Aeneadae stubbornly face them, lining the left-hand wall, for their right is girdled by the river, hold the deep trenches and stand gloomily on the high towers, stirred withal by the faces they know, alas, too well, in their dark, dripping gore. Meanwhile, rumor on fluttering wings rushes with the news through the alarmed town and glides to the ears of Euryalus' mother. But instantly the warmth leaves her woeful body. The shuttle starts from her hand, and the threads unroll. She darts forth in agony, and with woman's wailing and torn hair runs distractedly towards the walls and the foremost columns, recking not of men, not of peril or weapons. Thereon she fills the air with her complaint. Is it thus I behold thee, O Euryalus? Couldst thou, the latest solace of mine age, leave me alone so cruelly? Nor, when sent into such danger, was one last word of thee allowed thine unhappy mother? Alas, thou liest in a strange land, given for a prey to the dogs and fowls of Latium. Nor was I, thy mother, there for chief mourner, to lay thee out, or close thine eyes, or wash thy wounds, and cover thee with the garment I hastened on for thee whole nights and days, an anxious old woman taking comfort from the loom. Whither shall I follow, or what land now holds thy mangled corpse, thy body torn limb from limb? Is this all of what thou wert that returns to me, O my son? Is it this I have followed by land and sea? Strike me through of your pity. On me cast all your weapons, Rutulians. Make me the first sacrifice of your steel, or do thou, mighty Lord of heaven, be merciful, and with thine own weapon hurl this hateful life to the nether deep, since in no wise else may I break away from life's cruelty. At this weeping cry their courage falters, and a sigh of sorrow passes all along. Their strength is benumbed and broken for battle. Her, while her grief kindled, at Ilioneus's and weeping Aeolus's bidding, Idaeus and Actor catch up and carry home in their arms. But the terrible trumpet note afar rang on the shrill brass. A shout follows and is echoed from the sky. The Volscians hasten up in even line under their advancing roof of shields, and set to fill up the trenches and tear down the palisades. Some seek entrance by scaling the walls with ladders, where the defenders' battle line is thin, and light shows through gaps in the ring of men. The Teucrians in return shower weapons of every sort and push them down with stiff poles, practiced by long warfare in their ramparts' defense, and fiercely hurl heavy stones. So be they may break the shielded line, while they, crowded under their shell, lightly bear all the downpour. But now they fail. For where the vast mass presses close, the Teucrians roll the huge block tumbling down that makes a wide gap in the Rutulians and crashes through their armor plating. Nor do the bold Rutulians care longer to continue the blind fight, but strive to clear the rampart with missiles. Elsewhere, in dreadful guise, Mezenthius brandishes his Etruscan pine and hurls smoking brands, but Messapus, tamer of horses, seed of Neptune, tears away the palisading and calls for ladders to the ramparts. Thy sisterhood, O Calliope, I pray inspire me while I sing the destruction spread then and there by Turnus' sword, the deaths dealt from his hand, and whom each warrior sent down to the underworld, and unroll with me the broad borders of war. A tower loomed vast with lofty gangways at a point of vantage. This all the Italians strove with main strength to storm, and set all their might and device to overthrow it. The Trojans, in return, defended it with stones and hurled showers of darts through the loopholes. Turnus, leading the attack, threw a blazing torch that caught flaming on the side wall. Swollen by the wind, the flames seized the planking and clung devouring to the standards. Those within, in hurry and confusion, desire retreat from their distress, in vain. While they cluster together and fall back to the side free from the destroyer, the tower sinks, prone under the sudden weight, with a crash that thunders through all the sky. Pierced by their own weapons and impaled on hard splinters of wood, they come half-slain to the ground with the vast mass behind them. Scarcely do Helenor alone and Lycus struggle out. Helenor, in his early prime, whom a slave woman of Lysimnos bore in secret to the Maeonian king and sent to Troy in forbidden weapons, lightly armed with sheathless sword and white unemblazoned shield. And he, when he saw himself among Turnus's encircling thousands, ranks on this side and ranks on this of Latins, as a wild beast which, girt with a crowded ring of hunters, dashes at their weapons, hurls herself unblinded on death, and comes with a bound upon the spears. Even so, he rushes to his death amid the enemy, and presses on where he sees their weapons thickest. But Lycus, far fleeter of foot, holds by the walls and flight midway among foes in arms, and strives to catch the coping in his grasp and reach the hands of his comrades. And Turnus, pursuing and aiming as he ran, thus upbraids him in triumph. "Didst thou hope, madman, thou mightest escape our hands?" And catches him as he clings, and tears him and a great piece of the wall away. As when, with a hare or snow-bodied swan in his crooked talons, Jove's armor-bearer soars aloft, or the wolf of Mars snatches from the fold some lamb sod of his mother with incessant bleating. On all sides a shout goes up. They advance and fill the trenches with heaps of earth. Some toss glowing brands on the roofs. Ilioneus strikes down Lucretius with a great fragment of mountain rock, as, catching fire, he draws nigh the gate. Liger slays Amathion, Azalus Corioneus, the one skilled with the javelin, the other with the stealthy arrow from afar. Caeneus slays Ortigus, Turnus victorious Caenis, Turnus Idas and Clonius, Dioxippus and Promulus, and Sagaris, and Idas where he stood front of the turret top. Capys Pravernus, him Thamilla's spear had first grazed lightly. The madman threw down his shield to carry his hand to the wound, so the arrow winged her way, and pinning his hand to his left side, broke into the lungs with deadly wound. The son of Arson stood splendid in arms, and scarf embroidered with needlework and bright with Iberian blue, the beautiful boy sent by his father Arsons from nurture, in the grove of Our Lady, about the streams of Samathius, where Pallicus's altar is rich and gracious. Laying down his spear, Mezentius whirled thrice round his head the tightened cord of his whistling sling, pierced him full between the temples with molten bullet, and stretched him all his length upon the sand. Then, it is said, Ascanius first aimed his flying shaft in war, wont before to frighten beasts of the chase, and struck down a brave Numanian, Remulus by name, but lately allied and bridal to Turnus' younger sister. He, advancing before his ranks, clamoured things fit and unfit to tell, and strode along lofty and voluble, his heart lifted up with his fresh royalty. "Take you not shame to be again held leaguered in your ramparts, O Phrygians twice taken, and to make walls your fence from death? Behold them who demand in war our wives for theirs. What god, what madness, hath driven you to Italy? Here are no sons of Atreus, nor glozing Ulysses. A race of hardy breed, we carry our newborn children to the streams and harden them in the bitter icy water. As boys they spend wakeful nights over the chase and tire out the woodland, but in manhood, unwearied by toil and trained to poverty, they subdue the soil with their mattocks or shake towns in war. Every age wears iron, and we goad the flanks of our oxen with reverse spear. Nor does creeping old age weaken our strength of spirit or abate our force. White hairs bear the weight of the helmet, and it is ever our delight to drive in fresh spoil and live on our plunder. Yours is embroidered raiment of saffron and shining sea-purple. Indolence is your pleasure, your delight the luxurious dance. You wear sleeved tunics and ribboned turbans. O right Phrygian women! Not even Phrygian men! Traverse the heights of Dindymus, where the double-mouthed flute breathes familiar music. The drums call you, and the Berecintian boxwood of the mother of Ida. Leave arms to men, and lay down the sword. As he flung forth such words of ill-ominous stain, Ascanius brooked it not, and aimed an arrow on him from the stretched horse sinew. And as he drew his arms asunder, first stayed to supplicate Jove in lowly vows. Jupiter omnipotent, deign to favor this daring deed. My hand shall bear yearly gifts to thee in thy temple, and bring to stand before thine altars a steer with gilded forehead, snow-white, carrying his head high as his mother's, already pushing with his horn, and making the sand fly up under his feet. The father heard, and from a clear space of sky thundered on the left. At once the fated bow rings, the grim whistling arrow flies from the tench string, and goes through the head of Remulus, the steel piercing through from temple to temple. Go, mock valor with insolence of speech. Phrygians twice taken, return this answer to Rutulians. Thus, and no further, Ascanius. The Teucrians respond in cheers, and shout for joy, in rising height of courage. Then haply in the tract of heaven tressed Apollo sate, looking down from his cloud on the Ausonian ranks in town, and thus addresses triumphant Aeolus. Good speed to thy young valor, O boy! This is the way to heaven, child of gods and parent of gods to be. Rightly shall all wars fated to come sink to peace beneath the line of Assaracus. Nor art thou bounded in a Troy. So speaking, he darts from heaven's height, and cleaving the breezy air, seeks Ascanius. Then he changes the fashion of his countenance, and becomes aged Butes, armor-bearer of the old Dardanian Anchises, and the faithful porter of his threshold. Thereafter his lord gave him for Ascanius his attendant. In all points like the old man Apollo came, voice and colour, white hair, and grimly clashing arms, and speaks these words to eager Aeolus. Be it enough, son of Aeneas, that the Numanian hath fallen unavenged beneath thine arrows. This first honour great Apollo allows thee, nor envies the arms that match his own. Further, O boy, let war alone. Thus Apollo began, and yet speaking retreated from mortal view, vanishing into thin air away out of their eyes. The Dardanian princes knew the god in the arms of deity, and heard the clash of his quiver as he went. So they restrain Ascanius' keenness for battle by the words of Phoebus' will. Themselves they again close in conflict, and cast their lives into the perilous breach. Shouts run all along the battlemented walls. Ringing bows are drawn and javelin thongs twisted. All the ground is strewn with missiles. Shields and hollow helmets ring to blows. The battle swells fierce, heavy as the shower lashes the ground that sets in when the kids are rainy in the west. Thick as hail pours down from the storm clouds on the shallows, when the rough lord of the winds congeals his watery deluge, and breaks up the hollow vapors in the sky. Pandarus and Bitius, sprung of Alcanor of Ida, whom woodland Aera bore in the grave of Jupiter, grown now tall as their ancestral pines and hills, fling open the gates barred by their captain's order, and confident in arms, wilfully invite the enemy within the walls. Themselves within, they stand to right and left in front of the towers, sheathed in iron, the plumes flickering over their stately heads, even as high in air around the gliding streams, whether on Padus' banks or by pleasant Athesus. Twin oaks rise, lifting their unshorn heads into the sky with high tops asway. The Rutulians pour in when they see the entrance open. Straightway Quersons and Aquiculus, beautiful in arms, and desperate Maris, and Haemon, seed of Mars, either gave back in rout with all their columns, or in the very gateway laid down their life. Then the spirits of the combatants swell in rising wrath, and now the Trojans gather swarming to the spot, and dare to close hand to hand, and to sally farther out. News is brought to Turnus the captain, as he rages afar among the routed foe, that the enemy surges forth into fresh slaughter and flings wide his gates. He breaks off unfinished, and, fired with immense anger, rushes towards the haughty brethren at the Dardanian gate. And on Antiphates, first, for first he came, the bastard son of mighty Sarpedon, by a Theban mother, he hurls his javelin and strikes him down. The Italian cornel flies through the yielding air, and, piercing the gullet, runs deep into his breast. A frothing tide pours from the dark yawning wound, and the steel grows warm where it pierces the lung. Then Meropes and Aramis, then Aphidnus goes down before his hand, then Bidius, fiery-eyed and exultant, not with a javelin, for not to a javelin had he given his life, but the loud whistling pike came hurled with a thunderbolt's force. Neither twofold bull's hide kept it back, nor the trusty corselet's double scales of gold. His vast limbs sink in a heap. Earth utters a groan, and the great shield clashes over him, even as once and again on the Eboic shore of Baiae falls a mass of stone, built up of great blocks, and so cast into the sea. Thus does it tumble prone, crashes into the shoal water, and sinks deep to rest. The seas are stirred, and the dark sand eddies up. Therewith the depth of Procida quivers at the sound, and the couchant rocks of Inarime, piled above Typhoeus by Jove's commands. On this, Mars Armipotent raised the spirit and strength of the Latins, and goaded their hearts to rage, and sent flight and dark fear among the Teucrians. From all quarters they gather, since battle is freely offered, and the warrior god inspires. Pandarus, at his brother's fall, sees how fortune stands, what hap rules the day, and swinging the gate round on its hinge with all his force, pushes it to with his broad shoulders, leaving many of his own people shut outside the walls in the desperate conflict, but shutting others in with him as they pour back and retreat. Madman! Who saw not the Rutulian prince burst in amid their columns, and fairly shut him into town, like a monstrous tiger among the silly flocks? At once strange light flashed from his eyes, and his armor rang terribly. The blood-red plumes flicker on his head, and lightning shoots sparkling from his shield. In sudden dismay the Aeneadae know the hated form and giant limbs. Then tall Pandarus leaps forward, in burning rage at his brother's death. "This is not the palace of Amata's dower," he cries, "nor does Ardea enclose Turnus in her native walls. Thou seest a hostile camp. Escape hence is hopeless." To him Turnus, smiling and cool, "Begin with all thy valiance, and close hand to hand. Here, too, shalt thou tell that a Priam found his Achilles." He ended. The other, putting out all his strength, hurls his rough spear, knotty and unpeeled. The breezes caught it. Juno, daughter of Saturn, made the wound glance off as it came, and the spear sticks fast in the gate. "But this weapon that my strong hand whirls, this thou shalt not escape. For not such is he who sends weapon and wound." So speaks he, and rises high on his uplifted sword. The steel severs the forehead midway right between the temples, and divides the beardless cheeks with ghastly wound. He crashes down. Earth shakes under the vast weight. Dying limbs and brain-spattered armor tumble in a heap to the ground, and the head, evenly severed, dangles this way and that from either shoulder. The Trojans scatter and turn in hasty terror, and had the conqueror forthwith taken thought to burst the bars and let in his comrades at the gate, that had been the last day of the war and of the nation. But rage and mad thirst of slaughter drive him like fire on the foe. First he catches up Phalaris, then Gyges, and hamstrings him. He plucks away their spears, and hurls them on the backs of the flying crowd. Juno lends strength and courage. Halides he sends to join them, and Phegeus, pierced right through the shield. Then, as they ignorantly raise their war-cry on the walls, Alcander and Halius, Noemon and Prytanis, Lynceus advanced to meet him. Calling up his comrades, from the rampart the glittering sword sweeps to the left and catches him. Struck off by one downright blow, head and helmet lay far away. Next Amycus fell, the deadly huntsman, incomparable in skill of hand to anoint his arrows and arm their steel with venom. And Clytius and Aeolid, and Cretheus, beloved of the Muses, Cretheus of the Muses' company, whose delight was ever in songs and harps and stringing of verses. Ever he sang of steeds and armed men and battles. At last, hearing the slaughter of their men, the Teucrian captains, Mnestheus and gallant Serestus, come up and see their comrades in disordered flight, and the foe let in. And Mnestheus, "Whither next? Whither press you in flight? What other walls, what farther city have you yet? Shall one man, and he girt in on all sides, fellow citizens, by your entrenchments, thus unchecked, deal devastation throughout our city, and send all our best warriors to the underworld? Have you no pity, no shame, cowards, for your unhappy country, for your ancient gods, for great Aeneas?" Kindled by such words, they take heart and rally in dense array. Little by little, Turnus drew away from the flight towards the river, and the side encircled by the stream. The more bravely the Teucrians press on him, with loud shouts and thickening masses, even as a band that fall on a wrathful lion with levelled weapons. But he, frightened back, retires surly and grim glaring, and neither does wrath nor courage let him turn his back. Nor can he make head, for all that he desires it, against the surrounding arms and men. Even then Turnus draws lingeringly backward, with unhastened steps, and soul boiling in anger. Nay, twice even then did he charge amid the enemy, twice drove them in flying rout along the walls. But all the force of the camp gathers hastily up, nor does Juno, daughter of Saturn, dare to supply him strength to countervail. For Jupiter sent Iris down through the airy sky, bearing stern orders to his sister, that Turnus shall withdraw from the high Trojan town. Therefore, neither with shield nor hand can he keep his ground, so overpoweringly from all sides comes upon him the storm of weapons. About the hollows of his temples the helmet rings with incessant clash, and the solid brass is riven beneath the stones. The horsehair crest is rent away. The shield boss avails not under the blows. Mnestheus thunders on with his Trojans, and pours in a storm of spears. All over him the sweat trickles and pours in swart stream, and no breathing space is given. Sick gasps shake his exhausted limbs. Then, at last, with a headlong bound, he leapt, fully armed, into the river. The river's yellow eddies opened for him as he came, and the buoyant water brought him up, and, washing away the slaughter, returned him triumphant to his comrades. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 10th. The Battle on the Beach, Part 1. Meanwhile the heavenly house omnipotent unfolds her doors, and the Father of gods and King of men calls a council in the starry dwelling, whence he looks sheer down on the whole earth, the Dardanian camp and the peoples of Latium. They sit down within from doorway to doorway. Their Lord begins. Lords of heaven, wherefore is your decree turned back, and your minds thus jealously at strife? I forbade Italy to join battle with the Teucrians. Why this quarrel in face of my injunction? What terror hath bidden one or another run after arms and tempt the sword? The due time of battle will arrive, call it not forth, when furious Carthage shall one day sunder the Alps to hurl ruin full on the towers of Rome. Then hatred may grapple with hatred, then hostilities be opened. Now let them be, and cheerfully join in the treaty we ordain. Thus Jupiter in brief, but not briefly golden Venus returns in answer. O Lord, O everlasting governor of men and things, for what else may we yet supplicate? Beholdest thou how the Rutulians brave it, and Turnus, borne charioted through the ranks, proudly sweeps down the tide of battle. Bar and bulwark no longer shelter the Trojans. Nay, within the gates, and even on the mounded walls, they clash in battle, and make the trenches swim with blood. Aeneas is away and ignorant. Wilt thou never then let our leaguer be raised? Again a foe overhangs the walls of infant Troy, and another army, and a second son of Tydeus rises from Aetolian Arpi against the Trojans. Truly, I think my wounds are yet to come, and I, thy child, am keeping some mortal weapons idle. If the Trojans steered for Italy without thy leave and defiant of thy deity, let them expiate their sin. Aid not such with thy succour. But if so many oracles guided them, given by God and ghost, why may aught now revise thine ordinance, or write destiny anew? Why should I recall the fleets burned on the coast of Eryx? Why the king of storms and the raging winds roused from Aeolia, or Iris driven down the clouds? Now hell too is stirred, this share of the world was yet untried, and Alecto suddenly let loose above to riot through the Italian towns. In no wise am I moved for empire, that was our hope while fortune stood. Let those conquer whom thou wilt. If thy cruel wife leave no region free to Teucrians, by the smoking ruins of desolated Troy, O Father, I beseech thee, grant Ascanius unhurt retreat from arms. Grant me my child's life. Aeneas may well be tossed over unknown seas and follow what path soever fortune open to him. Him let me avail to shelter and withdraw from the turmoil of battle. Amathus is mine, high Paphos and Cythera, and my house of Idalia. Here, far from arms, let him spend an inglorious life. Bid Carthage in high lordship rule Ausonia. There will be nothing there to check the Tyrian cities. What help was it for the Trojans to escape war's doom and thread their flight through Argive fires, to have exhausted all those perils of sea and desolate lands, while they seek Latium and the towers of a Troy rebuilt? Were it not better to have clung to the last ashes of their country and the ground where once was Troy? Give back, I pray, Xanthus and Simois to a wretched people, and let the Teucrians again, O Lord, circle through the fates of Ilium. Then Queen Juno, swift and passionate: Why forcest thou me to break long silence and proclaim my hidden pain? Hath any man or god constrained Aeneas to court war or make armed attack on King Latinus? In oracular guidance he steered for Italy. Be it so, he whom raving Cassandra sent on his way. Did we urge him to quit the camp or entrust his life to the winds, to give the issue of war and the charge of his ramparts to a child? To stir the loyalty of Tyrrhenia or throw peaceful nations into tumult? What god, what potent cruelty of ours hath driven him on his hurt? Where is Juno in this? Or Iris sped down the clouds? It shocks thee that Italians should enring an infant Troy with flame, and Turnus set foot on his own ancestral soil. He, grandchild of Pilumnus, son of Venelia, the goddess. How that the dark brands of Troy assail the Latins, that Trojans subjugate and plunder fields not their own? How that they choose their brides and tear plighted bosom from bosom? That their gestures plead for peace, and their ships are lined with arms? Thou canst steal thine Aeneas from Grecian hands, and spread before them a human semblance of mist and empty air. Thou canst turn his fleets into nymphs of like number. Is it dreadful if we retaliate with any aid to the Rutulians? Aeneas is away and ignorant. Away and ignorant let him be. Paphos is thine, and Idalium, thine high Cythera. Why meddlest thou with fierce spirits and a city big with war? Is it we who would overthrow the tottering state of Phrygia? We? Or he who brought the Achaeans down on the hapless Trojans, who made Europe and Asia bristle up in arms, and whose theft shattered the alliance? Was it in my guidance the adulterous Dardanian broke into Sparta, or did I send the shafts of passion that kindled war? Then terror for thy children had graced thee. Too late now dost thou rise with unjust complaints, and reproaches leave thy lips in vain. Thus Juno pleaded, and all the heavenly people murmured in diverse consent, even as rising gusts murmur when caught in the forests, and eddy in blind moanings, betraying to sailors the gale's approach. Then the Lord omnipotent and primal power of the world begins. As he speaks, the high house of the gods and trembling floor of earth sink to silence. Silent is the deep sky, and the breezes are stilled. Ocean hushes his waters into calm. Take then to heart and lay deep these words of mine. Since it may not be that Ausonians and Teucrians join alliance, and your quarrel finds no term today, what fortune each wins, what hope each follows, be he Trojan or Rutulian, I will hold in even poise. Whether it be Italy's fate, or Trojan blundering and ill advice that holds the camp in leaguer. Nor do I acquit the Rutulians. Each as he hath begun shall work out his destiny. Jupiter is one and king over all. The fates will find their way. By his brother's infernal streams, by the banks of the pitchy black boiling chasm he signed assent, and made all Olympus quiver at his nod. Here speaking ended. Thereon Jupiter rises from his golden throne, and the heavenly people surround and escort him to the doorway. Meanwhile the Rutulians press round all the gates, dealing grim slaughter and girdling the walls with flame. But the army of the Aeneid are held leaguered within their trenches, with no hope of retreat. They stand helpless and disconsolate on their high towers, and their thin ring girdles the walls. Asius, son of Imbrasus, and Timoetes, son of Hicetaon, and the two Assarasi, and Castor and old Timbris together in the front rank. By them Clarus and Themon, both full brothers to Sarpedon, out of high Lycia. Acmon of Lyrnessus, great as his father Clytius, or his brother Mnestheus, carries a stone, straining all his vast frame to the huge mountain fragment. Emulously they keep their guard, these with javelins, those with stones, and wield fire and fit arrows on the string. Amid them he, Venus' fittest care, lo, the Dardanian boy, his graceful head uncovered, shines, even as a gem set in red gold on ornament of throat or head, or even as gleaming ivory cunningly inlaid in boxwood or Orician terebinth. His tresses lie spread over his milk-white neck, bound by a flexible circlet of gold. Thee too, Ismarus, proud nations saw aiming wounds and arming thy shafts with poison. Thee, of house illustrious in Maeonia, where the rich tilth is wrought by men's hands, and Pactolus waters it with gold. There too was Mnestheus, exalted in fame, as he who erewhile had driven Turnus from the ramparts, and Capys, from whom is drawn the name of the Campanian city. They had closed in grim war's mutual conflict. Aeneas, while night was yet deep, clove the seas. For when, leaving Evander for the Etruscan camp, he hath audience of the king, and tells the king of his name and race, and what he asks or offers, instructs him of the arms Mezentius is winning to his side, and of Turnus' overbearing spirit, reminds him of what is all the certainty of human things, and mingles all with entreaties. Delaying not, Tarchon joins forces and strikes alliance. Then, freed from the oracle, the Lydian people man their fleet, laid by divine ordinance in the foreign captain's hand. Aeneas' galley keeps in front, with the lions of Phrygia fastened on her prow, above them overhanging Ida, sight most welcome to the Trojan exiles. Here great Aeneas sits, revolving the changing issues of war, and Pallas, clinging on his left side, asks now of the stars and their pathway through the dark night, now of his fortunes by land and sea. Open now the gates of Helicon, goddesses, and stir the song of the band that come the while with Aeneas from the Tuscan borders, and sail in armed ships overseas. First, in the brazen-plated Tiger, Massicus cuts the flood. Beneath him are ranked 1,000 men who have left Clusium town and the city of Cosae. Their weapons are arrows, and light quivers on the shoulder, and their deadly bow. With him goes grim Abas, all his train in shining armour, and a gilded Apollo glittering astern. To him Populonia had given 600 of her children, tried in war, but Ilva 300, the island rich in unexhausted mines of steel. Third Asylas, interpreter between men and gods, master of the entrails of beasts and the stars in heaven, of speech of birds, and ominous lightning flashes, draws 1,000 men after him in serried lines bristling with spears, bidden to his command from Pisa city, of Alphaean birth on Etruscan soil. Aster follows, excellent in beauty, Aster confident in his horse and glancing arms. 300 more, all have one heart to follow, come from the householders of Syri, and the fields of Minio, and ancient Pyrgi, and fever-stricken Gravesci. Let me not pass thee by, O Cinyras, bravest in war of the Ligurian captains, and thee, Cupavo, with thy scant company, from whose crest rise the swan plumes, fault, O love, of thee and thine, and blazonment of his father's form. For they tell that Cycnus, in grief for his beloved Phaeton, while he sings and soothes his woeful love with music amid the shady sisterhood of poplar boughs, drew over him the soft plumage of white old age, and left earth and passed crying through the sky. His son, followed on shipboard with a band of like age, sweeps the huge centaur forward with his oars. He leans over the water, and threatens the waves with a vast rock he holds on high, and furrows the deep seas with his length of keel. He too calls a train from his native coasts Ocnus, son of prophetic Manto and the river of Tuscany, who gave thee, O Mantua, ramparts and his mother's name. Mantua, rich in ancestry, yet not all of one blood, a threefold race, and under each race 4 cantons. Herself she is the canton's head, and her strength is of Tuscan blood. From her likewise hath Mezentius 500 in arms against him, whom Mincius, child of Benacus, draped in grey reeds, led to battle in his advancing pine. Aulestes moves on heavily, smiting the waves with the swinging forest of 100 oars. The channels foam as they sweep the sea floor. He sails in the vast Triton, who amazes the blue waterways with his shell, and swims on with shaggy front, in human show from the flank upward. His belly ends in a dragon. Beneath the monster's breast the wave gurgles into foam. So many were the chosen princes who went in 30 ships to aid Troy, and cut the salt plains with brazen prow. And now day had faded from the sky, and gracious Phoebe trod mid-heaven in the chariot of her nightly wandering. Aeneas, for his charge allows not rest to his limbs, himself sits guiding the tiller and managing the sails. And lo, in middle course a band of his own fellow voyagers meets him, the nymphs, whom bountiful Cybele had bidden be gods of the sea, and turned to nymphs from ships. They swam on in even order, and cleft the flood, as many as erewhile brazen-plated prows had anchored on the beach. From far they know their king, and wheel their bands about him, and Cymodocea, their readiest in speech, comes up behind, catching the stern with her right hand. Her back rises out, and her left hand oars her passage through the silent water. Then she thus accosts her amazed lord: "Wakest thou, seed of gods, Aeneas? Wake, and loosen the sheets of thy sails. We are thy fleet, Idaean pines from the holy hill, now nymphs of the sea. When the treacherous Rutulian urged us headlong with sword and fire, unwillingly we broke thy bonds, and we search for thee over ocean. This new guise our Lady made for us in pity, and granted us to be goddesses, and spend our life under the waves. But thy boy Ascanius is held within wall and trench, among the Latin weapons and the rough edge of war. Already the Arcadian cavalry and the brave Etruscan together hold the appointed ground. Turnus' plan is fixed, to bar their way with his squadrons, that they may not reach the camp. Up and arise, and ere the coming of the dawn bid thy crews be called to arms, and take thou the shield which the Lord of Fire forged for victory and rimmed about with gold. Tomorrow's daylight, if thou deem not my words vain, shall see Rutulians heaped high in slaughter." She ended, and as she went pushed the tall ship on with her hand wisely and well. The ship shoots through the water fleeter than javelin or wind-swift arrow. Thereat the rest quicken their speed. The son of Anchises of Troy is himself deep in bewilderment, yet the omen cheers his courage. Then looking on the heavenly vault he briefly prays: "O gracious upon Ida, mother of gods, whose delight is in Dindymus and turreted cities and lions coupled to thy reign, do thou lead me in battle, do thou meetly prosper thine augury, and draw nigh thy Phrygians, goddess, with favourable feet. Thus much he spoke, and meanwhile the broad light of returning day now began to pour in, and chased away the night. First he commands his comrades to follow his signals, brace their courage to arms, and prepare for battle. And now his Trojans and his camp are in his sight, as he stands high astern, when next he lifts the blazing shield on his left arm. The Dardanians on the walls raise a shout to the sky. Hope comes to kindle wrath. They hurl their missiles strongly, even as under black clouds cranes from the Strymon utter their signal notes and sail clamouring across the sky, and noisily stream down the gale. But this seemed marvellous to the Rutulian king and the captains of Ausonia, till looking back they see the ships steering for the beach, and all the sea as a single fleet sailing in. His helmet's spike blazes, flame pours from the cresting plumes, and the golden shield-boss spouts floods of fire, even as when, in transparent night, comets glow blood-red and drear, or the splendour of Sirius, that brings drought and sicknesses on wretched men, rises and saddens the sky with malignant beams. Yet gallant Turnus in unfailing confidence will prevent them on the shore and repel their approach to land. What your prayers have sought is given, the sweep of the sword arm. The God of battles is in the hands of men. Now remember each his wife and home. Now recall the high deeds of our fathers' honour. Let us challenge meeting at the water's edge, while they waver and their feet yet slip as they disembark. Fortune aids daring. So speaks he, and counsels inly whom he shall lead to meet them, whom leave in charge of the leaguered walls. Meanwhile Aeneas lands his allies by gangways from the high ships. Many watch the retreat and slack of the sea, and leap boldly into the shoal water. Others slide down the oars. Tarchon, marking the shore where the shallows do not seethe and plash with broken water, but the sea glides up and spreads its tide unbroken, suddenly turns his bows to land and implores his comrades. Now, O chosen crew, bend strongly to your oars. Lift your ships, make them go. Let the prows cleave this hostile land, and the keel plough herself a furrow. I will let my vessel break up on such harbourage if once she takes the land. When Tarchon had spoken in such wise, his comrades rise on their oar-blades and carry their ships in foam towards the Latin fields, till the prows are fast on dry land, and all the keels are aground unhurt. But not thy galley, Tarchon, for she dashes on a shoal, and swings long swaying on the cruel bank, pitching and slapping the flood, then breaks up, and lands her crew among the waves. Broken oars and floating thwarts entangle them, and the ebbing wave sucks their feet away. Nor does Turnus keep idly dallying, but swiftly hurries his whole array against the Trojans, and ranges it to face the beach. The trumpets blow. At once Aeneas charges and confounds the rustic squadrons of the Latins, and slays Theron for omen of battle. The giant advances to challenge Aeneas, but through sewed plates of brass and tunic rough with gold the sword plunges in his open side. Next he strikes Lycas, cut from his mother already dead, and consecrated, Phoebus, to thee, since his infancy was granted escape from the perilous steel. Near thereby he struck dead brawny Cisseus and vast Gyas, whose clubs were mowing down whole files. Naught availed them the arms of Hercules and their strength of hand, nor Melampus their father, ever of Alcides' company, while earth yielded him sore travail. Lo, while Phaurus utters weak vaunts, the hurled javelin strikes on his shouting mouth. Thou too, while thou followest thy new delight, Clytius, whose cheeks are golden with youthful down. Thou, luckless Sidon, struck down by the Dardanian hand, wert lying past thought. Ah, pitiable, of the young loves that were ever thine, did not the close array of thy brethren interpose, the children of Phorcus, 7 in number, and send a sevenfold shower of darts? Some glance ineffectual from helmet and shield, some Venus the bountiful turned aside as they grazed his body. Aeneas calls to trusty Achates, "Give me store of weapons. None that hath been planted in Grecian body on the plains of Ilium shall my hand hurl at Rutulian in vain. Then he catches and throws his great spear. The spear flies grinding through the brass of Maeon's shield, and breaks through corslet and through breast. His brother Alcanor runs up and sustains with his right arm his sinking brother. Through his arm the spear passes, speeding straight on its message, and holds its bloody way, and the hand dangles by the sinews lifeless from the shoulder. Then Numitor, seizing his dead brother's javelin, aims at Aeneas, but might not fairly pierce him, and grazed tall Achates on the thigh. Here Clausus of Cures comes confident in his pride of strength, and with a long reach strikes Dryops under the chin, and urging the stiff spear shaft home, stops the accents of his speech and his life together, piercing the throat. But he strikes the earth with his forehead, and vomits clots of blood. 3 Thracians likewise of Boreas' sovereign race, and 3 sent by their father Idas from their native Ismarus, fall in diverse wise before him. Halesus and his Auruncan troops hasten thither. Messapus too, seed of Neptune, comes up charioted. This side and that strive to hurl back the enemy, and fight hard on the very edge of Ausonia. As when in the depth of air adverse winds rise in battle with equal spirit and strength, not they, not clouds nor sea yield one to another. Long the battle is doubtful, all stands locked in counterpoise. Even thus clash the ranks of Troy and ranks of Latium, foot fast on foot, and man crowded up on man. But in another quarter, where a torrent had driven a wide path of rolling stones and bushes torn away from the banks, Pallas saw his Arcadians, unaccustomed to move as infantry, giving back before the Latin pursuit when the roughness of the ground bade them dismount. This only was left in his strait, to kindle them to valour, now by entreaties, now by taunts. Whither flee you, comrades? By your deeds of bravery, by your leader Evander's name, by your triumphant campaigns, and my hope that now rises to rival my father's honour, trust not to flight. Our swords must hew a way through the enemy. Where yonder mass of men presses thickest, there your proud country calls you with Pallas at your head. No gods are they who bear us down. Mortals, we feel the pressure of a mortal foe. We have as many lives and hands as he. Lo, the deep shuts us in with vast sea barrier. Even now land fails our flight. Shall we make ocean or Troy our goal? So speaks he, and bursts amid the serried foe. First Lagus meets him, drawn thither by malign destiny. Him, as he tugs at a ponderous stone, hurling his spear where the spine ran dissevering the ribs, he pierces and wrenches out the spear where it stuck fast in the bone. Nor does his bow catch him stooping, for all that he hoped it. For Pallas, as he rushes unguarded on, furious at his comrade's cruel death, receives him on his sword and buries it in his distended lungs. Next he attacks Sthenius and Anchemolus of Rhetus' ancient family, who dared to violate the bridal chamber of his stepmother. You, too, the twins Larides and Timber, fell on the Rutulian fields, children of Daucus, indistinguishable for likeness and a sweet perplexity to your parents. But now Pallas made cruel difference between you, for thy head, Timber, is swept off by Evander's sword. Thy right hand, Larides, severed, seeks its master, and the dying fingers jerk and clutch at the sword. Fired by his encouragement and beholding his noble deeds, the Arcadians advance in wrath and shame to meet the enemy in arms. Then Pallas pierces Retius as he flies past in his chariot. This space, this much of respite was given to Aelus, for at Aelus he had aimed the strong spear from afar, and Retius intercepts its passage, in flight from thee, noble Teuthras, and Tyres thy brother. He rolls from the chariot in death, and his heels strike the Rutulian fields. And as the shepherd, when summer winds have risen to his desire, kindles the woods dispersedly, on a sudden the mid-spaces catch, and a single flickering line of fire spreads wide over the plain. He sits looking down on his conquest and the revel of the flames. Even so, Pallas, do thy brave comrades gather close to sustain thee. But warrior Halesus advances full on them, gathering himself behind his armour. He slays Ladon, Pheres, Demodocus. His gleaming sword shears off Stramonius's hand as it rises to his throat. He strikes Thoas on the face with a stone, and drives the bones asunder in a shattered mass of blood and brains. Halesus had his father the soothsayer kept hidden in the woodland. When the old man's glazing eyes sank to death, the Fates laid hand on him and devoted him to the arms of Evander. Pallas aims at him, first praying thus: "Grant now, Lord Tiber, to the steel I poise and hurl, a prosperous way through brawny Halesus' breast. Thine oak shall bear these arms and the dress he wore." The god heard it. While Halesus covers Imaeon, he leaves, alas, his breast unarmed to the Arcadian's weapon. Yet at his grievous death Lausus, himself a great arm of the war, lets not his columns be dismayed. At once he meets and cuts down Abas, the check and stay of their battle. The men of Arcadia go down before him. Down go the Etruscans and you, O Teucrians, invincible by Greece. The armies close, matched in strength and in captains. The rear ranks crowd in. Weapons and hands are locked in the press. Here Pallas strains and pushes on, here Lausus opposite, nearly matched in age, excellent in beauty. But fortune had denied both return to their own land. Yet that they should meet face to face, the sovereign of high Olympus allowed not. An early fate awaits them beneath a mightier foe. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 10th. The Battle on the Beach, Part 2. Meanwhile, Turnus' gracious sister bids him take Lausus' room, and his fleet chariot parts the ranks. When he saw his comrades, "It is time," he cried, "to stay from battle. I alone must assail Pallas. To me and none other Pallas is due. I would his father himself were here to see." So speaks he, and his Rutulians draw back from a level space at his bidding. But then, as they withdrew, he, wondering at the haughty command, stands in amaze at Turnus, his eyes scanning the vast frame, and his fierce glance perusing him from afar. And with these words he returns the words of the monarch: "For me, my praise shall even now be in the lordly spoils I win, or in illustrious death. My father will bear calmly either lot. Away with menaces." He speaks, and advances into the level ring. The Arcadians' blood gathers chill about their hearts. Turnus leaps from his chariot and prepares to close with him. And as a lion sees from some lofty outlook a bull stand far off on the plain revolving battle, and flies at him, even such to see is Turnus' coming. When Pallas deemed him within reach of a spear throw, he advances, if so chance may assist the daring of his overmatched strength, and thus cries into the depth of sky: "By my father's hospitality and the board whereto thou camest a wanderer, on thee I call, Alcides. Be favourable to my high emprise. Let Turnus even in death discern me stripping his blood-stained armour, and his swooning eyes endure the sight of his conqueror." Alcides heard him, and deep in his heart he stifled a heavy sigh, and let idle tears fall. Then with kindly words the father accosts his son: "Each hath his own appointed day. Short and irrecoverable is the span of life for all. But to spread renown by deeds is the task of valour. Under high Troy town many and many a god's son fell. Nay, mine own child Sarpedon likewise perished. Turnus too his own fate summons, and his allotted period hath reached the goal." So speaks he, and turns his eyes away from the Rutulian fields. But Pallas hurls his spear with all his strength, and pulls his sword flashing out of the hollow scabbard. The flying spear lights where the armour rises high above the shoulder, and forcing a way through the shield's rim, ceased not till it drew blood from the mighty Turnus. At this Turnus long poises the spear shaft with its sharp steel head, and hurls it on Pallas with these words, "See thou if our weapon have not a keener point." He ended, but for all the shield's plating of iron and brass, for all the bull hide that covers it round about, the quivering spearhead smashes it fair through and through, passes the guard of the corslet, and pierces the breast with a gaping hole. He tears the warm weapon from the wound, in vain. Together and at once life, blood, and sense follow it. He falls heavily on the ground, his armour clashes over him, and his blood-stained face sinks in death on the hostile soil. And Turnus standing over him, "Arcadians," he cries, "remember these my words, and bear them to Evander. I send him back his palace, as was due. All the meed of the tomb, all the solace of sepulture, I give freely. Dearly must he pay his welcome to Aeneas." And with these words, planting his left foot on the dead, he tore away the broad, heavy sword belt engraven with a tale of crime, the array of grooms foully slain together on their bridal night, and the nuptial chambers dabbled with blood, which Clonus, son of Eurytus, had wrought richly in gold. Now Turnus exults in spoiling him of it, and rejoices at his prize. Ah, spirit of man, ignorant of fate and the allotted future, or to keep bounds when elate with prosperity, the day will come when Turnus shall desire to have bought Pallas' safety at a great ransom, and curse the spoils of this fatal day. But with many moans and tears Pallas' comrades lay him on his shield, and bear him away amid their ranks. O grief and glory and grace of the Father to whom thou shalt return! This one day sent thee first to war, this one day takes thee away, while yet thou leavest heaped high thy Rutulian dead. And now no rumour of the dreadful loss, but a surer messenger flies to Aeneas, telling him his troops are on the thin edge of doom. It is time to succour the routed Teucrians. He mows down all that meets him, and hews a broad path through their columns with furious sword, as he seeks thee, O Turnus, in thy fresh pride of slaughter. Pallas, Evander, all flash before his eyes. The board whereto but then he had first come a wanderer, and the clasped hands. Here 4 of Sulmo's children, as many more of Ufen's nurture, are taken by him alive to slaughter in sacrifice to the shade below, and slake the flames of the pyre with captive blood. Next he levelled his spear full on Magus from far. He stoops cunningly, the spear flies quivering over him, and clasping his knees he speaks thus beseechingly, "By thy father's ghost, by Iulus thy growing hope, I entreat thee, save this life for a child and a parent. My house is stately, deep in it lies buried wealth of engraven silver, I have masses of wrought and unwrought gold. The victory of Troy does not turn on this, nor will a single life make so great a difference." He ended. To him Aeneas thus returns answer, "All the wealth of silver and gold thou tellest of, spare thou for thy children. Turnus hath broken off this thy trafficking in war, even then when Pallas fell. Thus judges the ghost of my father Anchises, thus Iulus." So speaking, he grasps his helmet with his left hand, and bending back his neck, drives his sword up to the hilt in the suppliant. Hard by is Haemonides, priest of Phoebus and Trivia, his temples wound with the holy ribboned chaplet, all glittering in white-robed array. Him he meets and chases down the plain, and standing over his fallen foe, slaughters him and wraps him in great darkness. Serestus gathers the armour and carries it away on his shoulders, a trophy, King Gradivus, to thee. Caeculus, born of Vulcan's race, and Umbro, who comes from the Marsian hills, fill up the line. The Dardanian rushes full on them. His sword had hewn off Angzur's left arm, with all the circle of the shield. He had uttered brave words, and deemed his prowess would second his vaunts, and perchance with spirit lifted up had promised himself hoar age and length of years, when Tarquitus in the pride of his glittering arms met his fiery course, whom the nymph Dryope had borne to Faunus, haunter of the woodland. Drawing back his spear, he pins the ponderous shield to the corslet, then, as he vainly pleaded and would say many a thing, strikes his head to the ground, and rolling away the warm body, cries thus over his enemy, "Lie there now, terrible one. No mother's love shall lay thee in the sod, or place thy limbs beneath thine heavy ancestral tomb. To birds of prey shalt thou be left, or borne down sunk in the eddying water, where hungry fish shall suck thy wounds." Next he sweeps on Antaeus and Lucas, the first of Turnus' train, and brave Numa and tawny-haired Camas, born of noble Volscens, who was wealthiest in land of the Ausonians and reigned in silent Amyclae. Even as Aegeon, who, men say, had 100 arms, 100 hands, 50 mouths, and breasts ablaze with fire, and arrayed against Jove's thunders as many clashing shields and drawn swords. So Aeneas, when once his sword's point grew warm, rages victorious over all the field. Nay, lo! he darts full in face on Niphaeus' 4-horse chariot. Before his long strides and dreadful cry they turned in terror and dashed back, throwing out their driver and tearing the chariot down the beach. Meanwhile the brothers Lucagus and Liger drive up with their pair of white horses. Lucagus valiantly waves his drawn sword, while his brother wheels his horses with the rein. Aeneas, wrathful at their mad onslaught, rushes on them, towering high with levelled spear. To him Liger, "Not Diomedes' horses dost thou discern, nor Achilles' chariot, nor the plains of Phrygia. Now on this soil of ours the war and thy life shall end together." Thus fly mad Liger's random words. But not in words does the Trojan hero frame his reply, for he hurls his javelin at the foe. As Lucagus spurred on his horses, bending forward over the whip, with left foot advanced ready for battle, the spear passes through the lower rim of his shining shield and pierces his left groin, knocks him out of the chariot, and stretches him in death on the fields. To him good Aeneas speaks in bitter words, "Lucagus, no slackness in thy courser's flight hath betrayed thee, or vain shadow of the foe turned them back. Thyself thou leapest off the harnessed wheels." In such wise he spoke, and caught the horses. His brother, slipping down from the chariot, pitiably outstretched helpless hands. "Ah, by the parents who gave thee birth, great Trojan, spare this life and pity my prayer." More was he pleading, but Aeneas, "Not such were the words thou wert uttering. Die, and be brother undivided from brother." With that his sword's point pierces the breast where the life lies hid. Thus the Dardanian captain dealt death over the plain, like some raging torrent stream or black whirlwind. At last the boy Ascanius and his troops burst through the ineffectual Liger and issue from the camp. Meanwhile Jupiter breaks silence to accost Juno. "O sister and wife best beloved, it is Venus, as thou deemedst, nor is thy judgment astray, who sustains the forces of Troy, not their own valour of hand in war, and untamable spirit and endurance in peril." To whom Juno, beseechingly, "Why, fair my lord, vexest thou one sick at heart and trembling at thy bitter words? If that force were in my love that once was, and that was well, never had thine omnipotence denied me leave to withdraw Turnus from battle and preserve him for his father Daunus in safety. Now let him perish, and pay forfeit to the Trojans of his innocent blood. Yet he traces his birth from our name, and Pilumnus was his father in the 4th generation, and oft and again his bountiful hand hath heaped thy courts with gifts." To her the king of high heaven thus briefly spoke, "If thy prayer for him is delay of present death and respite from his fall, and thou dost understand that I ordain it thus, remove thy Turnus in flight, and snatch him from the fate that is upon him. For so much indulgence there is room, but if any ampler grace mask itself in these thy prayers, and thou dreamest of change in the whole movement of the war. Idle is the hope thou nursest. And Juno weeping, Ah, yet, if thy mind were gracious where thy lips are stern, and this gift of life might remain confirmed to Turnus. Now his portion is bitter and guiltless death, or I wander idly from the truth. Yet, oh, that I rather deluded myself with false alarms, and thou who canst wouldst bend thy course to better counsels. These words uttered, she darted through the air straight from high heaven, cloud-girt in driving tempest, and sought the Ilian ranks and camp of Laurentum. Then the goddess, strange and ominous to see, fashions into the likeness of Aeneas a thin and pithless shade of hollow mist, decks it with Dardanian weapons, and gives it the mimicry of shield and divine helmet plume, gives unsubstantial words and senseless utterance, and the mould and motion of his tread, like shapes rumoured to flit when death is past, or dreams that delude the slumbering senses. But in front of the battle ranks the phantom dances rejoicingly, and with arms and mocking accents provokes the foe. Turnus hastens up and sends his spear whistling from far on it. It gives back and turns its footsteps. Then indeed Turnus, when he believed Aeneas, turned and fled from him, and his spirit madly drank in the elusive hope. Whither fliest thou, Aeneas? Forsake not thy plighted bridal chamber. This hand shall give thee the land thou hast sought overseas. So clamouring he pursues, and brandishes his drawn sword, and sees not that his rejoicing is drifting with the winds. The ship lay haply moored to a high ledge of rock, with ladders run out and gangway ready, wherein King Osinius sailed from the coasts of Clusium. Here the fluttering phantom of flying Aeneas darts and hides itself. Nor is Turnus slack to follow. He overleaps the barriers and springs across the high gangways. Scarcely had he lighted on the prow. The daughter of Saturn snaps the hawser, and the ship, parted from her cable, runs out on the ebbing tide. And him Aeneas seeks for battle and finds not, and sends many a man that meets him to death. Then the light phantom seeks not yet any further hiding place, but flitting aloft, melts in a dark cloud, and a blast comes down meanwhile, and sweeps Turnus through the seas. He looks back, witless of his case, and thankless for his salvation, and wailing stretches both hands to heaven. Father omnipotent, was I so guilty in thine eyes, and is this the punishment thou hast ordained? Whither am I born? Whence came I? What flight is this, or in what guise do I return? Shall I look again on the camp or walls of Laurentum? What of that array of men who followed me to arms, whom, O horrible, I have abandoned all amid a dreadful death? And now I see the stragglers and catch the groans of those who fall. What do I? Or how may earth ever yawn for me deep enough? Do you rather, O winds, be pitiful, carry my bark on rock or reef. It is I, Turnus, who desire and implore you. Or drive me on the cruel shoals of the Syrtis, where no Rutulian may follow nor rumour know my name. Thus speaking, he wavers in mind this way and that. Maddened by the shame, shall he plunge on his sword's harsh point, and drive it through his side, or fling himself among the waves, and seek by swimming to gain the winding shore, again to return on the Trojan arms? Thrice he essayed either way, thrice queenly Juno checked and restrained him in pity of heart. Cleaving the deep, he floats with the tide down the flood, and is borne on to his father Daunus' ancient city. But meanwhile, at Jove's prompting, fiery Mezentius takes his place in the battle and assails the triumphant Teucrians. The Tyrrhene ranks gather round him, and all at once in unison shower their darts down on the hated foe. As a cliff that juts into the waste of waves, meeting the raging winds and breasting the deep, endures all the threatening force of sky and sea, itself fixed immovable, so he dashes to earth Hebrus, son of Dilicaon, and with him Latagus, and Palmus as he fled, catching Latagus full front in the face with a vast fragment of mountain rock, while Palmus he hamstrings, and leaves him rolling helpless. His armour he gives Lausus to wear on his shoulders, and the plumes to fix on his crest. With them fall Avanthus the Phrygian, and Mimas, fellow and birthmate of Paris. For on one night Theano bore him to his father Amycus, and the queen, Cisseus' daughter, was delivered of Paris the firebrand. He sleeps in his father's city. Mimas lies a stranger on the Laurentian coast. And as the boar, driven by snapping hounds from the mountain heights, many a year hidden by Vesulus in his pines, many an one fed in the Laurentian marsh among the reedy forest, once come among the nets, halts and snorts savagely with shoulders bristling up, and none of them dare be wrathful or draw closer, but they shower from a safe distance their darts and cries. Even thus, none of those whose anger is righteous against Mezentius have courage to meet him with drawn weapon. Far off they provoke him with missiles and huge clamour, and he turns slow and fearless round about, grinding his teeth as he shakes the spears off his shield. From the bounds of ancient Corythus, Acron the Greek had come, leaving for exile a bride half won. Seeing him afar dealing confusion amid the ranks, in crimson plumes and his plighted wife's purple, as an unpastured lion often ranging the deep coverts for madness of hunger urges him, if he haply catches sight of a timorous roe or high-antlered stag, he gapes hugely for joy, and with mane on end clings crouching over its flesh, his cruel mouth bathed in reeking gore. So Mezentius darts lightly among the thick of the enemy. Hapless Acron goes down, and spurning the dark ground, gasps out his life, and covers the broken javelin with his blood. But the victor deigned not to bring down Orodes with the blind wound of his flying lance as he fled. Full face to face he meets him, and engages man with man, conqueror not by stealth but armed valour. Then, as with planted foot he thrust him off the spear, "O men," he cries, "Orodes lies low, no slight arm of the war." His comrades shout after him the glad battle chant, and the dying man, "Not unavenged nor long, whoso thou art, shalt thou be glad in victory. Thee too an equal fate marks down, and in these fields thou shalt soon lie." And smiling on him half wrathfully, Mezentius, "Now die thou, but of me let the Father of gods and King of men take counsel." So saying, he drew the weapon out of his body. Grim rest and iron slumber seal his eyes. His lids close on everlasting night. Caedicus slays Alcathous, Sacrator Hydaspes, Rapo Parthenius and the grim strength of Orses, Messapus Clonius and Ericetes, son of Lycaon, the one when his reinless horse stumbling had flung him to the ground, the other as they met on foot. And Argus the Lycian advanced only to be struck from horseback by Valerus, brave as his ancestry, and Thronius by Salius, and Salius by Nealces, with treacherous arrow-shot that stole from far. Now the heavy hand of war dealt equal woe and counterchange of death. In even balance conquerors and conquered slew and fell. Nor one nor other knows of retreat. The gods in Jove's house pity the vain rage of either, and all the agonizing of mortals. From one side Venus, from one opposite Juno, daughter of Saturn, looks on. Pale Tisiphone rages among the many thousand men, but now, brandishing his huge spear, Mezentius strides glooming over the plain, vast as Orion when with planted foot he cleaves his way through the vast pools of mid-ocean, and his shoulder overtops the waves, or carrying an ancient mountain ash from the hilltops, paces the ground and hides his head among the clouds. So moves Mezentius, huge in arms. Aeneas, espying him in the deep columns, makes on to meet him. He remains, unterrified, awaiting his noble foe, steady in his own bulk, and measures with his eye the fair range for a spear. This right hand's divinity, and the weapon I poise and hurl, now be favourable. Thee, Lausus, I vow for the live trophy of Aeneas, dressed in the spoils stripped from the pirate's body. He ends, and throws the spear whistling from far. It flies on, glancing from the shield, and pierces illustrious Antores hard by him sidelong in the flank. Antores, companion of Hercules, who sent thither from Argos, had stayed by Evander, and settled in an Italian town. Hapless he goes down with a wound not his own, and in death gazes on the sky, and Argos is sweet in his remembrance. Then good Aeneas throws his spear. Through the sheltering circle of threefold brass, through the canvas lining and fabric of triple-sewn bull-hide it went, and sank deep in his groin, yet carried not its strength home. Quickly Aeneas, joyful at the sight of the Tyrrhenian's blood, snatches his sword from his thigh, and presses hotly on his struggling enemy. Lausus saw, and groaned deeply for love of his dear father, and tears rolled over his face. Here will I not keep silence of thy hard death doom and thine excellent deeds, if in any wise things wrought in the old time may win belief, nor of thyself, O fitly remembered. He, helpless and trammelled, withdrew backward, the deadly spear-shaft trailing from his shield. The youth broke forward and plunged into the fight, and even as Aeneas's hand rose to bring down the blow, he caught up his point and held him in delay. His comrades follow up with loud cries. So the father may withdraw in shelter of his son's shield, while they shower their darts and bear back the enemy with missiles from a distance. Aeneas wrathfully keeps covered. And as when storm clouds pour down in streaming hail, all the ploughmen and country folks scatter off the fields, and the wayfarer cowers safe in his fortress, a stream's bank or deep arch of rock, while the rain falls, that they may do their day's labour when sunlight reappears. Thus under the circling storm of weapons Aeneas sustains the cloud of war till it thunders itself all away, and calls on Lausus, with chiding and menace. Whither runnest thou on thy death with daring beyond thy strength? Thine affection betrays thee into rashness. But none the less he leaps madly on, and now wrath rises higher and fiercer in the Dardanian captain, and the fates pass Lausus's last threads through their hand, for Aeneas drives the sword strongly right through him, up all its length. The point pierced the light shield that armed his assailant, and the tunic sewn by his mother with flexible gold. Blood filled his breast, and the life left the body, and passed mourning through the air to the underworld. But when Anchises' son saw the look on the dying face, the face pale in wonderful wise, he sighed deeply in pity, and reached forth his hand, as the likeness of his own filial affection flashed across his soul. What now shall good Aeneas give thee? What, O poor boy, for this thy praise, for guerdon of a nature so noble? Keep for thine own the armour thou didst delight in, and I restore thee, if that matters aught at all, to the ghosts and ashes of thy parents. Yet thou shalt have this sad comfort in thy piteous death, thou fallest by great Aeneas' hand. Then, chiding his hesitating comrades, he lifts him from the ground, dabbling the comely ranged tresses with blood. Meanwhile his father, by the wave of the Tiber river, stanched his wound with water, and rested his body against a tree trunk. Hard by, his brazen helmet hangs from the boughs, and the heavy armour lies quietly on the meadow. Chosen men stand round. He, sick and panting, leans his neck and lets his beard spread down over his chest. Many a time he asks for Lausus, and sends many an one to call him back and carry a parent's sad commands. But Lausus his weeping comrades were bearing lifeless on his armour, mighty and mightily wounded to death. Afar the soul prophetic of ill knew their lamentation. He soils his grey hairs plenteously with dust, and stretches both hands on high, and clings on the dead. Was life's hold on me so sweet, O my son, that I let him I bore receive the hostile stroke in my room? Am I, thy father, saved by these wounds of thine, and living by thy death? Alas and woe! Now at last exile is bitter. Now the wound is driven deep, and I, even I, O my son, stained thy name with crime, driven in hatred from the throne and sceptre of my fathers. I owed vengeance to my country and my people's resentment. Might mine own guilty life but have paid it by every form of death. Now I live, and leave not yet man and day, but I will. As he speaks thus, he raises himself painfully on his thigh, and though the violence of the deep wound cripples him, Yet unbroken he bids his horse be brought, his beauty, his comfort, that ever had carried him victorious out of war, and says these words to the grieving beast: Rebus, we have lived long, if aught at all lasts long with mortals. This day wilt thou either bring back in triumph the gory head and spoils of Aeneas, and we will avenge Lausus' agonies, or if no force opens a way, thou wilt die with me, for I deem not, bravest, thou wilt deign to bear an alien rule and a Teucrian lord. He spoke, and took his welcome seat on the back he knew, loading both hands with keen javelins, his head sheathed in glittering brass and shaggy horsehair plumes. Thus he galloped in. Through his heart sweep together the vast tides of shame and mingling madness and grief. And with that he thrice loudly calls Aeneas. Aeneas knew the call, and makes glad invocation. So the Father of gods speed me, so Apollo on high, do thou essay to close hand to hand? Thus much he utters, and moves up to meet him with levelled spear. And he, Why seek to frighten me, fierce man, now my son is gone? This was thy one road to my ruin. We shrink not from death, nor relent before any of the gods. Cease, for I come to my death, first carrying these gifts for thee. He spoke, and hurled a weapon at his enemy. Then plants another, and yet another, as he darts round in a wide circle, but they are stayed on the boss of gold. Thrice he rode wheeling close round him by the left, and sent his weapons strongly in. Thrice the Trojan hero turns round, taking the grim forest on his brazen guard. Then, weary of lingering in delay on delay, and plucking out spearhead after spearhead, and hard pressed in the uneven match of battle, with much counselling of spirit now at last he bursts forth, and sends his spear at the war-horse between the hollows of the temples. The creature raises itself erect, beating the air with its feet, throws its rider, and coming down after him in an entangled mass, slips its shoulder as it tumbles forward. The cries of Trojans and Latins kindle the sky. Aeneas rushes up, drawing his sword from the scabbard, and thus above him, Where now is gallant Mezentius and all his fierce spirit? Thereto the Tyrrhenian, as he came to himself and gazing up drank the air of heaven. Bitter foe, why these taunts and menaces of death? Naught forbids my slaughter. Neither on such terms came I to battle, nor did my Lausus make treaty for this between me and thee. This one thing I beseech thee, by whatsoever grace a vanquished enemy may claim, allow my body sepulture. I know I am girt by the bitter hatred of my people. Stay, I implore, their fury, and grant me and my son union in the tomb. So speaks he, and takes the sword in his throat unfalteringly, and the life-blood spreads in a wave over his armour. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 11th, The Council of the Latins and the Life and Death of Camilla, Part 1. Meanwhile dawn arose forth of ocean. Aeneas, though the charge presses to give a space for burial of his comrades, and his mind is in the tumult of death, began to pay the gods his vows of victory with the breaking of the east. He plants on a mound a mighty oak with boughs lopped away on every hand, and arrays it in the gleaming arms stripped from Mezentius the captain, a trophy to thee, mighty lord of war. He fixes on it the plumes dripping with blood, the broken spears, and the corslet struck and pierced in 12 places. He ties the shield of brass on his left hand, and hangs from his neck the ivory sword. Then among his joyous comrades, for all the throng of his captains girt him close about, he begins in these words of cheer. The greatest deed is done, O men, be all fear gone for what remains. These are the spoils of a haughty king, the first fruits won from him. My hands have sent Mezentius here. Now our way lies to the walls of the Latin king. Prepare your arms and courage, and let your hopes anticipate the war. Let no ignorant delay hinder or tardy thoughts of fear keep us back, so soon as heaven grant us to pluck up the standards and lead our army from the camp. Meanwhile let us commit to earth the unburied bodies of our comrades, since deep in Acheron this honour is left alone. Go, says he, grace with the last gifts those noble souls whose blood won us this land of ours. And first let Pallas be sent to Evander's mourning city, he whose valour failed not when the day of darkness took him, and the bitter wave of death. So speaks he weeping, and retraces his steps to the door, where aged Acoetes watched Pallas' lifeless body laid out for burial. Once armour-bearer to Evander in Parrhasia, but now gone forth with darker omens, appointed attendant to his darling foster-child. Around is the whole train of servants with a crowd of Trojans, and the Ilian women with hair unbound in mourning after their fashion. When Aeneas entered at the high doorway they beat their breasts and raise a loud wail aloft, and the palace moans to their grievous lamentation. Himself, when he saw the pillowed head and fair face of Pallas, and on his smooth breast the gaping wound of the Ausonian spearhead, speaks thus with welling tears. Did Fortune in her joyous coming, he cries, O luckless boy, grudge thee the sight of our realm, and a triumphal entry to thy father's dwelling? Not this promise of thee had I given to Evander thy sire at my departure, when he embraced me as I went and bade me speed to a wide empire, and yet warned me in fear that the men were valiant, the people obstinate in battle. And now he, fast ensnared by empty hope, perchance offers vows and heaps gifts on his altars. We, a mourning train, go in hollow honour by his corpse, who now owes no more to aught in heaven. Unhappy! thou wilt see thy son cruelly slain. Is this our triumphal return awaited? Is this my strong assurance? Ah me, what a shield is lost, mine, Iülus, to Ausonia, and to thee. This lament done, he bids raise the piteous body, and sends 1,000 men chosen from all his army for the last honour of escort, to mingle in the father's tears. A small comfort and a great sorrow, yet the unhappy parents do. Others quickly plait a soft wicker bier of arbutus rods and oak shoots, and shadow the heaped pillows with a leafy covering. Here they lay him, high on their rustic strewing, even as some tender violet or drooping hyacinth blossom plucked by a maiden's finger, whose sheen and whose grace is not yet departed, but no more does earth the mother feed it or lend it strength. Then Aeneas bore forth 2 purple garments stiff with gold, that Sidonian Dido's own hands, happy over their work, had once wrought for him, and shot the warp with delicate gold. One of these he sadly folds round him, a last honour, and veils in its covering the tresses destined to the fire, and heaps up beside many a Laurentine battle prize, and bids his spoils pass forth in long train, with them the horses and arms whereof he had stripped the enemy, and those with hands tied behind their back, whom he would send as nether offering to his ghost, and sprinkle the blood of their slaying on the flame. Also he bids his captains carry stems dressed in the armour of the foe, and fix on them the hostile names. Unhappy Acoetes is led along, outworn with age. He smites his breast and rends his face, and flings himself forward all along the ground. Likewise they lead forth the chariot bathed in Rutulian blood. Behind goes weeping Aethon the war-horse, his trappings laid away, and big drops wet his face. Others bear his spear and helmet, for all else is Turnus' prize. Then follow in mourning array the Teucrians, and all the Tyrrhenians, and the Arcadians with arms reversed. When the whole long escorting file had taken its way, Aeneas stopped, and sighing deep, pursued thus: Once again war's dreadful destiny calls us hence to other tears. Hail thou for evermore, O princely Pallas, and for evermore farewell. And without more words he bent his way to the high walls, and advanced towards his camp. And now envoys were there from the Latin city with wreathed boughs of olive, praying him of his grace to restore the dead that lay strewn by the sword over the plain, and let them go to their earthly grave. No war lasts with men conquered and bereft of breath. Let this indulgence be given to men once called friends and fathers of their brides. To them Aeneas grants leave in kind and courteous wise, spurning not their prayer, and goes on in these words: What spite of fortune, O Latins, hath entangled you in the toils of war, and made you fly our friendship? Plead you for peace to the lifeless bodies that the battle lot hath slain? I would fain grant it even to the living. Neither have I come but because destiny had given me this place to dwell in, nor wage I war with your people. Your king it is who hath broken our covenant and preferred to trust himself to Turnus' arms. Fitter it were that Turnus had faced death today. If he will fight out the war and expel the Teucrians, it had been well to meet me here in arms, so had he lived to whom life were granted of heaven or his own right hand. Now go and kindle the fire beneath your hapless countrymen." Aeneas ended. They stood dumb in silence, with faces bent steadfastly in mutual gaze. Then aged Drances, ever young Turnus' assailant in hatred and accusation, with the words of his mouth thus answers him again: "O Trojan, great in renown, yet greater in arms, with what praises may I extol thy divine goodness? Shall thy righteousness first wake my wonder, or thy toils in war? We indeed will gratefully carry these words to our father's city, and if fortune grant a way, will make thee at one with King Latinus. Let Turnus seek his own alliances. Nay, it will be our delight to rear the massy walls of destiny and stoop our shoulders under the stones of Troy." He ended thus, and all with one voice murmured assent. 12 days' truce is struck, and in meditation of the peace Teucrians and Latins stray mingling unharmed on the forest heights. The tall ash echoes to the axe's strokes, they overturn pines that soar into the sky, and busily cleave oaken logs and scented cedar with wedges, and drag mountain ashes on their groaning wagons. And now flying Rumour, harbinger of the heavy woe, fills Evander and Evander's house and city with the same voice that but now told of Pallas victorious over Latium. The Arcadians stream to the gates, snatching funeral torches after their ancient use. The road gleams with the long line of flame, and parts the fields with a broad pathway of light. The arriving crowd of Phrygians meets them and mingles in mourning array. When the matrons saw all the train approach their dwellings, they kindle the town with loud wailing. But no force may withhold Evander. He comes amid them. The bier is set down. He flings himself on Pallas, and clasps him with tears and sighs, and scarcely at last does grief leave his voice's utterance free. "Other than this, O Pallas, was thy promise to thy father, that thou wouldst not plunge recklessly into the fury of battle. I knew well how strong was the fresh pride of arms and the sweetness of honour in a first battle. Ah, unhappy first fruits of his youth and bitter prelude of the war upon our borders! Ah, vows and prayers of mine that no god heard! And thou, pure crown of wifehood, happy that thou art dead and not spared for this sorrow. But I have outgone my destiny in living, to stay here the survivor of my child. Would I had followed the allied arms of Troy, to be overwhelmed by Rutilian weapons. Would my life have been given, and I, and not my Pallas, were borne home in this procession. I would not blame you, O Teucrians, nor our treaty in the friendly hands we clasped. Our old age had that appointed debt to pay. Yet if untimely death awaited my son, it will be good to think he fell leading the Teucrians into Latium, and slew his Volscian thousands before he fell. Nay, no other funeral than this would I deem thy due, my Pallas, than good Aeneas does, than the mighty Phrygians, than the Tyrrhene captains and all the army of Tyrrhenia. Great are the trophies they bring on whom thine hand deals death. Thou also, Turnus, wert standing now, a great trunk dressed in arms, had his age and his strength of years equalled thine. But why, unhappy, do I delay the Trojan arms? Go, and forget not to carry this message to your king. Thine hand it is that keeps me lingering in a life that is hateful since Pallas fell, and Turnus is the debt thou seest son and father claim. For thy virtue and thy fortune this scope alone is left. I ask not joy in life, I may not, but to carry this to my son deep in the underworld." Meanwhile dawn had raised her gracious light on weary men, bringing back task and toil. Now lord Aeneas, how Tarchon have built the pyres on the winding shore. Hither in ancestral fashion hath each borne the bodies of his kin. The dark fire is lit beneath, and the vapour hides high heaven in gloom. Thrice, girt in glittering arms, they have marched about the blazing piles, thrice compassed on horseback the sad fire of death, and uttered their wail. Tears fall fast upon earth and armour, cries of men and blare of trumpets roll skyward. Then some fling on the fire Latin spoil stripped from the slain, helmets and shapely swords, bridles and glowing chariot wheels; others, familiar gifts, the very shields and luckless weapons of the dead. Around are slain in sacrifice oxen many in number, and bristly swine and cattle gathered out of all the country are slaughtered over the flames. Then crowding the shore, they gaze on their burning comrades, and guard the embers of the pyres, and cannot tear themselves away till dewy night wheels on the star-spangled glittering sky. Therewithal the unhappy Latins far apart build countless pyres, and bury many bodies of men in the ground, and many more they lift and bear away to the neighbouring country, or send them back to the city. The rest, a vast heap of undistinguishable slaughter, they burn uncounted and unhonoured. On all sides the broad fields gleam with the crowded rivalry of fires. The third dawn had rolled away the chill shadow from the sky. Mournfully they piled high the ashes and mingled bones from the embers, and heaped a load of warm earth above them. Now in the dwellings of rich Latinus' city the noise is loudest, and most the long wail. Here mothers and their sons' unhappy brides, here beloved sisters sad-hearted, and orphan boys curse the disastrous war and Turnus' bridal, and bid him his own self arm and decide the issue with the sword, since he claims for himself the first rank and the lordship of Italy. Drances fiercely embitters their cry, and vouches that Turnus alone is called, alone is claimed for battle. Yet therewith many a diverse worded counsel is for Turnus, and the great name of the queen overshadows him, and he rises high in renown of trophies fitly won. Among their stir, and while confusion is fiercest, lo, to crown all, the envoys from the great Diomedes' city bring their gloomy message. Nothing is to come of all the toil and labour spent. Gifts and gold and strong entreaties have been of no avail. Latium must seek other arms, or sue for peace to the Trojan king. For heavy grief King Latinus himself swoons away. The wrath of heaven and the fresh graves before his eyes warn him that Aeneas is borne on by fate's evident will. So he sends imperial summons to his high council, the foremost of his people, and gathers them within his lofty courts. They assemble, and stream up the crowded streets to the royal dwelling. Latinus, eldest in years and first in royalty, sits amid them with cheerless brow, and bids the envoys sent back from the Aetolian city tell the news they bring, and demands a full and ordered reply. Then tongues are hushed, and Venulus, obeying his word, thus begins to speak. We have seen, O citizens, Diomede in his Argive camp, and outsped our way and passed all its dangers, and touched the hand whereunder the land of Ilium fell. He was founding a town, named it Agrippa after his ancestral people, on the conquered fields of Iapygian Garganus. After we entered in, and license of open speech was given, we lay forth our gifts. We instruct him of our name and country, who are its invaders, and why we are drawn to Arpi. He heard us, and replied thus with face unstirred. O fortunate races, realm of Saturn, Ausonians of old, how doth fortune vex your quiet, and woo you to tempt wars you know not? We that have drawn sword on the fields of Ilium, I forbear to tell the drains of war beneath her high walls, the men sunken in yonder Simois, have all over the world paid to the full our punishment and the reward of guilt. A crew Priam's self might pity, as Minerva's baleful star knows, and as the Euboic reefs and Cypharis' revenge. From that warfaring driven to alien shores, Menelaus, son of Atreus, is in exile far as Proteus' pillars. Ulysses hath seen the Cyclops of Aetna. Shall I make mention of the realm of Neoptolemus, and Idomeneus' household gods overthrown? Or of the Locrians who dwell on the Libyan beach? Even the lord of Mycene, the mighty Achaeans' general, sank on his own threshold, edge under his accursed wife's hand, where the adulterer crouched over conquered Asia. I, or that the gods grudged it to me to return to my ancestral altars, to see the bride of my desire, and lovely Calydon. Now likewise sights of appalling presage pursue me. My comrades, lost to me, have soared winging into the sky, and flit birds about the rivers. Ah me, dread punishment of my people! And fill the cliffs with their melancholy cries. This it was I had to look for even from the time when I madly assailed celestial limbs with steel, and sullied the hand of Venus with a wound. Do not urge me to such battles. Neither have I any war with Troy since her towers are overthrown, nor do I remember with delight the woes of old. Turn to Aeneas with the gifts you bear to me from your ancestral borders. We have stood to face his grim weapons, and met him hand to hand. Believe one who hath proved it, how mightily he rises over his shield, in what a whirlwind he hurls his spear. Had the land of Ida borne 2 more like him, Dardanus had marched to attack the towns of Inachus, and Greece were mourning fate's reverse. In all our delay before that obstinate Trojan city, it was Hector and Aeneas whose hand stayed the Grecian victory, and bore back its advance to the 10th year. Both were splendid in courage, both eminent in arms. Aeneas was first in duty. Let your hands join in treaty as they may, but beware that your weapons close not with his. Thou hast heard, most gracious king, at once what is the king's answer, and what his counsel for our great struggle. Scarcely thus the envoys, when a diverse murmur ran through the troubled lips of the Ausonians, even as, when rocks delay some running river, it plashes in the barred pool, and the banks murmur nigh to the babbling wave. So soon as their minds were quieted and their hurrying lips hushed, the king, first calling on the gods, begins from his lofty throne. Ere now could I wish, O Latins, we had determined our course of state, and it had been better thus, not to meet in council at such a time as now, with the enemy seated before our walls. We wage an ill-timed war, fellow citizens, with a divine race, invincible, unbroken in battle, who brook not even when conquered to drop the sword. If you had hope in appeal to Aetolian arms, abandon it. Though each man's hope is his own, you discern how narrow a path it is. Beyond that you see with your eyes and handle with your hands the total ruin of our fortunes. I blame no one. What valour's utmost could do is done. We have fought with our whole kingdom's strength. Now I will unfold what I doubtfully advise and purpose, and with your attention instruct you of it in brief. There is an ancient land of mine bordering the Tuscan river, stretching far westward beyond Sasanian borders. Auruncans and Rutilians sow on it, work the stiff hills with the ploughshare, and pasture them where they are roughest. Let all this tract, with a pine-clad belt of mountain height, pass to the Teucrians in friendship. Let us name fair terms of treaty, and invite them as allies to our realm. Let them settle, if they desire it so, and found a city. But if they have a mind to try other coasts and another people, and can abide to leave our soil, let us build 10 ships of Italian oak, or as many more as they can man. Timber lies at the water's edge for all. Let them assign the number and fashion of the vessels, and we will supply brass, labour, dockyards. Further, it is our will that 100 ambassadors of the highest rank in Latium shall go to bear our words and ratify the treaty, holding forth in their hands the boughs of peace, and carrying for gifts weights of gold and ivory, and the chair and striped robe, our royal array. Give counsel openly, and succour our exhausted state. Then Drances again, he whose jealous ill will was wrought to anger and stung with bitterness by Turnus' fame, lavish of wealth and quick of tongue, though his hand was cold in war, held no empty counsellor and potent in faction. His mother's rank ennobled a lineage whose paternal source was obscure. Rises, and with these words heaps and heightens their passion. Dark to no man and needing no voice of ours, O gracious king, is that whereon thou takest counsel. All confess they know how our nation's fortune sways, but their words are choked. Let him grant freedom of speech and abate his breath, he by whose disastrous government and perverse way I will speak out, though he menace me with arms and death. We see so many stars of battle gone down, and all our cities sunk in mourning, while he, confident in flight, assails the Trojan camp, and makes heaven quail before his arms. Add yet one to those gifts of thine, to all the riches thou bidst us send or promise to the Dardanians, most gracious of kings, but one. Let no man's passion overbear thee from giving thine own daughter to an illustrious son and a worthy marriage, and binding this peace by perpetual treaty. Yet if we are thus terror-stricken, heart and soul, let us implore him in person plead him of his grace to give way, to restore king and country their proper right. Why again and again hurlest thou these unhappy citizens on perils so evident, O source and spring of Latium's woe? In war is no safety. Peace we all implore of thee, O Turnus, and the one pledge that makes peace inviolable. I the first, I whom thou picturest thine enemy, as I care not if I am, see, I bow at thy feet. Pity thine allies, relent, and retire before thy conqueror. Enough have we seen of rout and death and desolation over our broad lands. Or if glory stir thee, if such strength kindle in thy breast, and if a palace so delight thee for thy dower, be bold, and advance stout-hearted upon the foe. We verily, that Turnus may have his royal bride, must lie scattered on the plains, worthless lives, a crowd unburied and unwept. Do thou also, if thou hast aught of might, if the war god be in thee as in thy fathers, look him in the face who challenges." At these words Turnus' passion blazed out. He utters a groan, and breaks forth thus in deep accents: "Copious indeed, Drances, and fluent is ever thy speech at the moment war calls for action, and when the fathers are summoned thou art there the first. But we need no words to fill our senate house, safely as thou wingest them while the mounded walls keep off the enemy, and the trenches swim not yet with blood. Thunder on in rhetoric, thy wonted way. Accuse thou me of fear, Drances, since thine hand hath heaped so many Teucrians in slaughter, and thy glorious trophies dot the fields. Trial is open of what live valour can do, nor indeed is our foe far to seek. On all sides they surround our walls. Are we going to meet them? Why linger? Will thy bravery ever be in that windy tongue and those timorous feet of thine? My conqueror? Shall any justly flout me as conquered, who see Tiber swoln fuller with Ilian blood, and all the house and people of Evander lay low, and the Arcadians stripped of their armour? Not such did Bitias and huge Pandarus prove me, and the 1,000 men whom on one day my conquering hand sent down to hell, shut as I was in their walls, and closed in the enemy's ramparts. In war is no safety. Fool, be thy boding on the Dardan's head and thine own fortunes. Go on, cease not to throw all into confusion with thy terrors, to exalt the strength of a twice vanquished race, and abase the arms of Latinus before it. Now the princes of the Myrmidons tremble before Phrygian arms. Now Tydeus' son and Achilles of Larissa and Aufidus river recoils from the Adriatic wave. Or when the scheming villain pretends to shrink at my abuse, and sharpens calumny by terror. Never shall this hand, keep quiet, rob thee of such a soul. With thee let it abide, and dwell in that breast of thine. Now I return to thee, my lord, and thy weighty resolves. If thou dost repose no further hope in our arms, if all hath indeed left us, and one repulse been our utter ruin, and our fortune is beyond recovery, let us plead for peace, and stretch forth unarmed hands. Yet had we aught of our wonted manhood, his toil beyond all other is blessed, and his spirit eminent, who rather than see it thus hath fallen prone in death and once bitten the ground. But if we have yet resources, and an army still unbroken, and cities and people of Italy remain for our aid, but if even the Trojans have won their glory at great cost of blood, they too have their deaths, and the storm fell equally on all, why do we shamefully faint even on the threshold? Why does a shudder seize our limbs before the trumpet sound? Often do the days and the varying change of toiling time restore prosperity. Often fortune in broken visits makes man her sport and again establishes him. The Aetolian of Arpi will not help us, but Messapus will, and Ptolemus the fortunate, and the captains sent by many a nation. Nor will fame be scant to follow the flower of Latium and the Laurentine land. Camilla the Volscian too is with us, leading her train of cavalry, squadrons splendid in brass. But if I only am claimed by the Teucrians for combat, if that is your pleasure, and I am the barrier to the public good, victory does not so hate and shun my hands, that I should renounce any enterprise for so great a hope. I shall meet him in courage. Did he outmatch great Achilles, and wear arms like his forged by Vulcan hands? To you and to my father Latinus, I, Turnus, unexcelled in bravery by any of old, consecrate my life. Aeneas calls on him alone. Let him, I implore, let not Drances rather appease with his life this wrath of heaven, if such it be, or win the renown of valour. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 11th. The Council of the Latins and the Life and Death of Camilla, Part 2. Thus they one with another strove together in uncertainty. Aeneas moved from his camp to battle. Lo, a messenger rushes spreading confusion through the royal house, and fills the town with great alarms. The Teucrians, ranged in battle line with the Tyrrhene forces, are marching down by the Tiber river and filling the plain. Immediately spirits are stirred and hearts shaken, and wrath roused in fierce excitement among the crowd. Hurrying hands grasp at arms, for arms their young men clamour, the fathers shed tears and mutter gloomily. With that a great noise rises aloft in diverse contention, even as when flocks of birds haply settle on a lofty grove, or swans utter their hoarse cry among the vocal pools on the fish-filled river of Padusa. "Yes, citizens," cries Turnus, seizing his time, "gather in council and sit praising peace, while they rush on dominion in arms." Without more words he sprung up and issued swiftly from the high halls. "Thou, Volusus," he cries, "bid the Volscian battalions arm, and lead out the Rutulians. Messapus and Chorus with thy brother, spread your armed cavalry widely over the plain. Let a division entrench the city gates and man the towers, the rest of our array attack with me where I command." The whole town goes rushing to the walls. Lord Latinus himself, dismayed by the woeful emergency, quits the council and puts off his high designs, and chides himself sorely for not having given Aeneas unasked welcome, and made him son and bulwark of the city. Some entrench the gates, or bring up supply of stones and poles. The hoarse clarion utters the ensanguined note of war. A motley ring of boys and matrons girdle the walls. Therewithal the queen with a crown of mothers ascends bearing gifts to Pallas' towered temple, and by her side goes maiden Lavinia, source of all that woe, her beautiful eyes cast down. The mothers enter in, and while the temple steams with their incense, pour from the high doorway their mournful cry, "Maiden armimpotent Tritonian, sovereign of war, break with thine hand the spear of the Phrygian plunderer, hurl him prone to earth, and dash him down beneath our lofty gates." Turnus arrays himself in hot haste for battle, and even now hath done on his sparkling breastplate with its flickering scales of brass, and clasped his golden greaves, his brows yet bare and his sword buckled to his side. He runs down from the fortress height glittering in gold, and exultantly anticipates the foe. Thus when a horse snaps his tether, and free at last rushes from the stalls and gains the open plain, he either darts towards the pastures of the herded mares, or bathing, as is his wont, in the familiar river waters, dashes out, and neighs with neck stretched high, glorying, and his mane tosses over collar and shoulder. Camilla with her Volscian array meets him face to face in the gateway. The princess leaps from her horse, and all her squadron at her example slide from horseback to the ground. Then she speaks thus: "Turnus, if bravery hath any just self-confidence, I dare and promise to engage Aeneas' cavalry, and advance to meet the Tyrrhene horse. Permit my hand to try war's first perils, do thou on foot keep by the walls and guard the city." To this Turnus, with eyes fixed on the terrible maiden: "O maiden flower of Italy, how may I essay to express, how to prove my gratitude? But now, since that spirit of thine excels all praise, share thou the toil with me. Aeneas, as the report of the scout I sent assures, hath sent on his light armed horse to annoy us and scour the plains. Himself he marches on the city, across the lonely ridge of the mountain steep. I am arranging a stratagem of war in his pathway on the wooded slope, to block a gorge on the high road with armed troops. Do thou receive and join battle with the Tyrrhene cavalry. With thee shall be gallant Messapus, the Latin squadrons, and Tiburtus' division. Do thou likewise assume a captain's charge." So speaks he, and with like words heartens Messapus and the allied captains to battle, and advances towards the enemy. There is a sweeping curve of glen, made for ambushes and devices of arms. Dark thick foliage hems it in on either hand, and into it a bare footpath leads by a narrow gorge and difficult entrance. Right above it on the watchtowers of the hilltop lies an unexpected level, hidden away in shelter, whether one would charge from right and left, or stand on the ridge and roll down heavy stones. Hither he passes by a line of way he knew, and seizing his ground occupies the treacherous woods. Meanwhile in the heavenly dwellings Latona's daughter addressed fleet Opis, one of her maiden fellowship and sacred band, and sadly uttered these accents: "Camilla moves to fierce war, O maiden, and vainly girds on our arms, dear as she is beyond others to me. For her love of Diana is not newly born, nor her spirit stirred by sudden affection. Driven from his kingdom through jealousy of his haughty power, Metabus left ancient Privernum town, and bore his infant with him in his flight through war and battle, the companion of his exile, and called her by her mother Casmilla's name, with a little change, Camilla. Carrying her before him on his breast, he sought a long ridge of lonely woodland. On all sides angry weapons pressed on him, and Volscian soldiery spread hurrying round about. Lo, in mid-flight, swollen Amasenus ran foaming with banks abrim, so heavily had the clouds burst in rain. He would swim it, but love of the infant holds him back in alarm for so dear a burden. Inly revolving all, he settled reluctantly on a sudden resolve. The great spear that the warrior haply carried in his stout hand, of hard-knotted and seasoned oak, to it he ties his daughter swathed in cork–tree bark of the woodland, and binds her balanced round the middle of the spear. Poising it in his great right hand, he thus cries aloft: "Gracious one, haunter of the woodland, maiden daughter of Latona, a father devotes this babe to thy service. Thine is this weapon she holds, thine infant suppliant, flying through the air from her enemies. Accept her, I implore, O goddess, for thine own, whom now I entrust to the chance of air." He spoke, and drawing back his arm, darts the spinning spear shaft. The waters roar. Over the racing river poor Camilla shoots on the whistling weapon. But Metabus, as a strong band now presses nigher, plunges into the river, and triumphantly pulls spear and girl, his gift to Trivia, from the grassy turf. No cities ever received him within house or rampart, nor had his savagery submitted to it. He led his life on the lonely pastoral hills. Here he nursed his daughter in the underwood among tangled coverts, on the milk of a wild brood-mare's teats, squeezing the udder into her tender lips. And so soon as the baby stood and went straight on her feet, he armed her hands with a sharp javelin, and hung quiver and bow from her little shoulders. Instead of gold to clasp her tresses, instead of the long-skirted gown, a tiger's spoils hang down her back. Even then her tender hand hurled childish darts, and whirled about her head the twisted thong of her sling, and struck down the crane from Stirmon, or the milk–white swan. Many a mother among Tyrrhenian towns destined her for their sons in vain. Content with Diana alone, she keeps unsoiled for ever the love of her darts and maidenhood. Would she had not plunged thus into warfare and provoked the Trojans by attack. So were she now dear to me and one of my company. But since bitter doom is upon her, up, glide from heaven, O nymph, and seek the Latin borders, where under evil omen they join in baleful battle. Take these, and draw from the quiver an avenging shaft. By it shall he pay me forfeit of his blood, whoso, Trojan or Italian alike, shall sully her sacred body with a wound. Thereafter will I in a sheltering cloud bear body and armour of the hapless girl unspoiled to the tomb, and lay them in her native land." She spoke, but the other sped lightly down the airy sky, girt about with dark whirlwind on her echoing way. But meanwhile the Trojan force nears the walls, with the Etruscan captains and their whole cavalry arrayed in ordered squadrons. Their horses' trampling hoofs thunder on all the field, as swerving this way and that they chafe at the reins' pressure. The iron field bristles wide with spears, and the plain is aflame with uplifted arms. Likewise Messapus and the Latin horse, and Chorus and his brother, and maiden Camilla's squadron come forth against them on the plain, and draw back their hands, and level the flickering points of their long lances, in a fire of neighing horses and advancing men. And now each had drawn within javelin cast of each, and drew up. With a sudden shout they dart forth, and urge on their furious horses. From all sides at once weapons shower thick like snow, and veil the sky with their shadow. In a moment Tyrrhenus and fiery Aconteus charge violently with crossing spears, and are the first to fall. They go down with a heavy crash, and their beasts break and shatter chest upon chest. Aconteus, hurled off like a thunderbolt or some mass slung from an engine, is dashed away, and scatters his life in air. Immediately the lines waver, and the Latins wheeling about throw their shields behind them and turn their horses towards the town. The Trojans pursue. Asylas heads and leads on their squadrons. And now they drew nigh the gates, and again the Latins raise a shout and wheel their supple necks about. The pursuers fly and gallop right back with loosened rein, as when the sea, running up in ebb and flow, now rushes shoreward and strikes over the cliffs in a wave of foam, drenching the edge of the sand in its curving sweep. now runs swirling back, and the surge sucks the rolling stones away. Twice the Tuscans turn and drive the Rutulians toward the town. Twice they are repelled, and look back behind them from cover of their shields. But when now meeting in a third encounter, the lines are locked together all their length, and man singles out his man, then indeed amid groans of the dying, deep in blood roll armour and bodies, and horses half slain mixed up with slaughtered men. The battle swells fierce. Orsilochus hurled his spear at the horse of Remulus, who himself he shrank to meet, and left the steel in it under the ear. At the stroke the charger rears madly, and mastered by the wound, lifts his chest and flings up his legs. The rider is thrown and rolls over on the ground. Catillus strikes down Iolus, and Herminius, mighty in courage, mighty in limbs and arms, bareheaded, tawny-haired, bare-shouldered, undismayed by wounds, he leaves his vast body open against arms. Through his broad shoulders the quivering spear runs piercing him through, and doubles him up with pain. Everywhere the dark blood flows. They deal death with the sword in battle, and seek a noble death by wounds. But amid the slaughter Camilla rages, a quivered Amazon, with one side stripped for battle, and now sends tough javelins showering from her hand, now snatches the strong battle-axe in her unwearying grasp. The golden bow, the armour of Diana, clashes on her shoulders, and even when forced backward in retreat, she turns in flight and aims darts from her bow. But around her are her chosen comrades, maiden Larina, Tulla, Tarpeia, brandishing an axe inlaid with bronze, girls of Italy, whom Camilla the Bright chose for her own escort, good at service in peace and war, even as Thracian Amazons when the streams of Thermodon clash beneath them as they go to war in painted arms, whether around Hippolyte, or while martial Penthesilea returns in her chariot, and the crescent-shielded columns of women dance with loud confused cry. Whom first, whom last, fierce maiden, does thy dart strike down? First Aeneas, son of Clytius, for as he meets her, the long fir shaft crashes through his open breast. He falls, spouting streams of blood, and bites the gory ground, and dying writhes himself upon his wound. Then Liris and Pagasus above him, who fall headlong in together, the one thrown as he reins up his horse, stabbed under him, the other while he runs forward and stretches his unarmed hand to stay his fall. To these she joins Amastrus, son of Hippotus, and follows from far with her spear Tereus and Harpalycus and Demophoon and Chromis. And as many darts as the maiden sends whirling from her hand, so many Phrygians fall. Ornytus the hunter rides near in strange arms on his Iapygian horse, his broad warrior's shoulders swathed in the hide stripped from a bullock, his head covered by a wolf's wide grinning mouth and white-tusked jaws. A rustic pike arms his hand, himself he moves amid the squadrons, a full head over all. Catching him up, for that was easy amid the rout, she runs him through, and thus cries above her enemy, "Thou wert hunting wild beasts in the forest. Thoughtest thou, Tyrrhenian? The day is come for a woman's arms to refute thy words. Yet no light fame shalt thou carry to thy father's ghost, to have fallen under the weapon of Camilla." Next Orsilochus and Butes, the two mightiest of mould among the Teucrians. Butes she pierces in the back with her spear point between corslet and helmet, where the neck shews as he sits, and the shield hangs from his left shoulder. Orsilochus she flies, and darting in a wide circle slips into the inner ring and pursues her pursuer, then rising her full height she drives the strong axe deep through the armour and bone. As he pleads and makes much entreaty, warm brain from the wound splashes his face. One met her thus, and hung startled by the sudden sight, the warrior son of Aeneas, haunter of the Apennine, not the meanest in Liguria, while fate allowed him to deceive. And he, when he discerns that no fleetness of foot may now save him from battle or turn the princess from pursuit, essays to wind a subtle device of treachery, and thus begins: "How hast thou glory, if a woman trust in her horse's strength? Debar retreat, trust thyself to level ground at close quarters with me, and prepare to fight on foot. Soon wilt thou know how windy boasting brings one to harm." He spoke, but she, furious and stung with fiery indignation, hands her horse to an attendant, and takes her stand in equal arms, on foot and undismayed, with naked sword and shield unemblazoned. But he, thinking his craft had won the day, himself flies off on the instant, and turning his rein darts off in flight, pricking his beast to speed with iron-armed heel. False Ligurian, in vain elated in thy pride, for naught hast thou attempted thy slippery native arts, nor will thy craft bring thee home unhurt to treacherous Aeneas. So speaks the maiden, and with running feet swift as fire crosses his horse, and catching the bridle meets him in front and takes her vengeance in her enemy's blood. As lightly as the falcon, bird of bale, swoops down from aloft on a pigeon high in a cloud, and pounces on and holds her, and disembowels her with taloned feet, while blood and torn feathers flutter down the sky. But the creator of men and gods sits high on Olympus' summit watching this, not with eyes unseeing. He kindles Tyrrhenian Tarchon to the fierce battle, and sharply goads him on to wrath. So Tarchon gallops amid the slaughter where his squadrons retreat, and urges his troops in changing tones, calling man on man by name, and rallies the flyers to fight. What terror, what utter cowardice hath fallen on your spirits, O never to be stung to shame, O slack alway? A woman drives you in disorder and routs our ranks. Why wear we steel? For what are these idle weapons in our hands? Yet not slack in Venus' service and wars by night, or when the curving flute proclaims Bacchus' revels. To look forward to the feast and the cups on the loaded board, this your passion, this your desire. Till the soothsayer pronounce the offering favourable, and the fatted victim invite you to the deep groves. So speaking, he spurs his horse into the midmost, ready himself to die, and bears violently down full on Venulus, and tearing him from horseback, grasps his enemy, and carries him away with him on the saddle bow by main force. A cry rises up, and all the Latins turn their eyes. Tarchon flies like fire over the plain, carrying the armed man, and breaks off the steel head from his own spear, and searches the uncovered places, trying where he may deal the mortal blow. The other struggling against him keeps his hand off his throat, and strongly parries his attack. And as when a golden eagle snatches and soars with a serpent in its clutch, and his feet are fast in it, and his talons cling, but the wounded snake writhes in coiling spires, and its scales rise and roughen, and its mouth hisses as it towers upward, the bird none the less attacks his struggling prize with crooked beak, while his vans beat the air. Even so Tarchon carries Tiburtus out of the ranks, triumphant in his prize. Following their captain's example, and issue the men of Maeonia charge in. Then Aruns, due to his doom, circles in advance of fleet Camilla with artful javelin, and tries how fortune may be easiest. Where the maiden darts furious amid the ranks, there Aruns slips up and silently tracks her footsteps. Where she returns victorious and retires from amid the enemy, there he stealthily bends his rapid reins. Here he approaches, and here again he approaches, and strays all round and about, and untiringly shakes his certain spear. Haply Clorius, sacred to Cybele and once her priest, glittered afar, splendid in Phrygian armour. A skin feathered with brazen scales and clasped with gold clothed the horse that foamed under his spur. Himself he shone in foreign blue and scarlet, with fleet Gortynian shafts and a Lycian horn. A golden bow was on his shoulder, and the soothsayer's helmet was of gold. Red gold knotted up his yellow scarf with its rustling lawny folds. His tunics and barbarian trousers were wrought in needlework. Him, whether that she might nail armour of Troy on her temples, or herself move in captive gold, the maiden pursued in blind chase, alone of all the battle conflict, and down the whole line, reckless and fired by a woman's passion for spoils and plunder. When at last out of his ambush Aruns chooses his time and darts his javelin, praying thus aloud to the heaven: Apollo, most high of gods, holy Soracte's warder, to whom we beyond all do worship, for whom the blaze of the pinewood heap is fed, where we thy worshippers in pious faith print our steps amid the deep embers of the fire, grant, O Lord omnipotent, that our arms wipe off this disgrace. I seek not the dress the maiden wore, nor trophy or any spoil of victory. Other deeds shall bring me praise. Let but this dread scourge fall stricken beneath my wound. I will return inglorious to my native towns. Phoebus heard, and inly granted half his vow to prosper, half he shred into the flying breezes. To surprise and strike down Camilla in sudden death, this he yielded to his prayer, that his high home might see his return he gave not, and a gust swept off his accents on the gale. So when the spear sped from his hand, hurtled through the air, all the Volscians marked it well, and turned their eyes on the queen, and she alone knew not wind or sound of the weapon on its airy path, till the spear passed home and sank where her breast met it, and driven deep, drank her maiden blood. Her companions ran hastily up and catched their sinking mistress. Aruns takes to flight more alarmed than all, in mingled fear and exultation, and no longer dares to trust his spear or face the maiden's weapons. And as the wolf, some shepherd or great bullock slain, plunges at once among the trackless mountain heights ere hostile darts are in pursuit, and knows even so does Aruns withdraw from sight in dismay, and satisfied to escape mingles in the throng of arms. The dying woman pulls at the weapon with her hand, but the iron head is fixed deep in the wound up between the rib bones. She swoons away with loss of blood, chilling in death her eyes swoon away, the once lustrous colour leaves her face. Then gasping, she thus accosts Acca, one of her birthmates, who alone before all was true to Camilla, with whom her cares were divided, and even so she speaks: "Thus far, Acca my sister, have I availed, now the bitter wound overmasters me, and all about me darkens in haze. Haste away, and carry to Turnus my last message, to take my place in battle, and repel the Trojans from the town. And now good-bye." Even with the words she dropped the reins and slid to the ground unconscious. Then the unnerving chill overspread her neck slackened, her head sank overpowered by death, and her arms fell, and with a moan the life fled indignant into the dark. Then indeed an infinite cry rises and smites the golden stars, the battle grows bloodier, now Camilla is down. At once in serried rants all the Teucrian forces pour in, with the Tyrrhene captains and Evander's Arcadian squadrons. But Opis, Trivia's sentinel, long ere now sits high on the hill-tops, gazing on the battle undismayed. And when afar, amid the din of angry men, she espied Camilla done woefully to death, she sighed and uttered forth a deep cry: "Ah, too cruel, O maiden, the forfeit thou hast paid for daring armed attack on the Teucrians! And nothing hath availed thee thy lonely following of Diana in the woodlands, nor wearing our quiver on thy shoulder. Yet thy queen hath not left thee unhonoured now thy latter end is come, nor will this thy death be unnamed among the nations, nor shalt thou bear the fame of one unavenged, for whosoever hath sullied thy body with a wound shall pay death for due. Under the mountain height was a great earthen mound, tomb of Turnus, a Laurentine king of old, shrouded in shadowy ilex. Hither the goddess most beautiful first swoops down and marks Aruns from the mounded height. As she saw him glittering in arms and idly exultant, "Why," she cries, "wanderest thou away? Hitherward direct thy steps, come hither to thy doom, to receive thy fit reward for Camilla. Shalt thou die and buy Diana's weapons?" The Thracian spoke, and slid out a fleet arrow from her gilded quiver, and stretched it level on the bow, and drew it far, till the curving tips met one another, and now her hands touched in counterpoise, the left the steel edge, the string in the right her breast. At once and in a moment Aruns heard the whistle of the dart and the resounding air, as the steel sank in his body. His comrades leave him forgotten on the unknown dust of the plain, moaning his last, and gasping his life away. Opis wings her flight to the skyey heaven. At once the light squadron of Camilla retreat, now they have lost their mistress. The Rutulians retreat in confusion, brave Aeneas retreats. Scattered captains in thin companies make for safety, and turn their horses backward to the town. Nor does any avail to make stand against the swarming, death-dealing Teucrians, or bear their shock in arms; but their unstrung bows droop on their shoulders, and the four-footed galloping horse hoof shakes the crumbling plain. The eddying dust rolls up thick and black towards the walls, and on the watchtowers mothers beat their breasts, and the cries of women rise up to heaven. On such as first in the rout broke in at the open gates, the mingling hostile throng follows hard. Nor do they escape death, alas, but in the very gateway, within their native city and amid their sheltering homes, they are pierced through and gasp out their life. Some shut the gates and dare not open to their pleading comrades, nor receive them in the town, and a most pitiful slaughter begins between armed men who guard the entry and others who rush upon their arms. Barred out before their weeping parents' eyes and faces, some, swept on by the rout, roll headlong into the trenches; some, blindly rushing with loosened rein, batter at the gates and stiffly bolted doorway. The very mothers from the walls in eager heat (true love of country points the way when they see Camilla) dart weapons with shaking hand, and eagerly make hard stocks of wood and fire-hardened poles serve for steel, and burn to die among the foremost for their city's sake. Meanwhile among the forests the terrible news pours in on Turnus, and Acca brings him news of the mighty invasion. The Volscian lines are destroyed, Camilla is fallen, The enemy thicken and press on, and have swept all before them down the tide of battle. Raging he leaves the hills he had beset, Jove's stern will ordains it so, and quits the rough woodland. Scarcely had he marched out of sight and gained the plain when the lord Aeneas enters the open defiles, surmounts the ridge, and issues from the dim forest. So both advanced swiftly to the town with all their columns, no long marching apart, and at once Aeneas descried afar the plains all smoking with dust, and saw the Laurentine columns, and Turnus knew Aeneas terrible in arms, and heard the advancing feet and the neighing of the horses. And straightway would they join battle and essay the conflict, but that ruddy Phoebus even now dips his weary coursers in the Iberian flood, and night draws on over the fading day. They encamp before the city, and draw their trenches round the walls. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 12th, The Slaying of Turnus, Part 1. When Turnus sees the Latins broken and fainting in the thwart issue of war, his promise claimed for fulfillment, and men's eyes pointed on him, his own spirit rises in unappeasable flame. As the lion in Phoenician fields, his breast, heavily wounded by the huntsman, at last starts into arms and shakes out the shaggy masses from his exultant neck, and undismayed snaps the brigand's planted weapon, roaring with blood-stained mouth. Even so Turnus kindles and swells in passion. Then he thus addresses the king, and so furiously begins. Turnus stops not the way. There is no excuse for the coward Aeneid to take back their words or renounce their compact. I join battle. Bring the holy things, my lord, and swear the treaty. Either this hand shall hurl to hell the Dardanian who skulks from Asia, and the Latins sit and see my single sword wipe out the nation's reproach, or let him rule his conquest, and Lavinia pass to his espousal. To him Latinus calmly replied, O excellent young man, the more thy hot valour abounds, the more intently must I counsel and weigh fearfully what may befall. Thou hast thy father Daunus' realm, hast many towns taken by thine hand, nor is Latinus lacking in gold and goodwill. There are other maidens unwedded in Latium and Laurentine fields, and of no mean birth. Let me unfold this hard saying in all sincerity, and do thou drink it into thy soul. I might not ally my daughter to any of her old wooers. Such was the universal oracle of gods and men. Overborne by love for thee, overborne by kinship of blood and my weeping wife's complaint, I broke all fetters. I severed the maiden from her promised husband. I took up unrighteous arms. Since then, Turnus, thou seest what calamities, what wars pursue me, what woes thyself before all dost suffer. Twice vanquished in pitched battle, we scarce guard in our city walls the hopes of Italy. The streams of Tiber yet run warm with our blood, and our bones whiten the boundless plain. Why fall I away again and again? What madness bends my purpose? If I am ready to take them into alliance after Turnus' destruction, why do I not rather bar the strife while he lives? What will thy Rutulian kinsman, will all Italy say, if thy death, fortune make void the word, comes by my betrayal, while thou suest for our daughter in marriage? Cast a glance on war's changing fortune. Pity thine aged father, who now far away sits sad in his native Ardea. In no wise do the words bend Turnus' passion. He rages the more fiercely, and sickens of the cure. So soon as he found speech, he thus made utterance. The care thou hast for me, most gracious lord, for me lay down, I implore thee, and let me purchase honour with death. Our hand too rains weapons. Our steel is strong, our wounds too draw blood. The goddess his mother will be far from him to cover his flight, womanlike, in a cloud and an empty phantom's hiding. But the queen, dismayed at the new terms of battle, wept and clung to her fiery son as one ready to die. Turnus, by these tears, by Amata's regard, if that touches thee at all. Thou art now the one hope, the repose of mine unhappy age. In thine hand is Latinus' honour and empire. On thee is the weight of all our sinking house. One thing I beseech thee, forbear to join battle with the Teucrians. What fate soever awaits thee in the strife thou seekest, it awaits me, Turnus, too. With thee will I leave the hateful light, nor shall my captive eyes see Aeneas my daughter's lord. Lavinia tearfully heard her mother's words, with cheeks all aflame, as deep blushes set her face on fire, and ran hotly over it, even as Indian ivory, if one stain it with sanguine dye, or where white lilies are red with many a rose amid. Such colour came on the maiden's face. Love throws him into tumult, and stays his countenance on the girl. He burns fiercer for arms, and briefly answers Amata. Do not, I pray thee, do not weep for me, neither pursue me thus ominously as I go to the stern shock of war. Turnus is not free to dally with death. Thou, Idmon, bear my message to the Phrygian monarch in this harsh wording. So soon as tomorrow's dawn rises in the sky, blushing in her crimson wheels, let him not lose Teucrian or Rutulian. Let Teucrian and Rutulian arms have rest, and our blood decide the war. On that field let Lavinia be sought in marriage. These words uttered, withdrawing swiftly homeward, he orders out his horses, and rejoicingly beholds them snorting before his face. Those with Orithia's self gave to grace Pilumnus, such as would excel the snows in whiteness and the gales in speed. The eager charioteers stand round and pat their chests with clapping hollowed hands, and comb their tressed manes. Himself next he girds on his shoulders the corslet stiff with gold and pale mountain bronze, and buckles on the sword and shield and scarlet-plumed helmet spikes. That sword the divine lord of fire had himself forged for his father Daunus, and dipped glowing in the Stygian wave. Next, where it stood amid his dwelling, leaning on a massy pillar, he strongly seizes his stout spear, the spoil of Actor the Auruncan, and brandishes it quivering, and cries aloud, Now, O spear, that never hast failed at my call, now the time is come. Thee, princely Actor once, thee Turnus now wields in his grasp. Grant this strong hand to strike down the effeminate Phrygian, to rend and shatter the corslet, and defile in dust the locks curled with hot iron and wet with myrrh. Thus madly he runs on. Sparkles leap out from his blazing face, and his keen eyes flash fire, even as the bull when before his first fight he bellows awfully, and drives against a tree's trunk to make trial of his angry horns, and buffets the air with blows, or scatters the sand in prelude of battle. And therewithal Aeneas, terrible in his mother's armour, kindles for warfare and awakes into wrath, rejoicing that offer of treaty stays the war. Comforting his comrades and sorrowing Iülus' fear, he instructs them of destiny, and bids bear answer of assurance of King Latinus, and name the laws of peace. Scarcely did the morrow shed on the mountain tops the beams of risen day, as the horses of the sun begin to rise from the deep flood, and breathe light from their lifted nostrils. Rutulian and Teucrian men measured out and made ready a field of battle under the great city's ramparts, and midway in it hearth fires and grassy altars to the gods of both peoples, while others bore spring water and fire, draped in priestly dress and their brows bound with grass of the field. The Ausonian army issue forth, and crowd through the gates in streaming serried columns. On this side all the Trojan and Tyrrhenian host pour in diverse armament, girt with iron, even as though the harsh battle strife called them forth. Therewith amid their thousands the captains dart up and down, splendid in gold and purple, Menesthius, seed of Assaracus, then brave Asylas and Messapus, tamer of horses, brood of Neptune. Then each on signal given retired to his own ground. They plant their spears in the earth and lean their shields against them, mothers in eager abandonment. And the unarmed crowd and the feeble elders beset towers and house roofs, or stand at the lofty gates. But Juno, on the summit that is now called the Alban, then the mountain had neither name nor fame or honor, looked forth from the hill and surveyed the plain and double lines of Laurentine and Trojan and Latinus' town. Straightway spoke she thus to Turnus' sister, goddess to goddess, lady of pools and noisy rivers. Such worship did Jupiter, the high king of air, consecrate to her for her stolen virginity. Nymph, grace of rivers, best beloved of our soul, thou knowest how out of all Latin women that ever rose of high-hearted Jove's thankless bed, thee only have I preferred, and gladly given part and place in heaven. Learn thy woe, that thou blame not me for it, Juturna. Where fortune seemed to allow, and the destinies granted Latinus' estate to prosper, I shielded Turnus and thy city. Now I see him joining battle with unequal fates, and the day of doom and deadly force draws nigh. Mine eyes cannot look on this battle and treaty. Thou, if thou darest aught of more present help for the brother of thy blood, go on. It befits thee. Haply relief shall follow misery. Scarcely thus, when Juturna's eyes overbrimmed with tears, and thrice and again she smote her hand on her gracious breast. This is not time for tears, cries Juno, daughter of Saturn. Hasten and snatch thy brother, if it may be, from his death, or do thou waken war, and make the treaty abortive. I encourage thee to dare. With such urgence she left her, doubting and dismayed, and grievously wounded in soul. Meanwhile the kings go forth. Latinus in mighty pomp rides on his 4-horse chariot. 12 gilded rays go glittering round his brows, symbol of the sun his ancestor. Turnus moves behind a white pair, clenching in his hand 2 broad-headed spears. On this side Lord Aeneas, fount of the Roman face, ablaze in star-like shield and celestial arms, and close by Ascanius, second hope of mighty Rome, issue from the camp. And the priest in spotless raiment hath brought the young of a bristly sow and an unshorn sheep of 2 years old, and set his beasts by the blazing altars. They, turning their eyes towards the sun rising, scatter salted corn from their hands, and clip the beasts with steel over the temples, and pour cups on the altars. Then Aeneas the good, with sword drawn, thus makes invocation. Be the sun now witness, and this earth to my call, for whose sake I have borne to suffer so sore travail, and the Lord omnipotent, and thou his wife, at last, divine daughter of Saturn, at last I pray more favourable, and thou, mighty Mavers, who wieldest all warfare in lordship beneath thy sway, and on the springs and rivers I call, and the dread of high heaven, and the divinities of the blue seas. If haply victory fall to Turnus the Ausonian, the vanquished make covenant to withdraw to Evander's city. Iülus shall quit the spoil, nor ever hereafter shall the Aeneadae return in arms to renew warfare, or attack this realm with the sword. But if victory grant battle to us and ours, as I think the rather, and so the rather may the gods seal their will, I will not bid Italy obey my Teucrians, nor do I claim the realm for mine. Let both nations, unconquered, join treaty for ever under equal law. Gods and worship shall be of my giving. My father Latinus shall bear the sword, and have a father's prescribed command. For me, my Teucrians shall establish a city, and Lavinia give the town her name. Thus Aeneas first. Thereon Latinus thus follows. By these same I swear, O Aeneas, by earth, sea, sky, and the twin brood of Latona and Janus the double-facing, and the might of nether gods and grim Pluto's shrine, thus let our father hear, who seals treaties with his thunderbolt. I touch the altars, I take to witness the fires and the gods between us. No time shall break this peace and truce in Italy, howsoever fortune fall, nor shall my force turn my will aside. Not if it dissolve land into water in turmoil of deluge, or melt heaven in hell. So surely as this sceptre, for haply he bore a sceptre in his hand, shall never burgeon into thin leafage and shady shoot, since once in the forest cut down right of the stem it lost its mother, and the steel lopped away its tressed arms. a tree of old. Now the craftsman's hand hath bound it in adornment of brass, and given it to our Latin fathers bearing. With such words they sealed mutual treaty midway in sight of the princes. Then they duly slay the consecrated beasts over the flames, and tear out their live entrails, and pile the altars with laden chargers. But long ere this the Rutulians deemed the battle unequal, and their hearts are stirred in changeful motion. And now the more, as they discern nigher that an ill-matched strength, heightened by Turnus, as advancing with noiseless pace he humbly worships at the altar with downcast eyes, by his wasted cheeks and the pallor on his youthful frame. Soon as Juturna his sister saw this talk spread, and the people's mind waver in uncertainty, into the mid-ranks, in feigned form of Commertus, his family was high in long ancestry, and his father's name for valour renowned, and himself most valiant in arms. Into the mid-rank she glides, not ignorant of her task, and scatters diverse rumours, saying thus: Shame, O Rutulians! Shall we set one life in the breach for so many such as these? Are we unequal in numbers of bravery? See, Troy and Arcadia is all they bring, and those fate-bound bands that Etruria hurls on Turnus. Scarce is there an enemy to meet every other man of ours. He indeed will ascend to the gods, for those altars he devotes himself, and move living in the lips of men. We, our country lost, shall bow to the haughty rigour of our lords, if we now sit slackly in the field. By such words the soldiers' counsel was kindled yet higher and higher, and a murmur crept through their columns. The very Laurentine, the very Latins are changed. And they who but now hoped for rest from battle and rescue of fortune, now desire arms, and pray the treaty were undone, and pity Turnus' cruel lot. To this Juturna adds a yet stronger impulse, and high in heaven shows a sign more potent than any to confuse Italian souls with delusive augury. For in the crimson sky Jove's tawny bird flew chasing, in a screaming crowd, fowl of the shore that winged their column, then suddenly stooping to the water, pounces on a noble swan with merciless crooked talons. The startled Italians watch, with all the birds together clamorously wheel round from flight wonderful to see, and dim the sky with their pinions, and in thickening cloud urge their foe through air, till conquered by their attack and his heavy prey, he yielded and dropped it from his talons into the river, and winged his way deep into the clouds. Then indeed the Rutulians clamorously greet the omen, and their hands flash out, and Tolumnius the augur cries before them all: This it was, this that my vows often have sought. I welcome and know a deity. Follow me, follow, snatch up the sword, O hapless people whom the greedy alien frightens with his arms like silly birds, and with strong hand ravages your shores. He too will take to flight and spread his sails afar over ocean. Do you with one heart close up your squadrons, and defend in battle your lost king. He spoke, and darting forward hurled a weapon full on the enemy. The whistling corn shaft sings, and unerringly cleaves the air. At once and with a vast shout goes up, and all their rows are amazed, and their hearts hotly stirred. The spear flies on, where haply stood opposite in ninefold brotherhood all the beautiful sons of one faithful Tyrrhene wife, born to her by Gylippus the Arcadian, one of them midway where the sewn belt rubs on the flank of the clasp, bites the fastenings of the side, one of them excellent in beauty and glittering in arms, it pierces clean through the ribs and stretches on the yellow sand. But of this banded brethren, their courage fired by grief, some grasp and draw their swords, some snatch weapons to throw and rush blindly forward. The Laurentine columns rush forth against them. Again from the other side Trojans and Aegilians and Arcadians in painted armour flood thickly in. So hath one passion seized all to make decision by the sword. They pull the altars to pieces. Through all the air goes a thick storm of weapons, and faster falls the iron rain. Bowls and hearth fires are carried off. Latinus himself retreats, bearing the outraged gods of the broken treaty. The others harness their chariots or vault upon their horses and come up with swords drawn. Messapus, eager to shatter the treaty, rides menacingly down to Orestes the Tyrrhenian, a king in a king's array. Retreating hastily, and tripped on the altars that meet him behind, the hapless man goes down on his head and shoulders. But Messapus flies up with wrathful spear, and strikes him as he pleads sore, a deep downward blow from horseback with his beam-like spear, saying thus, "That for him, the high gods take his better victim." The Italians crowd in and strip his warm limbs. Aeneas seizes a charred brand from the altar, and meeting Ebusus as he advances to strike, darts the flame in his face. His heavy beard flamed up and gave out a scorched smell. Following up his enemy's confusion, the other seizes him with his left hand by the ear, and bears him to earth with a thrust of his planted knee, and there drives the unyielding sword into his side. Podalirius pursues and overhangs with naked sword the shepherd Alsus, as he rushes amid the foremost line of weapons. Alsus swings back his axe and severs brow and chin full in front, wetting his armor all over with spattered blood. Grim rest and iron slumber seal his eyes. His lids close on everlasting night. But Aeneas, his head bared, kept stretching his unarmed hand and calling loudly to his men. "Whither run you? What is this strife that so spreads and swells? Ah, restrain your wrath. Truce is already stricken, and all its laws ordained. Mine alone is the right of battle. Leave me alone, and my hand shall confirm the treaty. These rights already make Turnus mine." Amid these accents, amid words like these, lo, a whistling arrow winged its way to him, sped from what hand or driven by what god none knows, or what chance or deity brought such honour to the Rutulians. The renown of the high deed was buried, nor did any boast to have dealt Aeneas' wound. Turnus, when he saw Aeneas retreating from the ranks and his captains in dismay, burns hot with sudden hope. At once he calls for his horses and armour, and with a bound leaps proudly into his chariot and handles the reins. He darts on, dealing many a brave man's body to death. Many a one he rolls half slain, or crushes whole files under his chariot, or seizes and showers spears on the fugitives. As when by the streams of icy Hebrus Mavers kindles to bloodshed, and clashes on his shield, and stirs war, and speeds his furious coursers. They outwing south winds and west on the open plain. Utmost Thrace groans under their hoof-beats, and around in the gods' train rush the faces of dark terror, and wraths, and ambushes. Even so amid the battle Turnus briskly lashes on his reeking horses, trampling on the foes that lie piteously slain. The galloping hoof scatters bloody dew, and spurns mingled gore and sand. And now hath he dealt Sthenelus to death, and Thamyris, and Pholus, him at close quarters, the other from afar both the sons of Imbrasus, Glaucus, and Lades, whom Imbrasus himself had nurtured in Lycia and equipped in equal arms, whether to meet hand to hand or to outstrip the winds on horseback. Elsewhere Eumedes advances amid the fray, ancient Dolon's brood, illustrious in war, renewing his father's name, his father's courage and strength of hand, who of old dared to claim Pelides' chariot as his price if he went to spy out the Grecian camp. To him the son of Tydeus told out another price for his venture, and he dreams no more of Achilles' horses. Him Turnus descried far on the open plain, and first following him with light javelin through the long space of air, stops his double-harnessed horses, and leaps from the chariot, and descends on his fallen half-lifeless foe, and planting his foot on his neck, wrests the blade out of his hand, and dyes its glitter deep in his throat, adding these words withal: "Behold, thou liest, Trojan, meting out those Hesperian fields thou didst seek in war. Such guerdon is theirs who dare to tempt my sword. Thus do they found their city." Then with the spear cast he sent as beauties to follow him, and Chlorius and Sybaris, Dares, Thersilochus, and Thymedes, fallen flung over his horse's neck. And as when the Edonian north wind's wrath roars on the deep Aegean, and the wave follows it shoreward, where the blast comes down, the clouds race over the sky, so wherever Turnus cleaves his way, columns retreat and lines turn and run. His own speed bears him on, and his flying plume tosses as his chariot meets the breeze. Phegeus brooked not his proud approach. He faced the chariot, and caught and twisted away in his right hand the mouth of his horses, spurred into speed and foaming on the bit. Dragged along and hanging by the yoke, he is left uncovered. The broad lance head reaches him, pins and pierces the double-woven breastplate, and lightly wounds the surface of his body. Yet turning, he advances on the enemy behind his shield, and sought succour in the naked point, when the wheel, running forward on its swift axle, struck him headlong and flung him to the ground, and Turnus' sword, following it, smote off his head between the helmet rim and the upper border of the breastplate, and left the body on the sand. And while Turnus thus victoriously deals death over the plains, Mnestheus, meantime, and faithful Achates and Ascanius by their side, set down Aeneas in the camp, dabbled with blood and leaning every other step on his long spear. He storms and tries hard to pull out the dart where the reed had broken, and calls for the nearest way of remedy, to cut open the wound with the broad blade, and tear apart the weapon's lurking place, and so send him back to battle. And now Iapix, son of Iasus, came, beloved beyond others of Phoebus, to whom once of old, smitten with sharp desire, Apollo gladly offered his own arts and gifts, augury and the lyre and swift arrows. He, to lengthen out the destiny of a parent given over to die, chose rather to know the potency of herbs and the practice of healing, and deal in a silent art unrenowned. Aeneas stood chafing bitterly, propped on his vast spear, mourning Iülus, and a great crowd of men around, unstirred by their tears. The aged man, with garment drawn back and girt about him in Paeonian fashion, makes many a hurried effort with healing hand and the potent herbs of Phoebus, all in vain. In vain his hand solicits the arrowhead, and his pincer's grasp pulls at the steel. Fortune leads him forward in no wise. Apollo aids not with counsel, and more the fierce clash swells over the plains, and the havoc draws nigher on. Already they see the sky a mass of dust, the cavalry approaching, and shafts falling thickly amid the camp. The dismal cry uprises of warriors fighting and falling under the war god's heavy hand. At this, stirred deep by her son's cruel pain, Venus his mother plucked from Cretan Ida a stalk of dittamy, with downy leaves and bright tressed flowers, the plant not unknown to wild goats when winged arrows are fast in their body. This Venus bore down, her shape girt in a dim halo. This she steeps with secret healing in the river water, poured out in sparkling abram, and sprinkles life-giving juice of ambrosia and scented balm. With that water aged Iapix washed the wound, unwitting, and suddenly, lo, all the pain left his body, all the blood in the deep wound was stanched. And now, following his hand, the arrow fell out with no force, and strength returned afresh as of old. "Hasten, arms for him quickly! Why stand you?" cries Iapix aloud, and begins to kindle their courage against the enemy. "This comes not by human resource or schooling of art, nor does my hand save thee, Aeneas. A higher god is at work, and sends thee back to higher deeds." He, eager for battle, had already clasped on the greaves of gold right and left, and scorning delay brandishes his spear. When the shield is adjusted by his side and the corslet on his back, he clasps Ascanius in his armed embrace, and lightly kissing him through the helmet, cries, "Learn of me, O boy, valour and toil indeed, fortune of others. Now mine hand shall give thee defence in war, and lead thee to great reward. Do thou, when hereafter thine age ripens to fullness, keep this in remembrance, and as thou recallest the pattern of thy kindred, let thy spirit rise by thy father Aeneas, thine uncle Hector." These words uttered, he issued towering from the gates, brandishing his mighty spear. With him in serried column rush Aeneas and Mnestheus, and all the throng streams forth of the camp. The field drifts with blinding dust, and the startled earth trembles under the tramp of feet. From the earthworks opposite Turnus saw, and the Ausonians saw them come, and an icy shudder ran deep through their frame. First and before all the Latins, Juturna heard and knew the sound, and in terror fled away. He flies on, and flurries his dark column over the open plain, as when in fierce weather a storm cloud moves over mid-sea to land. With presaging heart, ah me, the hapless husbandmen shudder from afar. It will deal havoc to their trees, and destruction to their crops, and make a broad path of ruin. The winds fly before it, and bear its roar to the breach. So the Rhoetean captain drives his army fully on the foe. One and all they close up in wedges, and mass their serried ranks. Thymbraeus smites massive Osiris with his sword. Mnestheus slays Arcetius, Acades Apullo, Gaius Ufens. Tolumnius the augur himself goes down, he who had hurled the first weapon against the foe. Their cry rises to heaven, and in turn the routed Rutulians give backward in flight over the dusty fields. Himself he deigns not to cut down the fugitives, nor pursue such as meet him fair on foot or approach in arms. Turnus alone he tracks, and searches in the thick haze, alone calls him to conflict. Then panic-stricken the warrior maiden flings Turnus' charioteer out over his reins, and leaving him far where he slips from the chariot pole, herself succeeds, and turns the wavy reins, tones and limbs and armour all of Metiscus' wearing. As when the black swallow flits through some rich lord's spacious house, and circles in flight the lofty halls, gathering her tiny food for sustenance to her twittering nestlings, and now swoops down the spacious colonnades, now round the wet ponds. In likewise dart Juturna's horses amid the enemy, and her fleet chariot passes flying over all the field. And now here she displays her triumphant brother, not yet allows him to close, but flies far and away. None the less does Aeneas thread the circling maze to meet him, and tracks his man, and with loud cries on him through the scattered ranks. Often as he cast eyes on his enemy, and essayed to outrun the speed of the flying-footed horses, so often Juturna wheeled her team away. Alas, what can he do? Vainly he tosses on the ebb and flow, and in his spirit diverse cares make conflicting call. When Messapus, who haply bore in his left hand 2 tough spear shafts topped with steel, runs lightly up, and aims and hurls one of them upon him with unerring stroke, Aeneas stood still and gathered himself within his armour, sinking on bended knee. Yet the rushing spear bore off his helmet spike, and dashed the helmet plume from the crest. Then indeed his wrath swells, and forced to it by their treachery, while chariot and horses disappear, he calls Jove oft and again to witness, and the altars of the violated treaty, and now at last plunges amid their lines. Sweeping terrible down the tide of battle, he awakens fierce indiscriminate carnage, and flings loose all the reins of wrath. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 12, The Slaying of Turnus, Part 2. What God may now unfold for me in verse, so many woes, so many diverse slaughters, the death of captains, whom now Turnus, now again the Trojan hero, drives over all the field. Was it well, O God, that nations destined to everlasting peace should clash in so vast a shock? Aeneas meets Sucro the Rutulian. The combat stayed the first rush of the Teucrians, but delayed them not long. He catches him on the side, and when fate comes quickest, drives the harsh sword clean through the ribs, where they fence the breast. Turnus brings down Amycus from horseback with his brother Diores, and meets them on foot. Him he strikes with his long spear as he comes, him with his sword point, and hangs both severed heads on his chariot, and carries them off dripping with blood. The one sends to death Talos and Aeneas and brave Cethegus, 3 at one meeting, and gloomy Aeneid of Echionian name, and Peridia the mother that bore him. The other those brethren sent from Lycia and Apollo's field, and Moniates the Arcadian, him who loathed warfare in vain, who once had his art and humble home about the river fisheries of Lerna, and knew not the courts of the great. But his father was tenant of the land he tilled, and his fires kindled dispersedly in a dry forest and rustling laurel thickets, or foaming rivers where they lap swift and loud from the high hills, and speed to sea each on his own path of havoc. As fiercely the two, Aeneas and Turnus, dash amid the battle. Now wrath surges within them, and unconquerable hearts are torn. Now in all their might they rush upon wounds. The one dashes Murranus down, and stretches him on the soil with a vast whirling mass of rock, as he cries the names of his fathers and forefathers of old, a whole line drawn through the Latin kings. Under traces and yoke the wheels spurned him, and the fast-beating hoofs of his rushing horses trampled down their forgotten lord. The other meets Hylas rushing on in gigantic pride, and hurls his weapon at his gold-bound temples. The spear pierced through the helmet, and stood fast in the brain. Neither did thy right hand save thee from Turnus, O Cretheus, bravest of the Greeks, nor did his god's shield Cupencus when Aeneas came. He gave his breast full to the steel, nor, alas, was the brazen shield's delay aught of avail. Thee likewise, Aeolus, the Laurentine plains saw sink backward and cover a wide space of earth. Thou fallest, whom Argive battalions could not lay low, nor Achilles the destroyer of Priam's realm. Here was thy goal of death. Thine high house was under Ida, at Lyrnessus thine high house, on Laurentine soil thy tomb. The whole battle lines gather up, all Latium, all Dardania, Menestheus, and the valiant Serestus, with Messapus, tamer of horses, and brave Acillus, the Tuscan battalion, and Evander's Arcadian squadrons. Man by man they struggle with all their might, no rest nor pause in the vast strain of conflict. At this Aeneas' mother, most beautiful, inspired him to advance on the walls, directing his columns on the town and dismaying the Latins with sudden and swift disaster. As in search for Turnus, he bent his glance this way and that around the separate ranks, he descries the city free from all this warfare, unpunished and unstirred. Straightway he kindles at the view of a greater battle. He summons Menestheus and Sergestus and brave Serestus, his captains, and mounts a hillock. There the rest of the Teucrian army gathers thickly, still grasping shield and spear. Standing on the high mound amid them, he speaks. Be there no delay to my words, Jupiter is with us. Neither let any be slower to move, that the design is sudden. This city today, the source of war, the royal seat of Latinus, unless they yield them to receive our yoke and obey their conquerors, will I raze to ground, and lay her smoking roofs level with the dust. Must I wait forsooth till Turnus please to stoop to combat, and choose again to face his conqueror? This, O citizens, is the fountainhead and crown of the accursed war. Bring brands speedily, and reclaim the treaty in fire. He ended, all with spirit alike emulous, form a wedge, and advance in serried masses to the walls. Ladders are run up, and fire leaps sudden to sight. Some rush to the separate gates, and cut down the guards of the entry. Others hurl their steel, and darken the sky with weapons. Aeneas himself among the foremost, upstretching his hand to the city walls, loudly reproaches Latinus, and takes the gods to witness that he is again forced into battle, that twice now do the Italians choose warfare and break a second treaty. Discord rises among the alarmed citizens. Some bid unbar the town and fling wide the gates to the Dardanians, and pull the king himself towards the ramparts. Others bring arms and hasten to defend the walls, as when a shepherd tracks bees to their retreat in a recessed rock, and fills it with stinging smoke. They within run uneasily up and down their waxen fortress, and hum louder in rising wrath. The smell rolls in darkness along their dwelling, and a blind murmur echoes within the rock as the smoke issues to the empty air. This fortune likewise befell the despairing Latins. This woe shook the whole city to her base. The queen espies from her roof the enemy's approach, the walls scaled and firebrands flying on the houses, and nowhere Rutulian ranks, none of Turnus' columns to meet them. Alas, she deems him destroyed in the shock of battle, and distracted by sudden anguish, shrieks that she is the source of guilt, the spring of ill, and with many a mad utterance of frenzied grief rends her purple attire with dying hand, and ties from a lofty beam the ghastly noose of death. And when the unhappy Latin women knew this calamity, first her daughter Lavinia tears her flower-like tresses and roseate cheeks, and all the train around her madden in her suit. The wide palace echoes to their wailing, and from it the sorrowful rumour spreads abroad throughout the town. All hearts sink. Latinus goes with torn raiment in dismay at his wife's doom and his city's downfall, defiling his hoary hair with soilure of sprinkled dust. Meanwhile, on the skirts of the field, Turnus chases scattered stragglers, ever slacker to battle, ever less and less exultant in his courser's victorious speed. The confused cry came to him borne in blind terror down the breeze, and his startled ears caught the echoing tumult and disastrous murmur of the town. Ah me, what agony shakes the city, or what is this cry that fleets so loud from the distant town? So speaks he, and distracted checks the reins, and to him his sister, as changed into the charioteer Metiscus' likeness, she swayed horses and chariot reins, thus rejoined, "This way, Turnus, let us pursue the brood of Troy, where victory opens her nearest way. There are others whose hands can protect their dwelling. Aeneas falls fiercer on the Italians and closes on conflict. Let our hand too deal pitiless death on his Teucrians. Neither in tale of dead nor in glory of battle shalt thou retire outdone." Thereat Turnus, "Ah, my sister, long ere now I knew thee, when first thine arts shattered the treaty, and thou didst mingle in the strife, and now thy godhead conceals itself in vain. But who hath bidden thee descend from heaven to bear this sore travail? Was it that thou mightest see thy hapless brother cruelly slain? For what do I, or what fortune yet gives promise of safety? Before my very eyes, calling aloud on me, I saw Murranus, than whom none other is left me more dear, sink huge to earth, borne down by as huge a wound. Hapless Ufens is fallen, not to see our shame. Corpse and armour are in Teucrian hands. And destruction of their households, this was the one thing yet lacking. Shall I suffer it? Shall my hand not refute Drances' jeer? Shall I turn my back and this land see Turnus a fugitive? Is death all so bitter? Do you, O shades, be gracious to me, since the powers of heaven are estranged. To you shall I go down, a pure spirit, and ignorant of your blame, never once unworthy of my mighty fathers of old." Scarce had he spoken thus, lo, Saces, borne flying on his foaming horse through the thickest of the foe, an arrow wound right in his face, darts beseeching Turnus by his name. "Turnus, in thee is our last safety. Pity thy people. Aeneas thunders in arms and threatens to overthrow and hurl to destruction the high Italian fortress, and already firebrands are flying on our roofs. On thee, the Latins turn their gazing eyes. King Latinus himself mutters in doubt whom he is to call his sons, to whom he shall incline in union. Moreover, the queen, the surest stay, hath fallen by her own hand, and in dismay fled the light. Alone in front of the gates, Messapus and valiant Aeneas sustain the battle line. Round about them to right and left the armies stand locked, and iron field shivers with naked points. thou wheelest thy chariot in the sward alone. At the distracting picture of his fortune, Turnus froze in horror and stood in dumb gaze. Together in his heart sweep the vast mingling tides of shame and maddened grief, and love stung to frenzy and resolved valor. So soon as the darkness cleared and light returned to his soul, he fiercely turned his blazing eyeballs towards the ramparts, and gazed back from his wheels on the great city. And lo, a spire of flame, wreathing through the floors, wavered up skyward and held a turret fast, a turret that he himself had reared of mortised planks, and set on rollers, and laid with high gangways. Now, O my sister, now fate prevails. Cease to hinder. Let us follow where deity and stern fortune call. I am resolved to face Aeneas, resolved to bear what bitterness there is in death. Nor shalt thou longer see me shamed, sister of mine. Let me be mad, I pray thee, with this madness before the end. He spoke, and leapt swiftly from his chariot to the field, and darting through weapons and through enemies, leaves his sorrowing sister, and bursts in rapid course amid their columns. And as when a rock rushes headlong from some mountain peak, torn away by the blast, or if the rushing rain washes it away, or the stealing years loosen its ancient hold, the reckless mountain mass goes sheer and impetuous, and leaps along the ground, hurling with it forests and herds and men. Thus through the scattering columns Turnus rushes to the city walls, where the earth is wettest with bloodshed, and the air sings with spears, and beckons with his hand, and thus begins aloud: Forbear now, O Rutulians, and you, Latins, stay your weapons. Whatsoever fortune is left is mine. I singly must expiate the treaty for you all, and make decision with the sword. All drew aside and left him room. But Lord Aeneas, hearing Turnus' name, abandons the walls, abandons the fortress height, and in exultant joy flings aside all hindrance, breaks off all work, and clashes his armour terribly, vast as Athos, or as Eryx, or as the lords of Apennine, when he roars with his tossing ilex woods, and rears his snowy crest rejoicing into air. Now indeed Rutulians and Trojans and all Italy turned in emulous gaze, and they who held the high city, and they whose ram was battering the foundations of the wall, and unarmed their shoulders. Latinus himself stands in amaze at the mighty men, born in distant quarters of the world, met and making decision with the sword. And they in the empty level field that cleared for them darted swiftly forward, and hurling their spears from afar, close in battle shock with clangor of brazen shields. Earth utters a moan. The sword strokes fall thick and fast, chance and valour joining in one. And as in broad Scylla or high in Tiburnus, when two bulls rush to deadly battle forehead to forehead, the herdsmen retire in terror, all the herd stands dumb in dismay, and the heifers murmur in doubt which shall be lord in the woodland, which all the cattle must follow. They violently deal many a mutual wound, and gore with their stubborn horns, bathing their necks and shoulders in abundant blood, and all the woodland moans back their bellowing. Even thus Aeneas of Troy and the Daunian hero rush together shield to shield. The mighty crash fills the sky. Jupiter himself holds up the two scales in even balance, and lays in them the different fates of both, trying which shall pay forfeit of the strife, whose weight shall sink in death. Turnus darts out, thinking it secure, and rises with his whole reach of body in his uplifted sword, then strikes. Trojans and Latins cry out in excitement, and both armies strain their gaze. But the treacherous sword shivers, and in mid-stroke deserts its eager lord. If flight aim him not now, he flies swifter than the wind, when once he descries a strange hilt in his weaponless hand. Rumour is that his headlong hurry, when mounting behind his yoked horses to begin the battle, he left his father's sword behind, and caught up his charioteer Metiscus' weapon, and that served him long, while Teucrian stragglers turned their backs. When it met the divine Vulcanian armour, the mortal blade like brittle ice snapped in the stroke. The shards lie glittering upon the yellow sand. So in distracted flight Turnus darts afar over the plain, and now this way and now that crosses in wavering circles. For on all hands the Teucrians locked him in crowded ring, and the dreary marsh on this side, on this the steep city ramparts hem him in. Therewith Aeneas pursues, though ever and anon his knees, disabled by the arrow, hinder and stay his speed, and foot hard on foot presses hotly on his hurrying enemy. As when a hunter courses with a fleet barking hound some stag caught in a river loop or girt by the crimson-feathered toils, and he, in terror of the snares in the high river-bank, darts back and forward in 1,000 ways. But the keen Umbrian clings agape, and just catches at him, and as though he caught him, snaps his jaws, while the baffled teeth close on vacancy. Then indeed a cry goes up, and banks and pools answer round and about, and all the sky echoes the din. He, even as he flies, chides all his Rutulians, calling each by name, and shrieks for the sword he knew. But Aeneas denounces death and instant doom, if one of them draw nigh, and doubles their terror with threats of the city's destruction, and though wounded presses on. 5 circles they cover at full speed, and unwind as many this way and that. For not light nor slight is the prize they seek, but Turnus' very life-blood is at issue. Here there haply had stood a bitter-leaved wild olive, sacred to Faunus, a tree worshipped by mariners of old. On it, when rescued from the waves, they were wont to fix their gifts to the god of Laurentum, and hang their votive raiment. But the Teucrians, unregarding, had cleared away the sacred stem, that they might meet on unimpeded lists. Here stood Aeneas' spear, hither borne by its own speed. It was held fast, stuck in the tough root. The Dardanian stooped over it, and would wrench away the steel to follow with the weapon him whom he could not catch in running. Then indeed Turnus cries in frantic terror, Faunus, have pity, I beseech thee, and thou, most gracious earth, keep thy hold on the steel, as I ever have kept your worship, and the Aeneid again have polluted it in war. He spoke, and called the god to aid in vows that fell not fruitless. For all Aeneas' strength, his long struggling and delay over the tough stem availed not to unclose the hard grip of the wood. While he strains and pulls hard, the Daunian gods, changing once more into the charioteer Metiscus' likeness, runs forward and passes her brother his sword. But Venus, indignant that the nymph might be so bold, drew nigh and wrenched away the spear where it stuck deep in the root. Erect in fresh courage and arms, he with his faithful sword, he towering fierce over his spear, they face one another panting in the battle shock. Meanwhile the King of Heaven's omnipotence accosts Juno as she gazes on the battle from the sunlit cloud. What yet shall be the end, O wife? What remains at the last? Heaven claims Aeneas as his country's god. Thou thyself knowest and avowest to know, and fate lifts him to the stars. With what device or in what hope hangest thou chill in cloudland? Was it well that a deity should be sullied by a mortal wound, or that the lost sword, for what without thee could Juturna avail, should be restored to Turnus, and swell the force of the vanquished? Forbear now, I pray, and bend to our entreaties. Let not the pain thus devour thee in silence, and distress so often flood back on me from thy sweet lips. The end is come. Thou hast had power to hunt the Trojans over land or wave, to kindle accursed war, to put the house in mourning, and plunge the bridal in grief. Further attempt I forbid thee. Thus Jupiter began, thus the goddess, daughter of Saturn, returned with looks cast down. Even because this thy will, great Jupiter, is known to me for thine, have I left, though loath, Turnus alone on earth. Nor else wouldst thou see me now alone in this skyey seat, enduring good and bad. But girt in flame I were standing by their very lines, and dragging the Teucrians into the deadly battle. I counselled Juturna, I confess it, to succour her hapless brother, and for his life's sake favoured a greater daring. Yet not the arrow shoot, nor the bending of the bow, I swear by the merciless wellhead of the Stygian spring, the single ordained dread of the gods in heaven. And now I retire and leave the battle in loathing. This thing I beseech thee, that is bound by no fatal law, for Latium, and for the majesty of thy kindred. When now they shall plight peace with prosperous marriage, be it so. When now they shall join in laws and treaties, bid thou not the native Latins change their name of old, nor become Trojans and take the Teucrian name, or change their language, or alter their attire. Let Latium be, let Alban kings endure through ages, let Italian valour be potent in the race of Rome. Troy is fallen, let her and her name lie where they fell. To her smiling, the designer of men and things. Jove's own sister thou art, the second seed of Saturn, such surge of wrath tosses within thy breast. But come, allay this madness so vainly stirred. I give thee thy will, and yield thee ungrudged victory. Ausonia shall keep her native speech and usage, and as her name is, it shall be. The Trojans shall sink mingled into their blood. I will add their sacred law and ritual, and make all Latins, and of a single speech. Hence shall spring a race of tempered Ausonian blood, whom thou shalt see outdo men and gods in duty. Nor shall any nation so observe thy worship. To this Juno assented, and in gladness withdrew her purpose. Meanwhile she quits her cloud, and retires out of the sky. This done, the father resolves inly another counsel, and prepares to separate Juturna from her brother's arms. Twin monsters there are, called the Dirae by their name, whom the infernal Megaera, the dead of night, bore at one single birth, and wreathed them in like serpent coils, and clothed them in windy wings. They appear at Jove's throne and in the courts of the grim king, and quicken the terrors of wretched men whensoever the Lord of heaven deals sicknesses and dreadful death, or sends terror or war upon guilty cities. One of these Jupiter sent swiftly down from the heaven's height, and bade her meet Juturna for a sign. She wings her way, and darts in a whirlwind to earth, even as an arrow through a cloud, darting from the string when Parthian hath poisoned it with bitter gall. Parthian or Sidonian, and sped the immedicable shaft, leaps through the swift shadow whistling and unknown. So sprung and swept to earth the daughter of night. When she espies the Ilian ranks and Turnus' columns, suddenly shrinking to the shape of a small bird that often sits late by night on tombs or ruinous roofs, and vexes the darkness with her cry, in such change of likeness the monster shrilly passes and repasses before Turnus' face, and her wings beat restlessly on his shield. A strange numbing terror unnerves his limbs, his hair thrills up, and the accents falter on his tongue. But when his hapless sister knew afar the whistling wings of the Fury, Juturna unbinds and tears her tresses, with rent face and smitten bosom. How, O Turnus, can thine own sister help thee now? Or what more is there if I break not under this? What art of mine can lengthen out thy day? Can I contend with this ominous thing? Now I quit the field. Dismay not my terrors, disastrous birds. I know these beating wings and the sound of death, nor do I miss high-hearted Jove's haughty ordinance. Is this his repayment for my maidenhood? What good is his gift of life for ever? Why have I forfeited a mortal's lot? Now assuredly could I make all this pain cease, and go with my unhappy brother side by side into the dark. Alas, mine immortality! Will aught of mine be sweet to me without thee, my brother? Ah, how may earth yawn deep enough for me, and plunge my godhead in the underworld? So spoke she, and wrapping her head in her grey vesture, the goddess, moaning, sore sank in the river depth. But Aeneas presses on, brandishing his vast tree-like spear, and fiercely speaks thus: What more delay is there now? Or why, Turnus, dost thou yet shrink away? Not in speed of foot, in grim arms, hand to hand must be the conflict. Transform thyself as thou wilt, and collect what strength or courage or skill is thine. Pray that thou mayest wing thy flight to the stars on high, or that sheltering earth may shut thee in. The other, shaking his head, thy fierce words dismay me not, insolent. The gods dismay me in Jupiter's enmity. And no more said, his eyes light on a vast stone, a stone ancient and vast that haply lay upon the plain, set for a landmark to divide contested fields. Scarcely might 12 chosen men lift it on their shoulders, of such frame as now earth brings to birth. Then the hero caught it up with trembling hand and whirled it at the foe, rising higher and quickening his speed. But he knew not his own self running, nor going, nor lifting his hands, or moving the mighty stone. His knees totter, his blood freezes cold. The very stone he hurls, spinning through the empty void, neither wholly reached its distance, nor carried its blow home. And as in sleep, when nightly rest weighs down our languorous eyes, we seem vainly to will to run eagerly on, and sink faint amidst our struggles. The tongue is powerless, the familiar strength fails the body, nor will words or utterance follow. So the disastrous goddess brings to naught all Turnus' valour as he presses on. His heart wavers in shifting emotion. He gazes on his Rutulians and on the city, and falters in terror, and shudders at the imminent spear. Neither sees he whither he may escape, nor how rush violently on the enemy, and nowhere his chariot or his sister at the reins. As he wavers, Aeneas poises the deadly weapon, and marking his chance, hurls it in from afar with all his strength of body. Never with such a roar are stones hurled from some engine or ramparts, nor does the thunder burst in so loud a peal. Carrying grim death with it, the spear flies in fashion of some dark whirlwind, and opens the rim of the corslet and utmost circles of the sevenfold shield. Right through the thigh it passes, hurling on. Under the blow, Turnus falls huge to earth with his leg doubled under him. The Rutulians start up with a groan, and all the hill echoes round about, and the width of high woodland returns their cry. Lifting up beseechingly his humbled eyes and suppliant hand, I have deserved it, he says, nor do I ask for mercy. Use thy fortune. If an unhappy parent's distress may at all touch thee, this I pray. Even such a father was Anchises to thee. Pity Daunus' old age, and restore to my kindred which thou wilt, me or my body bereft of day. Thou art conqueror. The Ausonia hath seen me stretch conquered hands. Lavinia is thine in marriage. Press not thy hatred farther. Aeneas stood wrathful in arms with rolling eyes, and lowered his hand. And now, yet more the speech began to bend him to waver, when high on his shoulder appeared the sword belt with the shining bosses that he knew, the luckless belt of the boy Pallas, whom Turnus had struck down with mastering wound, and wore on his shoulder the fatal ornament. The other, as his eyes drank in the plundered record of his fierce grief, kindles to fury, and cries terrible in anger, Mayest thou clad in the spoils of my dearest, escape my hands? Pallas it is, Pallas who now strikes the sacrifice and exacts vengeance in thy guilty blood. So saying, he fiercely plunges the steel full in his breast, but his limbs grow slack and chill, and the life with a moan flies indignantly into the dark. End of section 24. End of the Aeneid by Virgil.